Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and I don't know what's happened to my voice there, it's gone a bit funny. Here we are, the Mike Graham Show, as you can see, is up and running. Over here there's another little message for the Mike Graham Show. You can't see that one quite so well. Behind me actually is a new cap. We're going to be talking about caps and t-shirts and things you can get your hands on in a little while. We just have to get the nod from the people who are organising it all to make sure that we're not asking you to send in requests for things that we can't fulfil. But we are all very, very excited today because there's lots to talk about and lots of incredible stories to get stuck into. Lots of different stories on the front pages. We've just hit 37 million views, by the way, so thank you very much indeed for that. Congratulations to everybody on that one. There's thousands of you watching already, so very good morning. We're going to talk about Angela Rayner, we're going to talk about travellers, we're going to talk about hoaxers in the White House managing to fool our Prime Minister into thinking that he was talking to a senior aide to Donald Trump. God knows how we get around that one. We've also got more migrant news for you. We've got more Andy Burnham news for you on other matters as well. And also, it's been raining, believe it or not. You know, after all of the madness and the craziness, yay! I woke up this morning and I heard this sort of tapping, and I thought, that's a strange noise. I haven't heard that for a long time. And then I thought to myself, is it the... oh, actually, I'll tell you what, it sounds like water dripping. Then I thought, crikey, has the radiator suddenly blown a gasket? Is the radiator dripping? It shouldn't be, because I don't even remember putting it on. And I put it on for so long since I put it on, I don't even know how it works. And then I realised it was coming from outside, and it was a dripping of the water, which was dripping down the side of the building because it was raining a little bit. But Pooch tells me this morning it wasn't raining where he was. No. Lee Nawalingham is here. Lee, very good morning to you. Did you get any rain this morning?
Little bit.
Little bit. Still looks a bit dry, doesn't it? But one of the front pages today says, don't call 999 if you see your neighbours having a barbecue. Well, sorry, I wouldn't anyway. I mean, I wouldn't actually call 999 for that, since it's not a bloody emergency, is it?
Well, it might be now. We get alerts saying so.
Well, you'd get an alert, but in fact, nobody's now going to get an alert because everybody's now switched the alerts off after what happened on Friday and that completely ridiculous thing. But there does seem to me to be some kind of a problem, does there not, with this Labour government and phones?
It's
because, you know, we've got Morgan McSweeney losing his phone.
Lost his phone.
Do you remember he lost his phone? Well, he had it stolen. Stolen
yes.
In one of London's most CCTV'd areas, right, Mayfair. He reports it to the police. He did call 999 apparently to report his phone being stolen. They said they were going to investigate. They said they were going to look up the CCTV footage to find out who had taken it.
Sure
we're still waiting to hear back from them. He then said he was in your neck of the woods, Tower Hamlets or Stepney or somewhere, didn't he? And he reported the wrong address.
As you do, you just confuse.
And then unfortunately for him and indeed for us, all of the information that was on the phone was not stored in the iCloud like it is for normal people, and it was all wiped. And so we never got to find out what was on the phone.
As an important government official, why would you try and back up your data? You know, of course.
Yes, apparently so. And also because it was a government phone, and that was why he reported it stolen. You would think that you didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. Then we've got Louise Haigh, who is the woman who decided to convicted criminal. Sorry, thank you very much indeed for that. I keep forgetting. She, of course, was the woman who gave the green light to send out the emergency phone alert on Friday night. She's also had a bit of a history with phones.
A little bit of a history.
She kept reporting that her phone had been stolen several times, not least the most famous time when she reported that a stolen phone had been stolen from her on the actual stolen phone. So when she rang up to report that the phone had been stolen, they're like, hang on a minute, you're actually ringing from the state, which as a result meant that she ended up being convicted of fraud because it was like seen as an insurance scam. So that's not good. So now we learned today, the story came out yesterday after our show was over, basically Andy Burnham was left red-faced yesterday, front page of the Daily Mail, after he was fooled by an imposter posing as Donald Trump's chief of staff, a woman called Susie Wiles, right, who's apparently Donald Trump's no-nonsense enforcer. How does something like that happen?
Idiocy. The only word
idiocy is a good excuse.
The only word I have for it is idiocy. Yeah. Because anybody who's anybody, if you get someone reach out to you, Mike, you know, you're a very well-known individual. If somebody reaches out to you and goes, hi, it's Andy Burnham here, the first thing you do is try and verify that phone number with people you know, right?
Of course.
So the idea that...
I think probably the first thing I'd do is, how do I know you're Andy Burnham?
Exactly.
Right?
Right? And it is a basic instinct. Although, to be fair, these lovely lefty Labour types live in such a coddled bubble They probably never come up with the idea that someone might be trying to scam them.
Right.
But it's idiocy.
But is it also
verify the phone number.
partly that a lot of these kind of so-called advisors in Downing Street are about 10?
Yes.
You know, and they've never done anything in their lives before, and suddenly they find themselves at the centre of government. And Andy Burnham is fast becoming this kind of creature of habit, where he keeps saying he's going to do something, and then he doesn't do it.
Yep.
And then he kind of gets out a story to say that he might do it. Like the story yesterday where it was saying that he was minded, was the word that they used in the Telegraph, minded to reopen Jackdaw as a gas field, right? But he's now saying today that he might want to take a bit more time to consider it.
Yes.
Because he wants to be thought of as the person who considers what to do. Maybe it's because he wasn't sure if the person that told him to reopen it was actually now a hoaxer. But he's got this thing where, for example, yesterday we were told that water companies want to surge price water when there's a drought going on. He's come out today and said that he wants to stop that, and he wants to put a halt on that. He doesn't want people to be ripped off by water companies.
He can stop that by lunchtime if he wants.
Well, he could stop it. He could have stopped it yesterday or the day before, or he could have been in touch with them and not actually publicised the fact that he was going to stop it. But I mean, this guy is a sort of government of fallacy and nonsense and smoke and mirrors, isn't it?
Smoke and mirrors. It is straight out of the old Tony Blair playbook.
But he makes Tony Blair look like Winston Churchill.
Tony Blair was.
Tony Blair was quite an efficient. An efficient prime minister. You might not like what he did. Thank you. You might not like what he did. But what he did do, he did properly, and he did it with some efficiency.
No, exactly that. But he's trying to take that playbook, right? It is that PR spin, government via social media or TikTok now.
Yeah.
And it's all just to give the impression of. And as we keep on saying, the depressing thing is it seems to be working on the majority of the population. But
yes,
it's him floating his little balloons up as well. Because we know none of these people actually believe in anything. Actually, they do believe in some insane things, but men who can become women. But it is essentially government via poll. It is again. You go, well, will they like that? If they like it, I'll do it. If they don't like it, I won't.
Right.
And it's like, well, ultimately, what's the right thing to do?
Yes,
Make a bloody decision.
And again, the point about Tony Blair was that he did have a vision. They knew what they wanted to do, and we're still reaping the rewards, which I put in inverted commas, by the way, of what they did do, because they were very clear what they wanted to do. They wanted to completely reinvent Britain, and they wanted to completely shatter the illusion that anything other than the civil service was going to run the country. And that's kind of what they did. And as I say, we're still suffering from all of that. But at the moment, what we've got is not just that they're asking focus groups and that they're asking sort of the people what they might want. They're also having to try and take into account what the backbenchers might want, what the left side of the party wants, what the Angela Rayners want, and what the right side of the party wants. It's a complete mishmash. Meanwhile, there's nobody sitting in Parliament scrutinising it.
Yep.
He did that deliberately. We won't see him until September, having to actually answer any questions. Well, they'll be back for about a week, won't they? And then they'll be off again. So, I mean, it's a shocking state of affairs, really. And this morning, the papers reflect that in a way, because everybody's got a different story on the front page. We've got the Times going, children are fixated with violence because of social media, and that's a report I think that's come out from Dame Rachel D'Souza, who is I think the Children's Commissioner, if I'm not mistaken. But it's more kind of pressure on the government to sort of somehow
social media or
clamp down on social media, do this curfew, this ridiculous idea of a curfew for kids between midday and 6 a.m, as if that midnight and 6 a.m, as if that's going to stop them looking at horrible stuff on the internet. The horrible stuff on the internet is there to be found. Kids are pretty good at finding it. I don't know how old your kids are.
Well, mine's 5 now, so she still doesn't quite know.
So she hasn't quite got there. But she will, and you'll have to be really, really vigilant to make sure that she doesn't see things when you're not with her, because it might be that somebody in a school playground shows her something. It might be somebody at a youth club. You know what I mean? It's almost impossible to stop it. I was talking to my son, whose birthday it is today, by the way. Happy birthday, Oliver. 22 years of age today. Can you believe it? I remember him when he was born. Well, of course I do. I mean, I know that doesn't sound particularly extraordinary, but you know, I do. Yeah. But it doesn't seem like 22 years ago. It seems ridiculous. But he was telling us stories at the weekend, shortly before the alert went off, actually, because it went off on his phone, about some of the things he saw when he was about 11 and 12. And him and his friends were watching beheadings. That were taking place.
I believe that.
Because the ISIS lot were doing all those beheadings. They were all being uploaded to the internet. I don't know exactly where they were. But he was like, you know, it was quite traumatic. But you know, his friends and others would pass them around. And what she's saying is that children are being fixated now with violence because of all of the stuff that's on social media. I don't know what you do about it.
Yeah, what do you do about it? I mean, ultimately, I think it comes back to a parenting decision. I'm really big on accountability. But having said that, I do remember being a teenager. I was a teenager in the 90s. And I think we got the internet when I was 13 or 14 or sometime around then, whatever it was. You know, and we had a website where we all knew and we all went and found some stuff to look at. But it's also...
It's probably worse now, I imagine.
It's probably worse now because there wasn't any ISIS back then.
Yeah, right.
But the key word for me in this is fixated.
Yeah. No, but even in terms of, sorry, I'll come back to that in a minute. But in terms of just, it's not just about ISIS, it's about general kind of violent acts. Where you can find people fighting. I mean, I get, for some reason, on my social media, quite a lot of sort of unwanted Twitter accounts, shall we say, being pushed my way.
Yeah.
And every now and again you get one of these fights and people fighting outside a bar in Ibiza or somewhere or in Mallorca or somewhere like in America. And you kind of go, I didn't ask for this. I don't know why I'm seeing it.
Didn't ask for this, but then also like, again, I went to a very rough school in East London. We had a fight every other day.
Right.
I may have had a few myself. And, you know, like if we had smartphones back then, they probably would have all been all over the internet, as with anything else here. So some of it I look at and it's just like, well, that kind of all, or at least in my bad part of the town always kind of happened.
Yeah.
So that's just being online now.
Yeah.
So do we want it online? Not really. Should they take it down? Yes.
That's the question, isn't it? And you said you were interested in the word fixated.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Because it's the fixated. For me, it's the... I mean, you know, if a kid is truly fixated with violence, well, there's roots for that, right? Because we're talking about then the Southport killer, you know, was fixated with violence.
Which a lot of people knew about, right?
So if, you know...
Including his own parents, by the way, who didn't seem to do very much about it.
No, exactly. At the same time, we've just got a ton of kids now who spend 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours a day on their phone. And is it a fixated with violence, or is it they're just on social media and they're looking at that?
Are they fixated with the phone?
Right. Are they fixated with the phone?
They could be fixated with porn, I suppose. They could be fixated with making fun of each other. They could be fixated with, I mean, there's all manner of different...
All of the above.
They could be fixated with the Mike Graham show.
We've got to refer them to
Still raining in Yorkshire, it says. Oh, is that a new sort of whiz-bang caption material you're using? This is very exciting. Look at this.
Amazing.
Good morning, still raining. No, I like that. That's very upschool. Very nice.
It is.
Still raining in Yorkshire from Lorna. Thank you, Lorna. Yeah, we could do with a bit of rain, couldn't we? Be nice. I don't have a problem with it. In fact, we've got a poll on rain. I'm not sure if it's ready yet, but we started a poll on what's your least favourite type of rain. And we'll give you the opening gambits to that in a moment. What else have we got here? They're now saying get ready for floods, because apparently the ground is so hard that if it does rain, the rain will not soak into the ground. It will simply run off and create flash floods.
And do you remember when we used to have drains to take care of that?
Yes, I do remember that.
Right, and I was walking down a road round the corner from me the other day, and I looked at the drain.
Yeah. Was it full of grass?
It's completely full of grass.
Right.
You know, there is no drain anymore.
And that'll be no doubt due to the environmental services of the local council, who say, well, we can't clear the grass out of the drain because that would be anti the environment. Right. So we've got to let the rewilding of Tower Hamlets go ahead, because obviously we need to be able to recreate, what it was like when the earth was first created by God. Which
is fine, at which point it was all underwater. So that's what's going to happen.
I know.
And it's just the number of acts of self-harm the authorities in this country have inflicted on the people, and then act like it's climate change or, just random acts of violence from some mentally ill person who shouldn't be in the country or whatever else it may be. it's just it just drives you mad.
I know, absolutely right. Here's one from Teresa, which shows you that the sort of the rivalry in North is still as good as ever. Still ready in Lancashire, which is better than Yorkshire, says Teresa. And Duke Regan says the climate in Scotland's great. A bit of sun, bit of rain sometimes, not too hot. Perfect. Very nice. So the question is that we have on the old poll is what is your least favourite kind of rain? Is it fine rain? Some of you might know that. Is it cats and dogs? Really, really heavy rain. I quite like that. Right. Purple rain. Only 8% of you have purple rain. It's a bit early for that, maybe. And King Charles, get it? 63%. I knew he'd be winning it. King Charles's rain, the least favourite kind of rain. Charlotte says, very clever. Did you come up with that yourself? Thanks, Charlotte. I did actually, yeah.
He did. I
had
saw
a bit
him
of
come
help
up with it.
from Pooch, as ever, because it's always a team effort here at the Mike Graham Show. We don't like to take credit for individual acts in case they all go horribly wrong. But what I can tell you is that we've got a load of these bumper stickers.
Amazing.
The Mike Graham Show. In fact, you can have one of those.
Oh, thank you.
Do you know what I was thinking, Pooch? We should we not stick one of these up on the wall next door? You know, as a kind of, as an homage to the Mike Graham Show in UK Live Online. Because today we've got, once again, delightfully, we've got Mike Littlewood and Paul Cox, Dr. Paul Cox as I call him, from 10 o'clock, followed by Ellie Hodges, who was on yesterday from midday for an hour. And I think today she's got Dan Hodges on, hasn't she?
Got Dan Hodges in the studio.
Who is in the studio? Is he in the studio?
He's in the studio.
Oh, wow. I might want to hang around for that. Because, me and Dan go back a long way.
I might have to keep you apart.
Yeah, you might have to keep us apart, yeah. It's a bit like when you had the green room fights in the old days. But yeah, he's coming in because a lot of people think they're related.
Yes.
I saw that.
And I don't know whether they are or not. All I can say is if you tune in to Ellie Hodges at midday, you'll find out. Because I think they might be.
Yeah, I do.
You know?
Definitely.
Because it's quite an unusual name, Hodges.
I think it's an announcement. That's why they're coming in.
Yeah, exactly right. So maybe long lost brother or something like that, or the cousins. Not sure. But anyway, Hodges won't come on my show, so he's going to go on hers instead. And I'll see what I can... I might just stand in the corridor and heckle him.
Just looking
you
through
know,
the window.
boo it. I can introduce them, yeah.
Produce it.
Produce it, yeah, because I'll be here. Because of course, Lewis Schaefer's coming in later, because he, of course, is my partner in crime on the Thought Police podcast, which is going rather well. And he's going to be here, so we're recording that. And then I'm also going to be recording today the first chapter of my new book, Fake News, for an audio book, which is going to come out at some time in the future. And the cover of that's been designed by my other son, Christopher.
Oh, really?
So it's all in the family.
I say it's a good cover.
Yeah, well, not that one. No, that was done by somebody else who I'm not allowed to name.
Right. Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did that person do it?
Yeah, absolutely.
MONG.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but Christopher was slightly nose out of joint because he wanted to do it, so he does the audio book instead.
Good.
It's all
Cool.
happening.
It's all in the family.
It's all in the family. Yeah, absolutely. Now here's one for you. Talking of animals and talking of rewilding. There was an incident apparently in Richmond Park where some family turns up for a picnic and a stag appeared, which is not that unusual in Richmond Park because they do live there. And the stag apparently attacked the man. And he's all right, he didn't have any massive injuries or anything like that. They've shot the stag, which seems a bit over the top to me.
My sister got attacked by a stag in Richmond Park many years ago.
Yeah.
We just walked on.
Well, the thing is, the stag is there because that's where they live,
where
right?
they live.
His place.
Right.
Yeah.
If you go and sit down and start eating near it, he's going to either come over and want some food, or he might just stick his antlers in you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be there. So
shot it. That's disgusting.
they've shot it and killed it. I think that's awful.
It's almost like that goose at the tennis club where Kelvin plays.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard that story.
Oh no, there was some geese and they shot them.
Right.
And it's murder most foul, and it's a
Very
big
good.
scandal.
Oh really? That is bad news. Also, let's talk about Labour being completely and utterly corrupt because we've got a guy
That doesn't sound
whose
like
name
Labour.
his name is Southend East Bayo Alaba. Labour MP. He's had the whip suspended over claims that he tried to avoid repaying a taxpayer-funded COVID loan.
Well, I am absolutely shocked. Are
Surprising.
you telling me that the Labour, that party of virtue, who would never, ever, ever do anything wrong, have potentially accidentally forgot to fill out some form or something?
Should we do what we normally do and have a look in the Times and see if we can find the story? This is not on page 1.
Yeah.
2, no, not on page 2.
Page 2,
They got the
3.
stag shot dead on page 3, which is a good story. It's not on page 4.
Overqualified Afghan surgeon.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. It's not on page 5. It's not on page 6.
That gets shot is bigger than
It's
Labour
not on page
MP
7. In fact, Prime Minister
grand.
fooled by phony Trump aid is a tiny little piece on the bottom of page 7.
Really?
Yeah, they don't think it's much of a story. They've got a whole page on reform, though.
Oh, right.
Targeting migrants. Still no sign of the Labour MP who's been suspended. Page 9, no.
They had something on 2-pack as well before this story.
Page 8, no. 10, 11, still nothing. Still nothing. 13, no. No. Page 14. I feel sorry for Jason Arday, but I don't regret writing about him, says Sarah Dittam. No, nothing there. No. Where else are we? Oh, no, page 17. Oh, here we go. Page 16, left-hand page.
Oh, wow.
Always put it on a left-hand page is
exactly.
the rule, because then nobody sees it, right? So they've done MP suspended by Labour after questions over pandemic loans.
Only questions.
Questions. I got a question. You know, are you an asshole? This was that's that line from The Departed. Sorry, I don't mean to swear. My apologies for anybody who didn't like that one. This is sometimes I get triggered by movie definitions of things. So there's that. Richard Tice on the front page of The Guardian saying just forget about net zero and enjoy the heat wave, which I think is probably quite good advice. And also, this is good, on the front page of the Sun, migrants in jet ski fast. This is pages 6 and 7, right? So here we are. Apparently some migrants set off, because it's been a bit quiet on the migrant front. We haven't seen much this week. About 100 migrants on a dinghy set off from France yesterday, about 40 miles off the coast of France, near Le Touquet, 40 miles southwest of Calais. The engine failed. Right, so the French police, who had been watching them get on the dinghy and just leave, decided they'd better go and help them. So they turn up in a jet ski and tow them back to shore.
Oh, at least they towed them back to shore.
They towed them back to France.
Oh, wow.
I could see them going to the 12-mile line, so I'm actually impressed they went back to the French shore. Well done.
Well, I mean, they were, I mean, I guess they were probably closest to the French coast. But I mean, the point is that the jet ski attached a tow rope appeared to tow the boat into deeper water for at least 10 minutes. Pictures later showed an empty boat, known as a flubber, floating next to a French safety vessel, and all the French and all the migrants had been transferred to the French safety vessel.
Oh dear, I don't know.
Yeah, and then so what they normally do is, if they think that the migrants are closer to English waters, they ring up Border Force. Border Force come and pick them up and bring them to Dover. Seems a bit ridiculous.
It seems a bit ridiculous. But again, we are enabling their own destruction here.
Yeah, we are. Now, you've got a little project on the go, which I retweeted out just before you came on. And this is about auditing accounts, right?
Yes.
So tell us a bit about that.
So, as anyone will know from who follows me, so up to £81 billion a year is lost to fraud and error. That's not my words, that's from the National Audit Office.
Now, when you say fraud, you mean inside government?
As in inside government, either government have done things they're not supposed to, or people are scamming government, whichever. £81 billion a year.
Yes.
Which is a lot of money we could do with. Right. On top of that, the whole of government has failed audit for the last 3 years, because the National Audit Office can't verify its accounts.
And if the National Audit Office can't audit the accounts, what's the National Audit Office for?
Well, that's it. Well, the National Audit Office does what it's supposed to be fair, which is it puts out a report and goes, we can't add up those numbers. Right. They don't add up. There's 81 billion to fraud and error. The HMRC hasn't passed audit for 24 years. Right. DWP hasn't passed audit.
So hang on. So if my company accounts went to the HMRC, and they didn't make any sense, what would happen to me?
You would be in a lot of trouble.
Right. Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, just checking.
But the HMRC's accounts don't add up.
HMRC's haven't added up for 24 years now.
How can that be possible?
Oh, that's a very good question, isn't it? And then they've got the cheek to come to us and go, well, we and on top of that, actually, before I get to that point, there were, I think it was over 338 or 383 accounts the National Audit Office looked at last year. Yeah. And we're like, can't sign those off. Right. And there was another 143, I think it was, or 148, something like that, where basically they turned around to the National Audit Office and went, I'm not going to give you anything. Yeah. So we have nearly 500 local authorities in the UK that have either failed audit or have refused to provide any information whatsoever. At the same time, we have up to £81 billion a year missing from fraud and error.
Yeah. Well, I've got a story here that Pooch just given me. Thousands of UK government laptops, phones and tablets have been lost or stolen.
Cost us millions of quid.
Systemic risk to cyber security after devices worth more than £1 million a year are taken or lost.
Yep.
The Department for Work and Pensions. Yeah. The Department for Work and Pensions recorded 240 missing laptops, 125 missing phones. Well, in the first 5 months of this year, the Ministry of Defence recorded 103 missing laptops and 387. What's going on with the phones in this government?
What's going on with a check Louise Hayes' desk?
And they're all turning, they're all in Louise Hayes' desk. She's reported them all stolen, and they're all now in China. I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
They are. And it's
the replacement cost of the more than 2,000 missing devices across 18 Whitehall departments is running at about 1.3 million a year.
Yep.
A lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money, all to end up
How
in...
can they waste all this money? It's shocking.
They waste it. And so, as I say, when it comes to audit, they can't tell us where the money is going.
Yeah.
The National Audit Office cannot verify. And there's 81 billion, being siphoned off, missing, whatever, just mistakenly paid, whatever language you prefer to use. And then they've got the cheek to say, put up their taxes and tell us that they need more.
They need more money, because they've got a shortfall.
So I've started a petition, very simply, with a very simple principle. If you can't pass audit, you can't put up our taxes.
Yes.
Right?
I think that's fair.
That seems very fair to me. We've managed to get over 25,000 signatures in the first 5 days.
That's good.
So which means the government now has to respond. It's on screen. There we go. 26,500. Thank you, Pooch. And so the principle very simple. In year one, if they fail audit once, whatever local authority that is or the government, it means they cannot put up our taxes and or they cannot have their department budget increased until they fix it. And if they do it more than 1 year, so 2 years in a row, every politician involved with that should be ineligible for re-election.
Yes, I agree with that.
Right.
That's a very good idea.
So that is what I'm pushing.
Have you been in touch with any politicians about this?
I reached out to 405 Labour MPs over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I've had about 100 responses back so far.
1 in 4?
1 in 4, which isn't bad considering I
It's
sent
not
it on
bad,
Saturday
considering you're all on
afternoon.
holiday.
And all of their responses were basically, you're not my constituent, so I'm not going to respond to you.
Right. So they're responding to you by saying we're not going to respond.
Yes. And they're hiding behind the fact that, I'm not their constituent, therefore, parliamentary procedure. But there's no parliament. If I was asking them to help me with housing, they're correct. They
or
can't
a local issue.
Or a local issue.
This is not a local issue.
But when I'm like, there's this national campaign, it's just a lobbying issue. You're able to respond. They're like, no, we're not going to respond to that because at the same time...
But when you go to the other parties as well?
I'm going to the other parties. So I've had some offline conversations with some Tories over the weekend. Their response was they all agree with it, but if they signed it, half of their councils wouldn't be able to raise tax. I've reached out to Reform as well. It's going to be interesting to see what they say with Doge, because they have some councils as well that they've inherited that they're fixing, and they're doing a good job of fixing, but they need to raise council tax, and there's a few that can't pass audits. It's going to be very interesting to see what they say. I've got to reach out to the Lib Dems.
Well, again, as you said, if they can't pass audit, they should be able to raise council tax. If we don't know what they're doing with the money already, why should we give them any more?
I fully agree with that.
It's a bit like somebody coming to your house and saying, give me £5 to take away your rubbish, and you go, okay, and he doesn't take it away. And he comes back tomorrow and goes, give me £10 to take away your rubbish. You go, no, actually, you didn't take it away yesterday for £5.
Exactly that.
Thanks anyway. It's basic economics, but it works for me.
It's basic. So
now, one more thing I want to play you. Well, so if people want to go and sign this petition, where do they find it?
Well, I imagine what you've just retweeted.
I've just retweeted it, but there'll be people listening to this who are not on X.
Come find me on X or Facebook, and just it's on my feed. I don't know if Poocher, someone can post it up on the comments somewhere or so on, but if we can get it to 100,000, we've got 6 months to do this because we made such a good start.
Then they have to debate it, don't they?
It's eligible for debate.
Yes.
And
although I tried this with it wasn't anti-cycling, but it was myself and Nick Freeman and Howard Cox and a few other people trying to make it possible for cyclists to have to register in some way, shape or form, so they had some kind of license plate that was recognisable, which would enable them to be tracked if they broke the law, for example, or if they went through a red light, that sort of thing. Equity with people who drive cars. And we got over 100,000 signatures, and they said, oh, we've already got a similar petition going through the system, so we won't be able to, they always find an excuse.
Yep.
But the other big news that we haven't talked about yet, and it's not really covered that much in the papers, although there is a picture on the front page of The Guardian. Jason R. Day vigil was held last night in Trafalgar Square, and all kinds of bozos turned up, including Diane Abbott, who had to make a speech, of course, about it, because they all loved Jason. He was a lovely man, apparently, even though he was a massive liar and fantasist and sort of Walter Mitty figure. But apparently it's all our fault. It's all the media's fault that he's dead. Nothing to do with his inability to handle the situation that he himself had caused for himself with the help of Cambridge University. But let's have a look at what Diane Abbott had to say last night.
I am here today to honour Professor Jason Ardy. And I want in particular to talk about the role that I believe the vicious media campaign drove him to his death. I was with Professor Ardy just a week ago. He was always a lovely, kind and brilliant man. But you felt a week ago that the vicious campaign against him was beginning to get to him.
Yeah, the vicious campaign by him against other people wasn't too good either, because he tried to get the police involved in anybody who
tried to
uncover at him,
uncover
the truth about what he claimed to have done, which it turned out he hadn't done. They even set the police on a young reporter from the Times Educational Supplement, which is hardly, the old school news of the world kicking your door in. It's the Times Higher Educational Supplement. And they got Carter Ruck, the very frightening law firm, to put the frighteners on people. So, the thing that's funny about the front page of the Guardian picture is that almost all the people in the picture are white.
Of course they are.
Right? Because they're all the lefty brigade, right? Who have got all sorts of problems with their own identities. And people who were there, who were witnessing it from the point of view of being neutral, said it was quite a chilling atmosphere because there was people very much doing the Black Power salute, fists in the air, fist pumping, talking about revenge, talking about how he was lynched by the white racist media, lots of Black Lives Matter sort of type chants going out. Quite a chilling kind of place to be.
Quite a chilling thing. And I mean, what the left in this country have wanted for a long time is their George Floyd.
Yes, and that's a very, very good point to make, because they're trying to create him as a kind of George Floyd figure.
And just as with George Floyd, whose death was obviously tragic, and Jason Ardy's death, you don't like to see
But he was a scumbag.
But he was exactly where I was going with that, right? He was a criminal. You look at his record, and it was the same thing with that bloke who got shot in my neck of the woods. Chris Cabell, was it?
Oh yeah.
Same thing. It's like
drug dealer.
Oh yeah, it was like literally a drug dealer who shot someone 3 days before or something, allegedly, according to what was posted.
Yeah.
And it's just baffling to me. And I saw Katie Hopkins' video on Jason Ardy over the weekend.
Yeah.
And for me, it really rung home. It's true. I mean, little old me, I've made it as far as the Sydney Morning Herald being, for when they put the migrants into the Britannia Hotel at the bottom of my road. You've obviously been, all over the papers at some point as well. Katie Hopkins obviously has significantly. And I think her point was true, right? That the only way to get through something like that is if you know who you are.
Yeah.
And unfortunately...
And you haven't created a persona based on a complete and utter tissue of lies and fantasy.
Because...
Which is what he did.
Because when you're there and you see a load of stuff that is nonsense...
Right.
I mean, one of them was, apparently I was stoking anti-migrant sentiments by having a Sri Lankan father and a Japanese wife.
Yeah, well...
Right? Like, it's like... so you can laugh at it all because it's utterly ridiculous and you know who you are.
Yeah, yeah.
But if, unfortunately, your entire persona is a lie...
Right.
well, then it's true, isn't it? Unfortunately, and again, and so then you're going to take that a lot harder. And
well, they're trying to make out.
Really
I mean, I watched a bit of it last night. They're trying to make out because there are all sorts of people speaking, including that moron, Jolyon moron, as I call him, from the Good Law Project, which is actually the losing law project because he never won a case in his life. He actually had the gall to stand up and say, "This is a time for white people not to talk but to listen," while he was talking, while making the speech, We've got that clip as well, which we can play later on. But
video as well.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, we can maybe do both of them in a little while. But but the whole kind of tenet of the conversation was all about how the reason that this happened was because nobody in the racist Cambridge University superstructure or anyone in the media could accept that a black man could be a professor. Absolute nonsense. And most of the students now in Cambridge and Oxford are from ethnic minorities.
They are.
There is absolutely no, in fact, it's probably reverse racism going on up there. You're more likely to get a professorship if you're black than if you're white. And it was all about the fact that he had made up a load of stuff about himself. Yeah. That was what it was about.
No, it is. And it's why I've never been able to get on board with the entire left-wing agenda. I mean, I've been reached out. I've had left-wing parties reach out to me, wanting to get me involved with them and so on.
Right.
And they're like, because you tick all the boxes, mixed race lad, East London, blah 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 blah. And they always come onto this thing around race. In fact, what's her name? There's the MP for Stratford and Bow. I forget her name, but she did this whole thing about me being Tamil and she's Tamil.
Oh yeah.
She's like, what are you doing supporting reform? And it's like, well, no, like. Because nobody gave me a handout because I'm brown. It's this entire ideology that...
Oh, so why should you vote a particular way just because you're from a particular place?
So, like Jason Arde was criticised not because he was black, but because he was a serial liar.
Yeah, right.
And he got found out. There's nothing discriminatory about calling somebody out for that.
Yeah.
Being able to not criticise someone or believing that the only way someone can get ahead is by being given them special treatment because of their colour is the definition of racism.
Also, this is from a super chat from Shivs. Arde was the author of his own downfall.
He was.
If he had been white, he would have been forgotten already. R.I.P. Henry Novak. And that's a very good point.
Yep, very,
Where
very
was the
good point.
vigil for Henry Novak?
Yeah.
Where was the vigil for Anne Widdecombe?
Didn't they try and do a vigil and then stand up for racism or whatever, plan to protest it? It's just
I think they did. I mean, there was no vigil for Anne Widdecombe being beaten to death.
No, which is just awful.
Horrendous.
The more that comes out.
Another one here from it's anti-white racism. It doesn't work anymore. We are all sick of it.
Yep.
I think that's right. Well, unfortunately, the only place it probably does work is in London, where a lot of these morons actually coagulate. I actually said there's something like 60,000 people have signed a petition for an independent inquiry into the death of Jason Arde. Not quite sure what they think that's going to achieve, other than to discover that he took his own life as a result of a situation that he'd caused for himself. But basically, I said this is a good way of checking on all of the morons in the country, because if you've signed that petition, we could just put you in the box over here. Don't let them play with any sharp toys. Don't let them travel on their own. Don't let them go out after 7 o'clock at night because they clearly are too stupid to look after themselves.
Yeah, and I'd argue it's one of the political divides in the country right now. Right, is you've got those on the right who believe in accountability, and those on the left that just live in perpetual victimhood where nothing is ever never their fault.
No.
And it's, look, I've got, immense sympathy for the guy's family and so on. You don't, look, someone taking their life is never a nice thing.
Lorna says she just signed your petition, by the way.
Thank you very much.
I'm loving this new caption style. I really am. It's very nice. Right? Very, very sophisticated.
It is. It's you've got a superstar team back there. I watched them before the show. I'm just in awe of what they do. But it's that victimhood of it's like, well, yes, it's bad things can happen.
Yeah.
But it can also be responsible.
But you can't just blame everybody else for everything. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's and ironically, that's how you claw yourself out of those situations.
Yeah.
Is because if you take accountability, you then feel like you're back in control.
Yeah.
Therefore, you can get yourself out of that situation.
Right.
Whereas if you just think that everything is happening to you and you have no control because you're a constant victim, well, then you end up in unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely right. Lee, good to see you, man.
Always good to see you.
We've got plenty of other clips to show you over the course of the show. We've got lots of people to talk to as well. Howard Cox coming next. Ben Pyle's going to be here. Ivor Cummins, who I haven't spoken to for a long time. Marilyn Hawes as well. Sean Walsh. Shoaib Sohail is also here. And Lewis Schaefer, before we do Thought Police Part 7. believe it or not, which is coming up a little bit later on. I'm going to tell you all about how you can get your hands on one of these rather nice, handsome bumper stickers. We've got a couple of caps left, and we've got a couple of T-shirts going as well. I'll put all that out on Twitter for you, but I'll also put it out on here. It's all available from the UK Live shop on UK Live online, which we'll give you as we go. Thank you for signing up. There's 11,000 plus of you watching right now. Let's get it up a little bit higher, and let's get those likes up as well. 2.4 thousand likes, but 11,000 watching. It doesn't cost you anything to like the page. It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe to the page either. We've just gone through 37 million this morning views, so that's great news. We've got the burgeoning shows now coming up after mine. You've got Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox at 10 o'clock, taking you through till midday, and then Ellie Hodges at midday talking to Dan Hodges. That's not all that's going to happen on her show, but that is going to happen on her show, which is going to be very funny indeed. We'll find out whether they are in fact related, and we'll find out what he's got to say for himself, quite frankly, because he hasn't come on this show, even though he promised to do it back in January. Amazing. Lee Nallingham, good to see you. We'll put up your links as well so that you can join the petition that he's got going on auditing our political masters, because quite frankly, he's right. If they're not willing to tell us how they've managed to actually reach the economic conclusions that they have, then why should they have the permission from us to put our taxes up? It's not good. We've got news today. Elena, who have we got today? Is Edward back?
Yes.
Oh, Edward Hughes is back. Let's get the news with Edward Hughes.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in, and you're not getting charged, international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. Banks or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. Thank you very much indeed. It's coming up to 7:44. I'm Mike Graham with you all the way through, of course, until 10 o'clock. Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox coming after that. Then Ellie Hodges at 12 o'clock with her show from 12 till 1, starring one Dan Hodges, who may or may not be related to her. We'll find out what that's all about. Right now, though, it's time for Mr. Howard Cox, who is, of course, a man who I've known for many a year, who's out there looking after the interests of motorists, trying to make sure that the government doesn't rip you off too much. But it's not going that well. Thank God for Howard, because if it wasn't for him, it'd be going a lot worse. Howard, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you too. What's going on with Burnham and the car? Because we're not quite sure. I'm slightly worried about Andy Burnham. He keeps kind of making out that something's going to happen, and then he claims he's going to stop it from happening. and then he doesn't stop it from happening, and it happens anyway. So, I mean, we haven't heard too much from him on the car front, really, have we? I mean, apart from he seems obsessed with buses. Came out yesterday and said that he's now going to give free travel to all disabled people. I don't know whether that means if I turn up and say, you know, I've got a lot of anxiety, therefore can I have a free bus pass because I want to travel around the country. I don't know how it's going to work, but he hasn't said much about cars, really, has he?
No, not at all. I mean, the only thing that's come out very recently is Heidi Alexander, the Transport Minister, and she's been the Transport Minister also under Starmer, and she's kept her job. She's said that she's keeping the 2030 ban on new diesel and petrol car sales.
Oh, yeah.
So and we're only 3 years away. Europe has moved theirs to 2035 to 2040.
Right.
We're still at 2030. And our car manufacturing industry is being absolutely decimated because in 3 years' time, they've got to produce 80% of their production lines got to be electric vehicles.
Right.
And it's a complete catastrophe. And, you know, all it's going to do is destroy our economy. It's not going to do anything because people are still not going to buy electric vehicles in the numbers that the environmentalists want us to buy.
No.
And
also, one of the reasons why they're not going to buy them now is because of people like Sadiq Khan, your old nemesis, who wants to bring in charge per mile. And I don't know whether you know a guy called Jeff Buys Cars. We had him on the show yesterday. Great guy. We were talking about different, because I drove up to Manchester and back the other week to get my son coming back from university. And I noticed there's a lot more cameras out there, a lot more kind of different looking types of cameras as well. He actually put out an explainer on his website, on his YouTube, to show what they all are. And he's convinced that a lot of these cameras are going to be there to gauge, cars paying per mile, including electric cars.
Absolutely right. I mean, this is the absolute hypocrisy of it, because everyone's saying drive an electric vehicle, and they get subsidies, they get tax relief, all sorts of benefits, and yet now, as we move down the line, it's nothing to do about their green credentials, which are a bit questionable anyway, but they're going to be taxing them just like they will be taxing a fossil fuel vehicle.
Right.
And so, yeah, it is hypocrisy gone wild, as we all know that. And Jeff Buy Cars, I've known him for a long time, he's a good guy. And a lot of these cameras are not just for paper mile, they're also just surveillance cameras. It's got Alan Miller, ask Alan Miller about what these cameras are doing right across the Together Declaration. I work closely with him on that one as well. What's happening is we're being controlled, and they're going to try and restrict us. The next stage, I understand, I've heard from good sources in the Labour government that the old 15-minute cities are going to rear their ugly, heads again. In other words, we'll not be allowed to go out. If we do go out to a certain area, we're going to have to pay dearly for it, especially in places like it's already happening in Bath and Oxford. It's going to happen right across the country.
Yeah, and also I was under the impression, and I may have misremembered this, which is the latest phrase that politicians like to use when they get something wrong, right? I've misremembered it. I thought, did Rishi Sunak not promise that we were going to do away with this 2030 deadline, and it was going to be moved a bit further back to maybe 2035 or 2040? Has that all been forgotten now?
Well, Mike, you haven't misremembered, mate. You got it spot on. What happened is we produced a report for the Alliance of British Drivers and the Motorcycle Action Group Fairfield UK, and we showed that if they introduced this 2030 ban, and we presented to Rishi Sunak, that would cost 5 times more than the benefits.
Yeah.
And when I put that into real numbers, we're looking at it's going to cost 400 billion to get 80 billion of benefits. Now, go figure. Anyway, Rishi kindly actually moved it back from Boris Johnson's 2030 to 2035. We thought we got some breathing space to try and get even more of an argument why we shouldn't do it. And then guess what? Labour got in, Starmer came in, and they moved it back to 2030.
Yeah, and he did that sort of stealthily as well, didn't he? Because what's supposed to happen, for example, I mean, I'm going to get a new car organised this year. Mine is going to go, I've had it 4 years. I mean, I haven't decided actually, I might just keep it for a while because it's such a great car. But I mean, if I was going to get a car, does that mean if I get a petrol car, for example, which I would say normally keep for 3 years or maybe 4, that I'm going to be left with a sort of a white elephant at the end of that period?
Well, that's the issue no one can seem to answer, because what is the actual incentive for petrol and diesel stations, the garages, to actually, one, is invest in their businesses and actually, keep open? I think there could be a massive closure across the country of garages, and we'll have to drive 5 miles where we used to drive mile. We're going to have to drive 5 miles to a garage. But I still think there will be some. They're apparently doing a review, yet another review, onto what this means to the manufacturing industry regarding these targets of getting to 80% production of EVs by 2030. I think they might manoeuvre that. But I'm pushing like mad. I want people to sign up to Fairfield UK, because we're going to be presenting a lot of petitions, a lot of lobbying to say, get rid of the 2030 ban and adopt the European method, where they're just trying to get a 90% reduction in carbon emissions. And they're not saying banning things. So in other words, that's putting pressure on the manufacturing industry to actually improve their emissions, whether it's petrol or diesel or electric, doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly right. Because everywhere I go now, when I drive around London, you see more and more of these Chinese electric vehicles. And I remember warning years ago that the importation of all of these Chinese electric vehicles, cheap ones as well, is going to completely destroy the European car market, which is kind of what it's done. But we've also now got, and I don't think I've spoken to you since I noticed these things being driven around central London, Waymo, this organisation which appears to sometimes have a driver in the car and sometimes not. You know, I tell the story of I pulled up, I was in Elephant and Castle the other day, pulled up next to this car at the traffic lights, looked in, and there was nobody in it. And I was like, crikey, that's a bit strange. And I thought to myself, well, what happens if I hit the guy, or he hits me, or the car goes rogue and runs people over? I mean, who's responsible for? And I don't remember anybody telling us or asking us if we wanted this.
Well, there we go again. It's going out on the streets. It's happening a lot in America anyway, but over here it's happening in London, and it scares the shit out of me, because if you have a dog runs out on one side and a kid runs out on the other side, which ones does it choose to hit?
Right. Yeah, because apparently it's not capable of making a kind of moral choice in that situation.
Exactly.
Is it? Yeah.
Exactly. And then there's the insurance issue. Who is responsible for that issue? Paying for it, and who's culpable? Who goes to prison if someone is killed by a driverless car? I've had the privilege of going around a circuit in Thruxton, it was, in a driverless car, and I sat in the back. And I'm telling you what, my eyes were closed. It was horrible. It was doing 60 or 70 going around the track. And obviously I was in a safe situation, but bloody hell. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I mean, I might be considered to be a dinosaur. I am not getting in a car that's not being driven by anyone. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it. You know. I mean, I know you could get some bad Uber drivers, but I'm just not getting in one, which has got nobody in it. And I find it, and again, it's an additional load of now more cars in the centre of town. Screwing up the place. And don't get me started on the number of now new bike companies that we're going to have, because I was reading the other day there's another 60,000 bikes coming into town with all sorts of other contracts from new companies.
And all capable of doing more than 20 mile an hour.
Yeah, well, exactly.
And we're in a situation now where something like 25% of the roads in this country are at 20 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And that's unbelievable. That's another thing I'm fighting for. It's just stupid. I'm all for it outside schools and all the usual vulnerable places. Got no problem with that whatsoever. But let's have some sense. I was driving down, the A21. I was going on the way past the Flimwell traffic lights. Just before there's a dual carriageway down there. And we're all restricted to 20 mile an hour, and it's a 50 mile an hour road. And they've even closed one of the actual lanes as well. I just don't understand what's in the brain of these people running our roads.
No, I know. Well, I think what's in the brain of them is that they want you to get out of your car, and so you don't actually own one anymore. And you can find many of these people working for Sadiq Khan who will say, "Oh yeah, just get a zip car. You don't really need a car. Just get one whenever you need to get one, and you can just pay by the hour." Well, actually, no. I quite like the idea of having a car. I like having a nice car. I like to spend a lot of time in it driving, and so therefore, I don't want to be told by you. It's another control issue. I don't want to be told by you what I can buy, what I can't buy. If I decide I want a car, I want a car. But if I'm going to find out that the car I'm about to buy is going to be worthless in 3 years, I think that information is quite important to be given to the public, isn't it?
Well, yes, absolutely. And just for your interest, I've just bought a new car, a new hybrid, and I love it to bits. It's great. It's safe. My wife gets in the car, she's safe. I know she's safe. I'm not letting her getting on a train going up to London at the moment. I was in London yesterday, and there were 4 guys standing in the corner of questionable origin of where they came from, and they were looking at everyone and their phones. I watched them. I stood there for about 5 minutes. I waited for a cab outside Charing Cross, and these 4 people were just standing there, and they were looking and looking. And there's no way I'm going to have my daughter or my wife going up in town now anymore.
No, No, exactly right. I mean, I say the same thing to my daughter who lives in Dubai, with all the drones flying around and missiles getting fired in from Iran. I feel like she's safer there than she is when she comes here. I don't worry about her being there, but I do worry about it when she comes to London. You know what I mean? Which is
I know. Anyway, but rest assured, Fairfield UK is continuing to fight, and it's my 17th year. So.
Yeah, listen. Well, you do a brilliant job, and it's great to have you around. I'm gonna finish up with a smile for you because I've got this. I don't know if you've seen this, and I'm not quite sure what to make of it really. But Boris Johnson, former Mayor of London, former Prime Minister of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the United Kingdom of. Shall we play it? This is Boris and his wife Carrie at home.
No.
Pink Pony Club, dee 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 dee, West Hollywood.
Now that's either the preamble to some really weird cosplay party, right, full of German swingers, or she's put him in some sort of doll's house, which appears to have been designed by Dr. Seuss. I mean, what is that all about?
Well, I don't know, but remember, she's Princess Nutjob. She's one of the reasons why we've got the 20-mile-an-hour limits and the 2030 ban. The fact is that, honestly, talk about mental health issues. Just looking at that just cracks me up. It really does. It's
slightly worrying, isn't it? Anyway, there we are. Howard, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. Howard Cox there giving us the lowdown on Burnham, who appears at the moment not to have much to say about cars. He does have plenty to say about oil fields and gas fields, and we're going to talk to Ben Pyle in a moment about all of that, because he apparently is unsure about whether he wants to open them or not open them. But he hasn't really said very much about cars, and all we do know is that his predecessor Keir Starmer, as you just heard Howard Cox saying there, he's basically brought back the deadline to 2030 where you can't any longer sell petrol and diesel cars. So if you're about to, like as I am, get a new car, you have to think about that, don't you? Absolutely extraordinary stuff. No way in hell would I have a car that drives itself, says Laura Jane. Yeah, I know. Why would you? What about the fact that if you're hit by an electric car, you have a much reduced survival rate due to the electric cars weighing a lot more than a conventional car, says Newsbreaker. Very true. Well, one of the things I always say about electric cars is that they are causing many of the potholes and the damage to the roads that we have now in this day and age because they're so much heavier. And never mind the electric, imagine how big and heavy the electric buses are. Roads weren't built for all the weight of an EV, says Melanie. True. And also, certainly in London, and I don't know if it's the case around the country, but certainly in London, all of the delivery vans now, if they come from supermarkets, which there are loads of, they're all electric, so they're massively heavy. The buses are all electric, so they're massively heavy. A lot of the cars are electric. So that can't be good for the roads, can it? At the end of the day. We'll talk some more about that as we go through the course of the morning and the show. It's coming up to very nearly 8 o'clock, and we're going to talk to Ben Pyle. Shall we do a bit of news first? Yeah. Shall we? Yeah. But Edward Hughes is back, by the way. I'm not sure where he was yesterday. He still hasn't told us, but he's allowed a day off from time to time. Let's have the news with Edward Hughes.
Okay, 1 second.
In a minute.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward Hughes there with the news. And there's lots more to talk about this morning, of course, as you can see from the bottom of the page there, where we've got the bottom of the screen, where we've got a little ticker. Because there's one, I'm going to put this one to Lewis Schaefer actually, because I think this is right up his street. Story on the front page of the Times, in which it says, forget dating apps, personality quizzes and shared values. If you're looking for love, find someone with the same taste in music. It might be a much better bet. So we'll find out from him, because he knows a thing or two about relationships. We can ask him whether finding somebody with the same taste in music is a good thing, or possibly not. Depends, I suppose, doesn't it? We shall see. Coming up, though, have we got Ben?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so let's do a meltdown then, shall we? Let's talk about the Prime Minister, shall we? And I still haven't quite got used to the fact that the Prime Minister is Andy Burnham. You know, Keir Starmer seems to have been forgotten about completely, which is no bad thing. I'm not against the fact that Keir Starmer's legacy should be forgotten, should be put into the dustbin of history and never reopened and never re-examined, because what we can tell you, quite frankly, is that his period of time in charge of this country was an absolute and utter car crash of epic proportions. He didn't know what he was doing. He couldn't get anything done. He couldn't get anything past his own backbenchers. He couldn't even control his own cabinet. And he became a lame duck, pretty much, after about 9 months in charge. I, of course, single-handedly predicted that he would no longer be Prime Minister come the end of the term. And so it proved. But Andy Burnham is a completely different ball of wax, shall we say, because this guy is now sort of ruling the roost by empathy, sympathy, and lots of other words that end in ithy. Pithy is how I would describe Andy Burnham. It turns out that he's got a sort of hero complex. You know, I was talking to Pooch this morning about it, and he's one of these guys that likes to think of himself as solving problems. You know, he likes to think of, he's one of those annoying people that would come into the middle of a pub when you're having a row with somebody and go, "Oh, come on, lads, let's not talk to each other like that. Let's all be nice to each other. I'm sure you can listen to his point of view and he can listen to yours and we can all get on, you know," and which time it's time to bugger off and get out. But, you know, this is what he does, right? So we've seen several examples of it. We've seen, for example, where he's trying to get the killers of PC Harper kept in jail, even though every time you turn around, there's another story saying they're going to be let out. These are the two scumbags who were jailed for manslaughter, of course, over the death of PC Andrew Harper, who was killed in the most barbaric way, dragged under a car for about a mile, just 1 month after he was married to his childhood sweetheart, right? Now, because Labour are so inept at running prisons, they're going to let loads and loads of people out, hundreds and hundreds of them, most of them done for manslaughter, and there's a loophole in which he keeps trying to find a way through where they won't come out. But once again, the Times are carrying yet another story, another bit of propaganda on behalf of Downing Street, where it says ministers are considering plans to block the release of PC Andrew Harper's killers by barring all of those who committed a type of manslaughter from being let out of jail early. It says Andy Burnham has asked Alex Norris, the Justice Secretary, to come up with a solution. So this is his shtick, right? This is what he does. He makes out that he's trying really hard to do the right thing, but he's being stopped at every turn by either the judiciary or the police or the people that run the magistrates' courts or anybody else, Uncle Tom Cobley and all, are stopping Andy Burnham from being Mr. Nice Guy because he's got this complex about being a hero. He wants to set up a situation almost so that he can come in and rescue it at the end as if he's the saviour of everything. But he isn't. Same thing about the water companies, right? Only yesterday we get a story from the water companies saying we're going to start charging more money during a drought to people, i.e. effectively surged pricing water, right? Today, he says, oh, we're not going to let that happen. But it doesn't quite say that. In the Telegraph, they've got a story in which it says the Prime Minister's spokesman yesterday said that we will do everything we can to stop people being taken advantage of. That's not the same thing as banning surge pricing. So what we've got basically is a Prime Minister who's ruling by kind of diktat, but it's not diktat, it's actually just suggestion. So he's trying to make out that he's helping us, he's trying to make out that he's doing good, when in actual fact, he's not really doing any good at all. I'll tell you what we've got. We've got his latest promotion, right? Let's have a look at what he's offering today to you.
Wait.
1 second, sorry, mate.
Can we do that?
Yes.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm throwing these at you quite quickly.
Sorry.
Number 9.
9, yeah. Thank
Hit
you.
it.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Me, as I'm about to meet the Irish Network, which will be great. How are you doing? Nice to see you all. Lovely to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you.
Louise, Margaret.
Volunteers are amazing.
Yeah.
Again, carers volunteers, they're the best.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't happen overnight.
When they care for your own relative, that you see it with eyes that tell you how skillful they are.
Keep pressing.
I'd never forgive myself if I left this role without having properly done what I know needs to be done. If we carry on as we are, in the end the NHS will fall over, never mind social care will fall over. We've got Irish community care in Manchester and one of the members is Peggy Gallagher.
Oh, we have a Peggy.
Do you know Peggy Gallagher from Burnage? I don't know if you. She's got two sons, like your good self, but hers are called Noel and Liam. Really good to meet you. Yeah,
it's a wholesale reform of social care that's needed, and that's what we've just discussed with the Stevenage Irish Network. Amazing group of carers doing great things, but we all agreed it's about grassroots support for organisations like theirs in places like this, but it's more than that, the individual support for people who are carrying that caring burden.
What's he talking about? What does he mean? Why is he giving a reference to Oasis? What's that got to do with the Stevenage Irish Network? I don't think anything, really. What does he mean? It's about support. It's about looking into people's eyes. I mean, you know, it's all rubbish, isn't it? It's all completely nebulous nonsense. And then when he gets found out, and his poll rankings are already falling because he's getting found out, because he doesn't know what he's doing. And look at what happened on the front page of the Daily Mail. Who was the White House hoaxer who duped the Prime Minister? He's so idiotic that he ended up having a conversation with somebody who pretended to be Susie Wiles, the US President's Chief of Staff. Number 10 refused to answer any questions yesterday amid concern at the ease with which security protocols were breached. Security experts say the tactic could have been copied from Tehran's playbook. I mean, you know, these are the people running the country. They don't know what they're doing. And please, don't insult our intelligence by pretending that you do know what you're doing and that you're here to help, because you're bloody well not. That's for sure. Still not here. Okay, I'll tell you what, Ben Parr's not here. Not to worry, because we've got things to show you that I want you to see.
He's just joined.
He's just joined? Well, he can wait now, because we're going to put on Jolyon Moron. This is the idiotic head of something called the Good Law Project, right? In which he was the only white person allowed to speak yesterday at the rally and the vigil for Jason R. Day. Have a look at this.
Today of all days is very much a day for white people to listen and not to speak. So I'm going to be really, really quick. The truth that, as many of you I think know, is that many white people do not recognise the richness, the common humanity of black people. I think you know that in your heart of hearts, and I think that it's important that a white person stands on this stage and acknowledges it. And fixing that is many, many generations' work. But my promise to you is this: no other industry in the country, in the world, is allowed to monetize human pain and suffering. No other industry is allowed to profit from those things without being regulated. And nor should our increasingly revolting press. And Good Law Project will fight as hard as we can, and we will put Andy Burnham under as much political pressure as we can. With your help to change that appalling state of affairs that has killed another person, Professor Jason R. Day. And we will fight, and I will try and make good on the profound trust shown to me by the black people behind this stage who have trusted me enough to come onto this platform on this day and speak to you. I promise you we will try and repay that trust.
Yeah, thanks, Jolyon Moron. He's the guy that beat a fox to death with a baseball bat one Boxing Day. He's also the bloke who has never won a case in the history of the Good Law Project, which continues to rinse people for money and then, unfortunately, waste it in stupid and utterly baseless court actions. He also tries to make out that somehow the media is the only business in the world that benefits from people's misery. Well, I've got another one for you, matey. How about the legal business? Lawyers, possibly the most avaricious, most ghastly, terrible, greedy people who charge you literally per 15 minutes of their time. Those are the people who, I would say, and certainly Jolyon Moron is among them, prey on the vulnerable, prey on people who don't know any better, and convince them that they should spend an awful lot of money with them so that they can buy new Lamborghinis and go on nice holidays to the south of France. They're still calling him Professor, says Steady. Yeah, I know. Madness, isn't it? Absolutely mad. Craziness. Anyway, Jolyon Moron threatened to sue me once as well. And I said, for a lawyer, you don't know much about the law, do you? Because he didn't. Claimed I'd libelled him by calling him an idiot. That's not libel. It's a true statement. Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk to Ben Pyle, who is here. I'm sure he'll have plenty to say about Andy Burnham and his rather confusing policy about the North Sea. Ben, very good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Mike. How you doing?
I'm very well, very well. Sorry to have to make you sit through that Jolyon Moron clip, but he's such a moron that whenever I get a chance
that's fine. That's fine.
This is not a time. Yeah, that's very good actually. That's very good. This is not a time for white people to speak. It's a time for them to listen as he's speaking. Right? What a complete.
I thought Keir Starmer had come back, or maybe it was John Major. I can't decide.
Yeah, I know, it's difficult, isn't it? But yeah, so Andy Burnham, similarly, I was just doing a little meltdown on him. He seems to be developing into this kind of rather bizarre character who promises to do things, then says he can't do them, then says he's going to stop them from happening, and then doesn't do anything. That's kind of the 4 stages of Burnhamese, it seems to me.
Yeah, we've had 2. It's happened twice now, I think, that they've said, oh, Andy Burnham might be, but he might not be, about to give the go-ahead to these new oil and gas exploration projects, and said, oh, but it might be bad optics because it's been hot, so and that would upset Greta. So we can't have any energy, we can't have any fuel, we can't have an economy. Yeah. Because there might be some, unfavourable headlines because of it being warm in July, more warm than normal. Try saying that 5 times at 8 o'clock in the morning. We've kind of got this cycle going where he sort of, oh, maybe we will, oh, maybe we won't, and I guess he's kind of testing the water. He's kind of seeing, well, what's the Guardian going to do? What's the Green Blob going to do? Are the unions going to be able to provide enough support for him? Who, and that some of them do want this stuff to happen, but they're very late to this decision themselves.
Yes.
One of them, I think, I calculated how many fees they would have taken since the passing of the Climate Change Act, which they supported.
Yes.
From their members, and it's in the order of £2 billion just for one, I think it's Unite, or perhaps it's GMB, I forget now. And nonetheless, they've taken £2 billion, none of which they've spent on going, well, who are these Greens who are coming up with all these plans? What kind of world do they want to create by this 2050 target? So no one seems to be sort of able to, in government at least, make the case for it. The opposition party, of course, the main opposition party, is now fully signed up for exploiting North Sea, and of course there's Reform and the others sort of now in that same wing. So there is political momentum now. There is political drive for it. You might be able to take the wind out of other people's sails if you did it. But the longer he sort of hangs on, the more the more he resists the need to sort of provide some energy at a good price, the bigger the problem's going to be for all of us, but also for the Labour Party. I think it's sort of signing an extremely long death warrant. The longer it takes.
Well, this is the thing, and their logic. I was listening to a sort of a debate the other day about the logic of what's going on inside the Labour government is very, very questionable. For example, they seem to have one section of the government who want to open jackdaw the gas field, because that would be less damaging than opening the other oil field. So that's okay then. Well, you kind of go, well, how is it okay then? If you're against it, how are you not against opening any of it? But if you're for it, you should be opening all of it, shouldn't you? And they've even actually admitted that the carbon emissions which are currently being caused by the gas and oil that we buy in from elsewhere will be the same if we do it ourselves. So we won't be increasing the emissions. We'll simply be doing it without having to pay somebody else to do it. So what's the difference?
There's a very strange logic that goes on in Greens' heads, and I think we've massively underestimated the influence of ideology in Britain, partly because all of this stuff just dropped on us all at once. And one part, other aspect of it is that Jolin creature that we've just heard from. But on their own terms, what the Greens believe is that if you, or people afflicted by environmental ideology, is that if you give permission to a gas or oil well, then that somehow locks society in to the using all of that oil and gas in a way that doesn't happen if you buy it from people who chop people's heads off, or buy it from, well, it doesn't happen in Norway. But I mean, Norway is the same. It's the same bloody gas field and oil field. They're just in different parts of the sea, but all from America. So we can buy it from nice people if we want to. But they think there's a difference between a government allowing it and a government importing it. And what I mean, it does take a huge leap of logic, and it's unique to themselves that it would be better to pay more for it and incur much greater, cause much more pollution in the process. But these people won't be interrogated. I often wonder whether the stupidity of that is sort of the point. Is that if you have something like constituted in law, which is just ridiculous, that then you can really separate the believers from people with brains, and of course in government, and especially a crisis-ridden government, what you want is people who are loyal to you and loyal to your ideas, not necessarily people who can think for themselves or have any basic capacity for maths, basic arithmetic. I do wonder about these people and their capacities and how they got to the positions they're all in. But maybe they're all our day now.
Well, they are. I think there's an awful lot of. I mean, they should all be suffering from imposter syndrome because they're all hopeless, right?
Yes.
I mean, you must be sitting around going. I mean, Louise Haig, for example, must be sitting there going, How did I get to be running the country when the Prime Minister was on holiday? I know. I'll send out a special alert for people to tell them not to fire up any barbecues just in case everything burns to the ground. They also seem to have given up on this idea that we're supposed to be the world leader in reduced emissions, because that was always the argument they used to use, wasn't it? That even though China was doing this and Russia was doing that and the Middle East was doing something else and America, don't worry about that, because we want to be the world leader in reducing our emissions because we want to show a great example. Well, that seems to have been chucked under the bus as well.
I don't know how. I hope it has been. But Miliband was out the other day saying that he was hearing messages from the heat waves. And,
he's had voices in his head for a while, I suppose, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess. Eat a bacon sandwich in an awkward way. Yeah. Act like a tit in front of all the world's cameras.
People will think you're a sympathetic character because you're just as useless as they are, right? No, actually, we won't.
Yeah, no. So he came out there before the alerts went out anyway, and was saying that the weather that has spoken to him. He can talk to the animals as well, I imagine.
But they need people left to talk to because nobody else talks to him. I mean, even in cabinet, nobody talks to him.
Yeah, I wonder if that's actually what's happened. I wonder if he's just been ostracised and alienated on the world stage. Even Macron's going, oh God, it's that bloody Ed Miliband.
Well, did you see when he bizarrely, and I didn't know why he was going to the Philippines, but his first act as Foreign Secretary was to go to the Philippines. Now, that's a bit of a weird place to go, but it turned out there was some kind of conference going on there, Southeast Asian something or other, and he met Marco Rubio, and he put out a picture of him meeting Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State from the US. And Rubio similarly put out loads of pictures of people that he met But he didn't put out a picture of him meeting Ed Miliband.
Well, you'd probably want to forget, wouldn't you?
Well, he probably didn't know who he was.
Droned on about bloody climate change.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't really want to talk about it. I don't know which meeting it was. I probably should find out before I go on TV.
Well, it was one of these obscure kind of ASEAN, Southeast Asian kind of conferences.
Right, and he was there just
very important,
offering loads of money.
Yeah, I'm sure very important for the Southeast Asian part of the world, but not particularly important for us. And he didn't really need to be there. He just went there to kind of go, oh, look, I'm Foreign Secretary now. Would you like to meet me and have a picture taken? And that was about it, really.
Well, he wanted to go and spend some of our money, didn't he? He wanted to go and give it away. That's what they did, and that's how his brother did it. I mean, it's an amazing coincidence. No, it's not even a coincidence. He's following in pretty much the same path. David Miliband was Foreign Secretary, and then he got this when his brother stabbed him in the back. When Ed stabbed David in the back, he left politics. He went and got a pretty good job in New York at the International Rescue Committee, or whatever it's called, something like that, out of some Starbirds, whatever they were called, Thunderbirds. For £1 million a year plus salary. And the reason he's able to command such a huge amount of money for going into an office every day for a week, if he does even that much, is because he's still got his contacts at the Foreign Office, right? Which is the department which hands out all this money.
It's all about access, isn't it?
Pounds. Exactly.
It's all about access. It's why Mandelson was such a success, because Mandelson had his fingers into every pie that you could possibly find, some of which was rotten. But he could get you probably a meeting with anyone in the British government, even when he wasn't in it.
Yeah, and therefore he could raise grants, and climate and development budgets are like that. They're one and the same thing. It's how the British establishment in the Miliband sense of that has started to see the world as Britain as this sort of philanthropist, not as a country of 67 million with its own needs but it likes a Miliband can offer this amount of money to much poorer countries through various deals and say, will you support the green agenda at the United Nations? Will you vote for this or that resolution? And they say, yes, Mr. Miliband, we will. And then so the climate agenda gets pushed further up. And then Ed Miliband says, oh, well, look, the developing world needs this, and we've made these international commitments, and so has other people. Therefore, we are obliged to continue following the Paris Agreement. Yeah. It doesn't matter what 67 million people here think. It doesn't matter what
it's a complete grift, isn't it? I mean, just talking to Howard Cox before you, and the whole business of electric cars, where kind of stealthily Starmer rolled back the deadline again to 2030, which is basically 3 years away. So if you're in the brink of buying a car now, what are you supposed to do? Are you going to end up thinking, if I buy a petrol car, is it going to be pretty much worthless in 3 years? Am I going to be able to sell it? Am I going to be able to drive it? What sort of penalties are going to be brought in? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think they're reopening a consultation on that, aren't they? They're having a new consultation. So I hope everyone with any knowledge of that at all, or anyone who just wants to explain to the government what their future is, should get on to that if that's still open. But that was the issue that started to tip the balance on the Conservatives in the last days of Rishi Sunak's government. He said, "Well, this is one of the policies we're going to have to sort of fade out a bit." And so I think he was pushing it into the mid 2030s, and he dropped the domestic boiler ban. And then it all started. But I mean, that's 14 years too late. The Tories should have started having a think about what these policies meant a long time before. But hopefully, I mean, I think the Labour Party is a different beast, and it probably needs to be put out of our misery. But hopefully, what that signals is there are at least a sort of vague rumblings of these questions going on about these policies out there. But I think that the problem is, even if Andy Burnham was to get up tomorrow and say, right, we're going to open up the North Sea, to the fullest extent possible, or even to the smallest extent possible, and we're going to drop the sales mandate targets on cars. He's going to face a massive legal challenge from the Green Blob. And remember that the greater part of green philanthropy is not like people giving money to save owls. It's billionaires with large investments in all sorts of companies.
Yeah.
Putting money into court cases to force governments to act in particular ways, and to try and humiliate companies that produce energy at an affordable price.
But
so
there's a massive amount of subsidy as well going on to these companies, these renewable companies, isn't there? Who would not be making any money at all if it wasn't for the freebies they get from government. That's right.
And those are locked in. Those are bound by contracts. So we're going to be paying, tens of billions of pounds. We're already paying 10 billion just on subsidising electricity, green electricity. So even if tomorrow, if Andy Burnham tomorrow said, well, this is a really bad deal for the consumer. He can't do anything about that. Because those are legal contracts between the governments and companies for the next 20 years. That's how long these agreements last, 15 to 20 years.
Yeah.
So that's there in perpetuity. If we suspend those, I think Reform have got some ideas about how that can be lifted legally, but that has implications for the British economy. That has implications for people who might want to invest here, and so on and so forth. So we'll suffer even if we start. You can't just governments can't just start reneging on contracts and ripping them up very easily. Has consequences.
Well, we still. All you got to do is look around the various different jobs made available. If you look at the back of the Guardian any day you like, inside the NHS, inside any public sector organisation, and even inside big global organisations as well. There's loads of net zero related jobs. Environmental officer for this, and net zero coordinator for that in some hospital. And you're kind of going, well, what do you need that for? There's people waiting to get an operation, but you've got 65 people working in the net zero department, of NHS Nottingham or something, and you're going, well, what's that all about?
Yeah, I wonder. I think the Extinction Rebellion lot even had a whole phalanx of doctors, or people claiming to be doctors, in their ranks, Doctors for Extinction Rebellion, and they were adamant that the world's going to end. But what does a doctor necessarily know about climate change?
Right.
But there they were. They turned them into activists. So I think it was a way of colonising British institutions, or state and public institutions. Anyway, you get a whole bunch of doctors into management and whatnot, or you get a whole load of lawyers in on the green thing. Any of the professions. Teachers was one, underestimated. We all know what they're like.
Oh yeah, but they all think they're brilliant at everything because they're brilliant people, because they're intelligent people.
Right.
That's why they have to be more intelligent than you, because you're an idiot, clearly, because you don't believe what they believe, and that's the way they roll.
Yeah. So and once they'd established that climate change is real, then they were allowed to let all the kids out to go on the climate strike, to go and follow Greta. Back in the
even Greta's given up. She's now more interested in joining Hamas than she is, making it safe for us to go out in the sunshine.
I see. I think you're right. I think some of this, and probably just to Ed Miliband's disappointment, I do sense that a lot of this is behind us now.
Yeah.
Even if Andy Burnham is very slowly resisting the inevitable, and even if Ed Miliband is still bouncing around like some drug-addled eco warrior around on the world stage, it's to much less effect, isn't it? It's not 2005. It's not Tony Blair and Obama or something. Yeah. We have much reduced figures and much less interest. Donald Trump is just not interested in this agenda, and that's just destroyed it for the West.
That's killed a lot of it, hasn't it?
Yeah. And then Europe. Europe still has the likes of Ursula von der Leyen. She's still going Green Deal this, Green Deal that. We've got to reduce our use of oil and gas. We've got to reduce our dependence on Putin and blah 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 blah. But in the wings, the Green Deal is causing a lot of panic and tension on the continent as well, and that's polarizing politics there too. So, it's going to get weakened by the next European Parliament. The Greens have sort of increasingly diminished, and alternative parties on the centre right and further right as well are beginning to dominate. So people are turning their backs on this stuff in Europe, and Britain will just find itself more and more isolated if the government keeps up this stuff. And of course, how are you going to do it? Even if you wanted a world deal now, how is Britain and Europe and America going to sit around a table with Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and whoever's running Iran at the moment and say, what are your commitments to reducing climate change now, guys? The world's completely different to how it was 10, 15 years, 20 years ago. So
I imagine there's quite a few global emissions tied up with bombing the hell out of Kiev every single day for several years. I imagine that's probably not entirely without a carbon cost.
Someone should calculate it and these are your climate sins, Mr. Putin.
Exactly.
I'm sure he'd be. I think Ed. I remember Ed being interviewed by, I think it was Faisal Islam, saying hell, he was tough enough to go and confront Putin. So maybe Ed should sort of go and say, here are your climate emissions, Mr. Putin. And
a bit like doing Al Capone for tax evasion, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. Ben, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Ben Powell making an awful lot of sense there about the state of the world and when it comes to climate change. Well, nobody's buying it anymore. We appear to be one of the few countries that's still taking notice of the nutters in the green lobby who think that, we should all be trying to get ourselves to net zero, because once again, whenever it comes up, I always say the same thing. Ask anyone who's supposed to be an expert in net zero and what it means, what it will actually do when we reach it. What will happen to our world? What will happen to our lives? What will happen to our economy? Will we suddenly be better off? Will we suddenly be healthier? Will the world suddenly stop heating up? Will we stop getting wildfires? No, none of it will change, because nobody really knows what net zero is. It's a bit like, Chris Martin from Coldplay saying, I'm going to put some trees in the Amazon because I'm doing a world tour. It's complete and utter virtue signalling cobblers. It doesn't mean anything. Sunshine Hawk says he's not buying it. I don't blame you. Of course, Mike, follow the bloody money every time, says Margaret. Yep, absolutely right. I'm still loving this new style, by the way. I'm with Pooch. Teslas are great cars, says John. Well, listen, they may well be great cars. That's fine. But, they're quite expensive cars as well. And if you want to sell cheap electric cars, you need to go to China, because that's what they do. And so if you've got enough brains and money to buy a Tesla, then fine. But if you haven't, you're not going to get one. They're too expensive. We didn't kill Jason Arde. Surely he killed himself with his own lies, says Gwen. Nothing to do with the press or racism. No, of course it's not. And he was coached by sturgeon in falsehood, says Easy Boy. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. We've got, let's see, Marilyn Hall's coming up, Sean Walsh coming up, Ivor Cummins coming up as well. We're reaching 8:33 already. Just before we talk to Ivor, let's go and get some news with Edward Hughes.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arde, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
See you later, Edward Hughes there with the news. Thank you very much indeed. Now, front page of the Daily Mail. Who was the White House hoaxer who duped the Prime Minister? He's only been in a month and he's already been duped by a hoaxer. He's only been in for a month and he still hasn't really done. Does anybody know what Andy Burnham's all about? Does anybody know what his policies are? He seems to like buses a lot. Keeps making noises about buses. £2 maximum cap, free travel for disabled people. Other than that, I can't think of anything he's done really. Can you? Let's ask Ivor Cummins, who is here who is, of course, he's an engineer, he's an author, he's a commentator. He used to be known online as the Fat Emperor. I don't know if he still is. Ivor, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. How are you doing?
Very well indeed. Long time no see. Are you still the Fat Emperor? Is that still your moniker?
Yeah, I mean, I doubled my followers since the COVID flu era. Most of them know me as Ivor Cummins, but yeah, pretty much it's still there.
Well, listen, that matters not. We can call each other what we want. I'm asking you a question this morning, though, about Andy Burnham. She's trying to get to the heart of what Andy Burnham's all about. I don't really know that there's anything there. It's almost like he's a kind of a paper, kind of cardboard cutout figure. I mean, I've said before that I thought Starmer was obviously completely useless. But at least what you saw was what you got with him. Whereas with Burnham, it's a bit more complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, well, actually, the lady who booked me for this, I thought we were talking about the far left. But absolutely, Andy. I mean,
well, we are. He's part of that far left, though, isn't he? That's the thing.
Well, they all are. So in Ireland, for instance, I call our politicians puppeticians.
Yeah.
Because it's become blindingly obvious over the past several years, particularly, if not decades, that we've got, Rockefeller Foundation Brothers Fund, we've got Bilderberg Davos, and we've got the UN that Rockefeller effectively set up. And then we've got the EU, which is kind of a communist type structure with an unelected kind of Politburo at the top, same as the old Soviet system. But all of these structures inform our politicians as to what's important and what's not. For instance, focusing on drugs and young people and drug problems and society undermining things, that's not too important. That comes down from the top. But focusing on nasty tweets and focusing on suppressing free speech and focusing on all the things that Andy would focus on, that's really important. And I think the ultimate aim is dumb down society, use the universities, the medias, etc., to dumb down and weaken society and take away values and principles, and don't focus on really important stuff for humanity. Focus on distracting and divisive stuff.
Well, it's stuff that's easy as well, because it's not that simple to solve the problems that we have, because mostly they've been caused by the people who've been in charge. So, they know how to cause the problems, they don't know how to fix them. Isn't that the problem?
Yeah, and that's the classic Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution. And we've seen it for the last 10 years particularly. So you create the problem. You've, of course, got a fairy story about how the problem is good and virtuous, like mass migration is good and it's helping people, or masks are helping granny, or vaccines. So there's always a fairy story. But you create the problem essentially. You get a reaction from the people, usually fear-based. You create crises or polycrises, and then you give the solution that you intended all along, which is, of course, a form of collectivism, where individual rights become way below the rights of the state, and state control of money, economics, laws, speech becomes in the ascendancy. And then you've got your kind of collectivized government, or a one world government is what some people call it. And that's what the goal is, to manage the Western populations. But first, you got to break the populations and the nations down. You got to attack the family. You got to attack culture and history. You got to attack the identity of nationalities. And you've got to weaken the nations, if you will. And this was published nearly a century ago in some famous plans for society.
Do you think, though, that there's a bit of a fight back going on? Because it feels to me as though people are waking up a little bit, maybe thanks to people like yourself and maybe even to me. They're seeing an alternative. They're seeing that all of the things that have been happening are really bad, actually, and especially the ruination of Western Europe by immigration, the ruination of our economies by net zero, the ruination of our sort of, historical societies, if you like. That's all been going on for about 25, 30 years, and suddenly people are going, hang on a minute, there must be another way.
Yeah, I'd love the awakening to be much larger, but it's been pleasing to see that at least there is one. So back in 21, 22, I kind of nearly said, look, I've done what I can, but the people are so indoctrinated and so, just so gullible. I'm not sure I can help anymore. But since then, certainly, particularly the COVID flu helped people wake up because of the absurdities were so extensive in the COVID flu, so insane, that eventually a lot of people woke up. And then the forced, medications, that woke a lot of people up. So that was good. And then people began to see through the new crisis, Ukraine. And after a while, people began to see the illogical elements in that. And the mass migration now is really rubbing people's noses in the destruction of their own culture and history and countries and environments and safety for their women. Like, in Ireland, there's been a load of incidents and the media won't cover them anymore.
Well, I mean, it's easy now. All you got to do is read this, right? Fake News is my book that's out now. It's all about the sort of unholy alliance, if you like, between the media, particularly the establishment media in this country anyway, and various governments and how it works, because I've worked inside it. I know what it's like. So have a look at that if you get a chance. And it's available on Amazon. And I look forward to talking to you some more in the future, Ivor.
Thank you, Mike.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Ivor Cummins there, making a lot of sense. Lots and lots of you. Very happy to see him back. We talked to him a little bit during COVID. Haven't seen him for a while, but good to have him back on the same programme as myself. We are here, of course, all the way through until 10 o'clock. Coming up, we've got Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, Dr. Cox, you might call him. They're going to be doing their thing for 2 hours. We'll do another handover, I think, before that. Lewis Schaefer's going to be here just before that, and I'll be doing a podcast with him, The Thought Police, which goes out every single Tuesday. Keep an eye out for that. That's episode 7 already. And then Ellie Hodges from 12, midday on UK Live. She's going to have Dan Hodges on, and we'll discover what it is that their connection is all about. But she wants to ask him about why he's so obsessed with reform and what on earth he's going to do with the rest of his life when they become the new government. Who can say? Let's talk now, though, to Marilyn Hawes. Hopefully she's there. Is she, Marilyn?
Yeah.
Good morning.
I am.
How nice to see you. How are you? Happy Tuesday.
Good, thank you. How are you? Good
Yeah, I'm all
morning.
right. I'm all right. Trying to make sense of it all, doing what we can, building ourselves together. I'm going to send you a couple of these, right? So you can put them up on your in your xenophobic village.
I will.
I've even got a T-shirt or two for you if you want one. But hopefully we're going to see you in the studio next week. So maybe we'll wait until we see you.
Looking forward to that. Looking
And
forward
we
to
shall
that.
hand them into you. Now we're going to talk about this horrible case this week of something I think that's really, even by our own modern standards of nastiness, shocked an awful lot of people. Right? This is the horrible story of an Eritrean man. Although there's some doubt now as to whether he's actually from Eritrea. He might just have said he was from Eritrea because you can't be sent back apparently to Eritrea. His name is Brooke Desalegny, found guilty at Harrow Crown Court of the rape of an elderly man who was sitting outside a North London church. I mean, it just beggars belief, this, doesn't it?
It's just utterly vile. But all these cases are vile.
Yeah.
I mean, every one is vile. And you think they will rape old women as well, and children as well. And to be fair, I'm not being funny. He could be such a scrote that he's actually not gay. He just saw an opportunity to, get his rocks off.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, and for me, the real defining moment was when Rhiannon White was stabbed. I mean, this guy. I mean, let's get this clear. I'm not a lefty or a righty.
Yeah.
I'm a common sensey. Okay. Yeah. And I'm sick of being called whatever other people see me as. For goodness sake, let's have this debate, which is why I love coming on your show. About only one left right now that you can do it, I think.
Yeah,
But, you can't have a scorecard on this, can you? I mean, this guy, now, the Tories, Conservatives cannot come out of this because this guy was illegal. He came in illegally. But in 2022, he was given the right indefinitely to remain. So that's worked out, hasn't it?
I mean, this is the trouble. There's nobody really able to examine how that works. All we hear from the government is, we're processing a lot more applications now. We're doing it a lot faster. Yeah, well, does that mean you just let them all in and giving them right to remain?
I would urge people, I'm going to get this little point in again because I know you have Alex Watts on as well sometimes.
Yeah.
I missed him last week when he was on. People have got to start reading up about the Fabian Society. What you are looking at is right out of their playbook. And if you don't grasp this, like the previous gentleman said, you know, people like him, people like me, you know, a small group of us have been like lone wolves for a long time and being accused of racism and this, that and the other, that we're the ones.
I'm Edward Hughes. We are currently experiencing some technical issues. Please bear with us. To be honest...
10 years' time, you won't even be able to have an election because this is all creeping in and you've got to stop it. The Fabian Society. So my son, he came around yesterday with his little babies, and he's like, all my kids are woke, you know. And I said to him, so, you know, what do you think? Oh no, Pooch will be thrilled to know that he says Rachel Reeves is a hoot, really lovely person. I said, I shall say that.
Richard III, blimey.
But we've got to come out of ECHR. We've got to. It's just nonsense, and it's so obviously, transparently ignored what's going on. I mean, and it's clear because no one's commenting on it. It's clearly a designed plan, and that is what the Fabian Society is. And you cannot have these scrotes coming in. It's just the job of the government is to protect society.
Exactly.
So they're failing in their fiduciary duty to do so.
Exactly.
So why can't we force...
Well, yesterday, right, I got two different stories sent to me about in the wake of this Eritrean attack in North London. Apparently, police are investigating a similar report in Rotherham Town Centre, and somebody else said there was another report of a sexual assault against a man in Macclesfield in Cheshire. So, you know, this is now clearly a thing that some of these people who have come into this country think is an acceptable way to behave, an acceptable way. They're not just raping women, they're now raping men.
It is. If you look at how, well, you'd rather not look, but I mean, I've been into prisons in my time to have a look. I mean, they, as I say, they just fancy having a go. And so, you know, you look at all male prisons, even in where lots of other paedophiles are, they will still get it off with each other because the desire is, you know, that's what they do. So I'm not, you don't know whether this man is gay or not, but it was absolutely repulsive, and the poor person that actually witnessed it, I mean, he must be traumatized.
Well, what we know is he's a criminal and he's a scumbag, and he should be at the very least probably deported rather than in any way housed in any of our prisons. By the way, did you hear the other thing about the prisons that we've obviously got the human rights bill to blame for? Is that there's apparently loads of more prison places than we know. There's a particular prison in Yorkshire which has got 350 spaces, but they're not allowed to put anybody in them because they haven't got enough staff, apparently. But people tell me there's people applying for jobs to work in prisons all the time, but they can't fill them. The other case in point is there's about another 1,000 places, apparently, in various prisons, but where they haven't fitted them with proper smoke alarms, so they can't be occupied. So this nonsense of having to let a load of people out so that we can all get attacked by them doesn't need to happen.
There's a huge empty prison on the Isle of Wight. They can easily convert them down. It's ridiculous. I mean, so this guy talking about this revolting lump of flesh. So he's gone to the court, and he'll be. Is there any point in sentencing him because he comes under the group of early release?
Yeah.
So you know, abusers and, you know, all this.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
because it was only sexual abuse and rape. That's fine then, right?
That's okay. That's fine. That's, you know, par for the course now. But really, I mean, honestly, they are failing in their duty to protect us, and so we have here another life ruined, another scumbag, and another life ruined because this is a Tory party. They said he could stay forever. Well, you know, they're not looking great. They're not covered in glory either. None of them are. And I mean, there's so many people now. Adam Brooks on GB News, he's another one. There's a few of us that are really, really now, I think, without even meeting each other, joining this force of, you know, this has to stop. But how do we stop it? Because they don't want to stop it. I honestly believe they're working to get votes from all these people so that they get in again and they get in again, and then there won't be any elections, and you are looking 10 years from now at a commie state. It's halfway there anyway. Yeah. I mean, we didn't vote for this. It was never on the playlist
we actually voted specifically against it because every single government that was in place during the Tory years promised to reduce immigration. Boris Johnson, when he got elected in 2019, said we're going to reduce net immigration to 20,000. Yeah. And it went to 1 million.
That's the joke. I mean, and you've got to look at all over Europe and how they're trying to come here and queuing up in France and goodness knows where else. I mean, I feel sorry for some of the French villages, but this is, I don't know how we stop it. I would love someone to say to me, how do we stop it? There's no appetite to stop it. Have you noticed how Burnham just ignores it when someone goes about the boat? So he talks
doesn't know what to do.
And you know, I'm not talking about that. And it's so obvious because he ignores it so transparently, clearly, that you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to do anything about it, do you? Or he doesn't know what to do about it because he's such a numpty. Actually, whilst I was having this sort of steamy conversation with my son yesterday, his wife is a bit like me, really, and they have absolute polar opposite, political views.
Right.
And I was saying about all these rapists, oh, for goodness sake, Mum, no, they're not. No. I said, you're in politics. You go into Parliament. You read this stuff. Or do you not read it?
Yeah.
But I do this as my job. And I said, every day there's another scumbag that's coming here that shouldn't be here, that either kills someone like darling Rhiannon White, whatever. And the Calicane's another one. I spoke to Emma Webber the other day, and it's just outrageous. So you say, oh, Mum, you're just completely, you're so right wing. And then his wife said, well, our company has just employed an illegal migrant that became a legal migrant who has just come out of jail for 10 years rape, and my company has employed him.
Right. It's
Well,
extraordinary.
there you go. Has he stopped? Will he continue? Probably, because they don't stop. But, the thing when you say about the prison population, this is, I swear, to do with DEI. I think it should be DIE, because, DEI is killing us. And a friend of mine, her daughter, wants to get into the Met Police. And 2 years she's applied now, and they keep losing her application. And I said, no, they haven't lost the application. She's white. She's not black. That's the problem. Yeah. And this is, I think, it goes on in hospitals. I know because I do a lot of interviews for the NHS. And it will be the same with the prison service. I bet you anything. And it's just awful. And they should be brought to account because they are breaking. The purpose of government is to protect society. And they're not doing it. So how, and don't even involve the king. I mean, the king could get involved, but he's so busy talking to his flowers, isn't he? I mean, it's just...
Well, have you seen our poll today? I don't know if we can get the poll up. Can we get the poll up? We got a poll today because it started raining overnight. What's your least favourite kind of rain? Is it fine rain? Yeah. Is it cats and dogs? Is it purple rain? Or is it King Charles? Get it? He's winning at the moment at 63%.
King Charles.
Least favourite kind of rain.
He's so wet. He's so wet, isn't he?
He's very wet, and people are not very keen on his antecedents, shall we say?
The apple never falls far from the tree, does it? And
no.
I don't think we're any better, personally.
No,
I really don't.
Well, he's also woke as hell, isn't he? All he talks about is wokery and net zero and all the rest of it.
So when it's time for him to become king, is he going to be able to make this oath that he's not going to really believe in any more than his father has? Where's the integrity? Where's the honesty? You're taking a sacred vow. Yeah. Oh, it drives me mad. It drives me mad. Honestly,
I know. Very annoying.
I just want to know, someone out there, please tell us how we stop the boats. I'll be down there with my gun, blowing them up, but I mean, whatever you do, I mean, I don't know how you get it. Yeah. They've no intention of doing it. They've no intention.
Well, at least Reform have come up with a plan to do it.
Yes.
But of course, everybody told them they couldn't do it. Oh, you won't be able to do that. Oh, you won't be able to do this. Oh, you can't try that. They don't, there's but the whole kind of blob of Westminster is a complete and utter waste of space.
But it's also a generation of like 30-year-olds as well and 20-year-olds. Like, I don't know what your sons vote or whatever, but my son yesterday was sort of banging on about, Reform won't get in. I said, are you actually alive? He will, because on one thing alone, if they can stop the boats and send these scumbags back, if he can, even to a higher degree than now. And then what gets me is Starmer never tried the Rwanda scheme. He never gave it a chance. The money was paid.
He cancelled it, didn't he? Day one. Yeah. Day one, he cancelled it.
Money. It was all good to go, and he didn't try it because he's so arrogant. It wasn't his idea, and he didn't give it a chance. And they can't say it wouldn't have been a deterrent because they never damn well tried it.
Well, it wasn't that he didn't want to give it a chance. He didn't want to give it a chance because he would thought that was not sort of something that he, as a left winger, should want to do, because he wanted to do the welcome welcome with open arms thing, this bullshit that we get from people who go, oh, but they're all really nice people and they're fleeing war and famine and disaster. Well, they don't look very unhealthy to me. They look like they're pretty well fed, and they look as if they've been working out for quite some time, actually.
I mean, exactly right. I mean, what on earth made the Tories give this guy who did this male rape, gave him unlimited right to stay here? What has he contributed? Look at him. I mean, how many of these people are coming? Half of them look deranged. Yeah. How many of them are coming in with mental health issues? And that
we don't even know. We don't even know. That's the point. That's the point.
And I tell you what now, because I just live up the road 10 miles north of Luton, right? Luton has now become the second most town in the UK for TB. Well, you know, I wonder why. Yeah. Because no one's being given inoculations when they come in. They're coming in with all these diseases. They don't even think of the actual health aspect of people coming in. No. Like the monkeypox and stuff like that. You know, you can't, you know,
I think I had that monkeypox. I was all right. I was fine. It was all right. Anyway, listen, I've got to run because we've got loads to do. Listen, we'll see you soon, Marilyn, next week, if not before. Marilyn's going to come in and do the This Was My Life story, which is a new series of shows that we're doing. We did it last week, and we're going to do another one next week. We're going to try and do at least 2 a month. Your stories. And if you've got a story that you want to tell us, about a triumph over adversity that you've had to live through, then we'd love to hear from you. You can always get in touch with us on the website chat, on Substack, of course, and if you're not on Substack, on the YouTube chat as well. A couple of super chats for you. This one from Shivs62 about Jason Arday. Arday was the author of his own downfall. If he had been white, he would have been forgotten already. R.I.P. Henry Novak. It's anti-white racism. It doesn't work anymore. We're all sick of it. Cookie Boy says, have we heard from Arday's supposed reading tutor? And Caitlin says, on the subject of free disabled bus passes, they already exist. They do. Well, this is the thing, you know, what Andy Burnham seems to specialise in right now is doing things which actually aren't particularly not only revolutionary, but aren't even required. Because either they already exist or it makes no difference at all. I mean, like the story you're just seeing on the screen there about more early release tweaks, according to the front page of the Times today. They're looking again at trying to keep in the killers of PC Harper, Andrew Harper, who was killed by these 2 ghastly characters who dragged him under a car for about a mile and killed him just a month after he married his childhood sweetheart. Andy Burnham has apparently asked Alex Norris, the Justice Secretary, to come up with a solution to stop Albert Bowers and Jesse Cole from being freed under the government's early release scheme. Here's a solution. Don't free them. There's no law that says you have to let them out. There's no law that says you have to let them go. There are plenty of laws that say you have to keep them in. So you don't need to find a solution. You just need to make a decision. And that's what leadership is. But Burnham doesn't seem to know that. He doesn't seem to understand it. He's trying to cover all the bases and trying to say, well, I asked for advice on this and I asked for advice on that and I asked if this could be done and they told me it couldn't. So I tried another way because I'm a really good person and I really want to try and help everybody in the country. But, you know, the rules are against me. The rules are not against you, mate. You're the Prime Minister. You can do what you like. It's absolutely incredible. The government is now looking at exempting all those who committed unlawful act manslaughter from the early release scheme, which means that you basically killed somebody while you were engaged in another unlawful act, like they were stealing cars, stealing, quad bikes and that sort of thing. It's complete nonsense. Smoke and mirrors. Is it time for our next guest, or should we do news first?
We can do news first.
Should we do a bit of news? We're going to talk to Sean Walsh in a sec. He wants to talk about his latest article, The Cruel Mercy of Truth. A bit about Jason Arday. We've got more clips to show for you from his vigil last night as well. Meanwhile, let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
Edward Hughes there with the news. Thank you very much indeed. Coming up to just almost 9 o'clock. We're here till 10 when you've got Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox taking over, 10 till 12. Then Ellie Hodges at 12, midday. She's going to be interviewing Dan Hodges, keeping it in the family. We'll find out what that's all about. And she's going to be putting a lot of questions to him, the Mail on Sunday columnist, of course, who's become obsessed with Nigel Farage and reform over the last few weeks. We'll get from her and him why he's so obsessed with them. Let's see. Right now, though, it's time for a Country Squire magazine's writer and columnist, Sean Walsh. Sean, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. How are you? How are you enjoying the Burnham bounce?
The Burnham bounce, yeah. I mean, it's the Burnham sort of BS, I think, is more likely to be the way I would describe it, because I've worked out he's one of these guys who likes to think of himself as a saviour. He keeps inventing kind of scenarios where he can come in right at the end and go, see, I fixed that for you, when actually there wasn't anything wrong in the first place.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't much of a bounce, was it?
It really wasn't.
Considering who he was following the algorithm, wasn't he? Harold Shipman would have got a bounce, probably a bigger one.
Probably, yeah. But of course, the other thing is that he's so carefully kind of curated himself as to keep himself out of the way of anybody important. So he hasn't given any interviews to anybody good who's actually quizzed him on anything at all. And instead, he's invented all of these kind of ridiculous inventions of his, like new policies on buses, new policies on energy. He hasn't decided yet whether he's going to do the North Sea oil thing. And he doesn't want to address immigration. He doesn't want to do anything difficult.
Yeah, he's a fake, which brings us nicely to the topic of our discussion this morning, I think.
Yes, it does indeed, because we've already played a couple of clips from yesterday's vigil, which a lot of people say was quite menacing, people who were there. And interestingly enough, I don't know if you've seen it, but on the front page of The Guardian today, there's a picture of all of these people in Trafalgar Square are sort of assembled to pay homage to Jason Arday. And they're mostly white.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's always the way, isn't it? No surprise there. I mean, you mentioned my article, which came out yesterday in Country Squire. I didn't want to write it. I mean, my job at Country Squire is to write about philosophy and AI and stuff. But I keep getting dragged into these culture wars. I wrote about Jason Arday 2 weeks ago and thought I'd put the whole thing to bed. And then, of course, we had the tragedy of Friday.
Yeah.
So I felt I had to come back and write something, because I knew immediately, my friend Roger Watson texted me to tell me what happened. I knew immediately that the DIA universe would push back and that the leftists would try and seize the narrative, which was a gift to them.
Yeah.
Can I just say something about what I think about Jason Arday, Mike? And it's that I'm a recovering addict. And I notice in Jason Arday's behaviour a pattern of addictive behaviour. I think the guy was addicted to fantasy.
Yeah.
And he needed to be called out. The worst thing you can do with someone who's an addict, and I've been through this, is to enable them. And his colleagues and the whole DEI culture, which is facilitated by academics and fake subjects like sociology, they did not call him out. They did not intervene. They enabled his fantasies. And it was always going to end in tragedy. It should not have fallen to the national media to call out this guy's fakery. It did, and it ended in tragedy. And let's be quite clear. Jason Arday, let's not insult Jason Arday completely and say he lacked all agency. It was him who made the decision to separate himself permanently from 2 young children. Nobody else made that decision but him. And I pray for the final destination of his soul, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very good point that you make, because people sometimes, particularly in these kinds of situations where they sort of deify an individual wrongly, in my opinion, they always make out that the act of suicide is somehow selfless. And he's done it because he had no choice. He's always had a choice. He had a choice not to tell lies. He had a choice not to resign. He had a choice to come clean on why he did what he did. He had a choice to admit that he'd screwed up. He had a choice to do any number of things, but he did not have a choice when it came to making a very selfish decision, which
he
was
also
to take,
it was also open to him.
To deprive his children of a father.
Well, your first guest, Lee, this morning made a very good point, which is which is that unfortunately, in cases like this, the person involved does not have the psychological and emotional resources to get through it. Now, if it was someone like yourself, who's obviously fairly robust, or perhaps someone like me who's been through quite a bit, or certainly someone like Donald Trump, then within 2 years, this would have been turned into a joke. He could have turned this around to his advantage. He could have reinvented himself as the guy who fooled Cambridge or something like that.
Right.
And people would have got on board with that eventually. He could have made himself part of the narrative.
He could have done an AI of himself standing at the top of Everest or something, and gone, look, I fooled you all. I fooled you all just because I was a black man. You wanted to believe it, and here I am, and I'm going to write a best-selling book, and cheerio.
But DEI people, they do not like humour. They do not like jokes. That particular avenue of opportunity was closed off to him from the start. I mean, Marilyn is quite right. It all goes back to DEI, which is everywhere. Every time you interact with the state now, and that's all the time, no matter who you are, you're interacting with this culture of DEI, which has its roots in the universities. And my first article on this a couple of weeks ago, I actually said I don't think Jason Arday is a villain. And I don't think he's a hero. I think he's an unwitting whistleblower on a bad academic culture. And I'll stand by that. Yeah. But I'm not going to feel that I've done anything wrong by pointing out the truth. And we also have to remember that this guy was aggressively litigious when it came to journalists who were just trying to do their job. I mean, as you said earlier on, the Times Higher Educational Supplement is not exactly the news of the world camping outside your home, is it?
It really isn't. And the fact is that the Cambridge kind of cognoscenti, for want of a better word, are as much to blame for this as he is, because they wanted to believe him. I'd never heard of Jason Arday until a couple of weeks ago when it started to become kind of front page news. Forgive me for not reading your piece 2 weeks ago. I think we made him plank of the week the first week that it was kind of all decided that he'd got it all completely around his ears, and he hadn't raised 5 million for charity, and he hadn't raced with a broken leg in 6 different marathons, and all of the stuff that came out. And I find it extraordinary, really, to find that this story's been. Diane Abbott was talking yesterday about how this has been going on for 3 years. Well, not in my world, it hasn't, and so I don't live in the gilded, whited sepulchre world of Cambridge, academia. So I don't know what's going on up there. But it seems to me that rather than blaming, because she was trying to blame the kind of academic culture for people who didn't believe a black man could be a professor. Well, it sounds as though there's quite a few black people who are professors, and why wouldn't there be? The fact that they kind of make a big thing of it is almost more racist than anybody criticising it.
That's absolutely right. It is. And I even heard them use the word lynching at that awful event yesterday.
Well, this guy, Lord Woolley.
These people don't care about truth, Mike. It comes down to that. They don't care about truth, so they can kid themselves that what's obviously absurd is true. But they require the rest of us to believe absurd things as well. If you're an academic now, and you try and say that a man can't just imagine away his penis, then you're likely to never get tenure or get sacked.
Right. It is extraordinary.
They impose it on the rest of us. It's a form of psychological abuse that's been going on from the academy for years and decades, actually. And this is a logical endpoint for it.
Yeah, and certainly for sure that it's a complete and utter waste of space when you talk about intelligence. When Jolyon Moron turns up to make a speech saying that this is not a time for white people to speak while making a speech. It's a time to listen while not listening.
Yeah, I imagine there were plenty of urban foxes who were a little bit worried when he
Well, it's the only thing he's ever beaten as a fox to death. He's never beaten anybody in a court of law. He keeps losing every time he goes anywhere.
He does get a special mention in my piece, actually, because I mean, even before he stepped forward, I knew he would.
Yeah, of course.
Ash Sarkar, the usual suspects, the reliably moronic left.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, I don't even know what it. Go on, sorry.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say 2 things, and my brother Richard told me not to say one of them, but I'm going to anyway. I think that there were probably some people, and this is a horrible thing to say, but it's crossed my mind, on the left who were relieved when this guy sacrificed himself for their cause, because he's kind of helped them out of their embarrassment a bit. And the second thing I'm going to say is my brother was telling me about someone that he was at school with who was a similar fantasist, who became an actor, actually. A reasonably well-known one, who just it was like he had an internal monologue going on in his head all the time. I wonder, and I'm not being flippant, I wonder what stories this guy was telling himself, that he thought it was okay to lay down his life and leave 2 kids behind. And he was encouraged by by the whole DEI culture into doing that. I'm sorry, that's a harsh thing to say, but truth is harsh. And Jason Arde did not get the truth early enough.
No, he didn't. And I mean, people have said to me, is it possible that he kind of started out telling a bit of a fib, which then became a bigger fib, and then sort of before he knew where he was going, people were lauding him as this, you know, genius. We've all seen the clip of the woman from Cambridge University running up to him, you know, literally with her tongue hanging out, kind of going, "Oh, you're so clever, you're such an amazing man." And, you know, we've all met people like this. I mean, I have, certainly in my life as a journalist, who just can't tell the truth. They can't, everything has to be embellished. You know, they have to be at the centre of every story. I used to work with a guy like that, you know, and he would make out that it was his. And I mean, the reason I finally caught him out once, because he started telling me a story that I'd told him, except it was about him, and it was about something that had happened to him. I said, "Hang on, that's my story you're telling now." You know, about meeting. It was about meeting Robert Maxwell and having an interview experience with Robert Maxwell when he was still running the Mirror. And I was like, "You've actually now stolen my own story, and you've become so enveloped in your own madness that you've forgotten that I told it to you, and you're now telling it back to me."
Mike, we've all met people like that, but I actually was that person for quite a long time as well. I mean, if you live in addiction, you do construct a fantasy world to protect yourself.
Well, yeah, because you don't want to admit what's actually going on, right?
Yeah, and you persuade yourself. There's an American philosopher who's dead now, unfortunately, but a long time ago he wrote a brilliant little book called On Bullshit, in which he makes, and it is a serious academic book, he makes the distinction between types of dishonesty, and he says that faking or bullshitting is worse than lying.
Yeah.
Because when you're a faker, when you're a confabulist, when you're a fantasist, you lose all sight of the truth. So you end up sending yourself mad.
Yeah.
And I think there's some truth in that. And I
well,
recognise
this is like the old phrase, isn't it? You don't have to remember how to tell stories if you just tell the truth. You know, it's when you start embellishing them that when people go, "Hang on, the last time you told me that story, something else happened," and you go, I see what you mean. I see what I did there. I forgot the last time I told you that. You know, it's just like, you know, when the doctor asks you how many drinks you've had, you know, and you tell him a lie, and the next time you see him, he says, "Well, hang on, you only said you only had this many drinks last time, so you've suddenly started drinking even less, have you?" You know, it's kind of a madness, isn't it?
Why do you have to use that example to the recovering alcoholic?
Sorry, I didn't realise you were. My apologies.
No, fair enough. I thought I hinted at it. No,
I just assumed you were addicted to heroin.
No, it was mainly alcohol.
Oh,
you
okay.
assumed I was addicted to heroin?
No, I'm joking. I don't assume things. I just don't. I mean, I know that I come from the world of journalism where we believe everybody's got something to hide. And so there's nothing wrong with that. It just means that everybody's got something to hide.
No, but you're quite right. To be a successful liar, you have to have your eye on the truth. You have to know what's true or false in order to lie. To be a fantasist,
well, you have to have a good memory as well, as somebody just pointed out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So where does this all end, do you think, with Jason Arde? Do you think all these lefties will just disappear back into the hole in the ground? Because it seems as though this vigil yesterday, they were trying to make him into... There was a lot of vibes about the whole kind of Minneapolis scenario and George Floyd. They were clearly trying to make him into this victim of white racism, media, stereotyping, and, the belief that he couldn't possibly have been who he wanted to be.
I'm not sure about that. I was talking to my friend James Bembridge, who's deputy editor on our magazine, last night about this, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if it suits both sides, if I can put it like that, for this to go away quickly, because the DEI people are embarrassed by the whole thing, and there are some decent people who wrote. I'm not a particularly decent person, but there are some decent writers on this who were going to feel guilty about the fact that the guy's done what he's done. So maybe it would go away. But looking at that. Those events last night, I've changed my mind actually, and I don't think you should ever underestimate the aggressiveness of the left and their basic lack of decency. And I think the plan is to turn this guy into another George Floyd.
Yeah.
And there are enough idiots out there willing to go along with it. Idiots partly shaped by the whole DEI culture, by the way. So
exactly.
They're also victims as well in a way.
Yeah.
So I'm pessimistic. I think this is just going to be conscripted into the culture war seamlessly and very depressingly. And, meanwhile, we're not talking about Anne Widdecombe. Well, we are.
Yeah.
But many people aren't. So it's another useful distraction.
Well, also, let's not forget, people like Lord Woolley and others who were speaking at that event yesterday evening are, that's their living. They make their living out of, creating division and sort of maximising it, if you like, between white people and black people, which really doesn't exist in the real world.
No, and Jolene more or less apologising for being a white person speaking. It was like it was almost practically saying he had permission to do it.
Right.
Absolutely absurd in the middle of London.
Yeah, I know, nonsensical. Listen, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed, Sean Walsh. You can read the article inside the magazine. Can people get hold of that pretty easily or not?
Yeah, it's online, Country Squire magazine. Or it's my Twitter account hold thing. They can get me through Twitter. It's at Sean_Walsh_1967. One last thing, Mike, before I go. It's my son's 17th birthday in 2 weeks. We've got the whole driving thing going on. Can I have a bumper sticker for it?
Of course, absolutely. We'll get one off to you. We'll get several off to you, in fact.
I was going to get him driving lessons, but a bumper sticker will do.
Absolutely. No problem at all. Great to see you.
Charlotte, then I'll give her my address.
Yeah, do. Sean, thanks very much indeed.
All right, Mike, it's great to speak to you.
Good to see you.
Thanks a lot.
Written a piece in Country Squire magazine all about the state of the nation and the terrible nature of what happened to Jason Arday, but also now the terrible kind of crime that's been committed by these people who think they're doing him a favour by lionising him, which is, if they have actually had a brain in their heads, they'd realise that the reason he did what he did was because of that lionisation of his actual life, when it was nothing like that. And had they not done that, maybe things would be different. Maybe he'd still be alive. But they're so dim, they don't get that bit. So they continue to do the thing that caused him to die after his death. See what I'm doing? It's absolutely mad, isn't it? Completely and utterly crazy. We've got loads more to do between now and 10 o'clock. It's 9:16. Shoaib Sohail, I think, is here now to talk to us about his experiences about free speech, about faith, about integration, about Muslim culture, and very possibly about the lies that people tell themselves and others in order to get on in this particular world in which we live. Shoaib, a very good morning to you.
Hello, hi, good morning, Mike. Thank you very much for having me. Am I too close to the camera? Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, no, you're okay. You're okay. You can probably sense yourself. That's good. You look like you're in one of those Formula One racing chairs or something, but that's okay too.
It is my gaming chair, but I have to say thank you for having me, Mike. I'm a big fan of the show.
That's very kind. Good to see you. I'm just reading your story about how you lost your career with Swansea Council. You were penalised for your views. Tell us a little bit about that, first of all.
Yeah, so basically, I was working for the Swansea Council. I've been in the country legally. I just want to make sure that people know that I'm legal here. I did not come here illegally. So legally, I was working with the Swansea Council, and I was doing a lot of comments online. I was talking about White History Month because I was somebody who introduced the White History Month in the UK 1.5 years ago. So when I was doing the White History Month, I was commenting on the post. So I live in Swansea. Swansea is a very, very small city. Everybody knows everybody. So I started receiving a lot of threats from the Muslim community because I'm a Pakistani Muslim myself, but I grew up in Saudi Arabia. So I was getting a lot of death threats online. Then I started getting phone calls, and then I was outside one day and they asked me to come to the mosque. I went to the mosque and they started threatening me, and they said to me, you need to delete your YouTube, you need to delete your X account. I had maybe 50, 60 people following me, and majority of them were my family members.
Right.
But the things that I was saying, they find it so offensive, these Muslim community, unfortunately. I say that because I'm a Muslim myself. So when they were finding this offensive, they started intimidating me. When that didn't work, they thought it would be a good idea for them to turn up to the police and then turn up to the Swansea Council. So what they did, because they're an affiliation with the Swansea Council, this local mosque, they turned up to the Swansea Council, and the Swansea Council on a random morning, on a Friday morning actually, told me, oh, can you come into the office? We would like to have a chat with you. So don't forget, this is my boss that I've been working with for almost one year, something like that. And I've never met this woman for any meetings. We've seen her online, and that's it, because majority of them are lazy to a point that they just want to work from home. Like, that's another thing. But they said that they would like to have a chat with me. And I went in for a chat. I spoke to somebody a couple of hours before I was going into the chat, and they asked me, why don't you just record them? So I had my phone, I put it on record mode, and I just went into the meeting. I went to the meeting with my boss, and even though she said to me, it's just an informal chat about some of the things that I've said online, there was another woman present there who was not HR, but she was acting as HR because she was writing all the notes and everything. And I was a bit surprised what was going on. But good thing is I recorded everything. So for 35 minutes, this woman told me exactly the same thing that the imam of the local mosque told me, like as if she was saying exactly the same script that he was saying to me.
Right.
And she was saying to me, oh, why don't you delete your YouTube account? And I said, why would I do that? And then she started calling me a racist. And I said, well, why am I racist? Have I said anything against the white or the black people? Is that why you're calling me racist? He said, no, you talk about the Pakistani community and the Muslim people. And I said, yeah, I am the Pakistani community and I am the Muslim people. So I don't know how is that racism.
Right.
But I see
And what
this.
sorts of things were you saying that were upsetting these people?
I was talking about the Pakistani rape gang. So, Mike, I went to an Islamic school, and there is an Islamic school that has recently been opened in Swansea, and I was talking against that, and I was saying that this is a Christian country, and I don't want to see any Islamic school, let alone the amount of mosques we've got in this country, in this Christian country. That you feel like you've got more mosques than you have got more churches in this country. So these were the type of things that I was saying. And the reason why I said that, I said I went to an Islamic school, and the things as a boy happened to me between the age of 11 and 16, where I was sexually harassed and all those sort of things that happened to me.
Right.
So I said, me as a man now, I would not want any other kid going through that, because the problem with the Muslim community, and I have to say this because this is such a sad and shameful aspect of a Muslim and a Pakistani community, and I'm embarrassed by it because I'm Pakistani, that whenever a time has come for Pakistanis to take accountability of something that they have done or somebody within their community have done, they start deflecting. So when I was talking about the Pakistani rape gangs, they were saying, oh, what about the Christian rape gang? What about the Jews? What about the Hindus? What about the Sikhs and all that? And I said, well, I know there's a problem everywhere, but you can't tell me not to speak about my own community. It's like, if your house is not clean, you can't point out at other people and say, why don't you clean your house? Yeah. Clean your house first, and then maybe point out to others. I think that's what my own thing was, and they didn't like it.
Right.
So my boss said to me, if you're not going to delete this, guess what's going to happen? We are going to get rid of you. And I thought she's just saying she's going to give me a warning, because I am one of the best workers. I've got certificates from Swansea Council. Anyways, I looked at it and I said, it's so embarrassing that the thing is, you are white. You are not even a Muslim. I don't know why would you lecture a Muslim guy on his own religion, because I believe as a born Muslim, it is my birthright to criticize the religion that I was born into, and it's also my birthright to question everything that I see in this religion, which I stand against. Right. One of them is the child marriages. Another thing is burqa and all this. We go into that later on, but when I said that, she literally said to me, Shoaib, you need to give us your badge and you need to return the laptop that you've got, and that's it. Literally, that there was no HR present, and I got fired literally on the spot. And I looked at her and I said, yeah, that's fine. I'll get another job. I've been here for 13 years and I have always had jobs. So I don't mind. But because I'm on a visa, you need to have a job to continue that visa or extend that visa. But when I lost that job, I didn't realize that, that was back in October 2024. Up until now, I cannot get a job. And I have had a meeting with the Swansea Council alongside with the Free Speech Union. And they have said, yeah, we're not going to give him a job. Why? Because of his political views. And they have got councillors who lead pro-Paddy marches every single week. And I said to them, what about their code of conduct? You're penalizing a guy who's not racist. I'm not racist. You can call me racist. It doesn't matter to me, but I'm not racist. We had a back and forth. And after that, when I still did not stop and they fired me, I thought, you know what, I'm going to do YouTube. I'm going to go on YouTube and I'm going to do that. Next thing you know, Mike, and you won't believe this, I had counter-terrorism police turn up to my house. Lived in this country for 13 years. I don't have as much as a speeding ticket. And you have counter-terrorism police turning up to my house. And they came in. I invited them in. Like I said, I've got no criminal history. I've got nothing to hide. I'm not afraid of anything. So I invited them in. And there's a video, 50-minute long video on my YouTube channel, other X platforms and all that. In that video, there was a white Welsh counter-terrorism police officer. He kept asking me, then why would you talk about the Pakistani rape gang? And I said, why wouldn't I? Right. He said, why?
But what's it going to do with him? What's it going to do with the police?
Exactly. You know what he said to me, Mike? When I kept going back and forth, because I'm sure he looked at my name and he said, oh, there's an immigrant guy. He probably won't be able to speak English as well. So we can just go there, bully him a little bit, show him our force and tell him, you know what, you need to shut up. Otherwise, it's not good for you. But I didn't shut up. I kept saying things to them. One of the things was that I said to them is, like you just said, I said, what has it got to do with you? You're a police officer. Yeah. You're supposed to be doing the job, maybe look into what I am saying and maybe use that and go and arrest these guys, because there's plenty has happened and plenty is still happening to these white women and children. Why don't you go and help them?
Right.
And in the video, you can see he was so aggressive. He was sitting back and he literally got up and he said to me, oh, you have to be careful what you're saying. Because where is your proof? That's what he said to me. A Pakistani man, he's asking me, where is your proof you're talking about a Pakistani rape gang? And I said, I've got all the proof you need. Then I started giving him the proofs and everything. And that's when he said to me, you need to be very careful, Shoaib, you're crossing a line. And I kept asking him, I kept saying, look, sir, please tell me what is the line that I'm crossing, because I don't want to cross any line. I don't want to get arrested. I've already lost my job, and I don't want anything against me. And my next day, so this happened on a Friday, and Sunday morning around 9 a.m. they came to my house, and I spoke to them through. So the police officers came to my house in a van, and I spoke to them through the Ring doorbell, and I said, it's 9 a.m. on a Sunday. How can I help you? They said, oh, we just like to have a chat with you. And I said, okay. So as I usually do, I came downstairs from my house. I was recording them on my phone. And the first thing they did, they snatched my phone off my hand. And they're like, Mr. Sohail, we're arresting you on being a racist and malicious communication and all these things.
Right.
And I literally was shocked, Mike. I literally was shocked. And there's a video. I've got a wife.
And when was that? When did that happen?
January. In January
Okay.
2025.
And,
they
and
arrested
so-
me to prison.
and what's happening now?
Well, they have so in January 2026, they took my phone, my laptops, all the devices from my home. They also took my watch, the Apple Watch. I don't know what I could have done with that, but anyway, they took all of these things. And for 1 year, they put me in this limbo where there was me going around answering bail back and forth. And when I find out the people who put a complaint against me were the Muslim community in Swansea. These are the Bengalis and the Pakistanis who love these rape gangs and pedos so much that they did not want me to speak against them, and they put me in jail for that for 16 hours I was in prison. So in custody, sorry. So 1 year on, in January 2026, it was no further action because I then had to go and hire myself private lawyers. I couldn't get myself a lawyer because the state lawyer that I was provided with, she said to me that you have got 7 complaints against you from the Muslim community. And what you would need to do, you will have to plead guilty for one of those things because it is the imam who've come out and who have made a complaint against you. And I said, what do you mean he's an imam? What do you mean he's a leader? Because the way she said it, she said, oh, he's a well-respected leader of the community. And I said, what community? We live in the UK. He's neither a king nor an MP. So what do you want? What respect do you want me to do to this elderly or whatever this imam is? What do you want me to do? She was like, nah, you have to plead guilty. But thank God, I have heard the case of Rayner Lucy Connolly. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go no guilty. I'm just going to go no guilty, no comment, and I'll see what happens later on. Then I hired private lawyers. And literally the day I hired private lawyers, because at this point, I had to sell all my assets. I had 3 cars. I had to sell all of them. I had my watches, branded watches, my clothes. I had to sell everything to get the money to get, because you need to understand, as a legal citizen, I don't get any benefits, and which is fine. I don't mind that because I understand this is one of the rules of coming and working in this great nation, the Great Britain that we are in. So I did that, and the moment I hired the private lawyers, within 1 week, they told me that the case has been dropped now. So 1 year on,
wow.
yeah,
So they were just trying to get another notch on the belt, if you like, of the kind of anti-racism grift that they get on with. So do you have a job now?
No, Mike.
So how do you manage to keep financially afloat, if you pardon me asking?
Yeah, no, I don't mind. So in the beginning, I was obviously, well, like I said, I had 3 cars. I had to sell all 3 of them to pay my bills. I do have a wife, and I've got a daughter as well. My wife got a daughter who's special needs, so I've got a stepdaughter. But so with my wife, she gets benefits because she's white and she's a British citizen. I don't get any benefits, even though we are married, and we've been married for the last 7 years. But how I go by is by doing a little bit of YouTube, because they put a stop on that as well last year, and they told me I can't do anything. But since January, I am allowed to do a YouTube, so I've been doing that. But unfortunately, Mike, couple of 2 months ago, again I had police at my house to come and arrest me, and they were saying that I've said something online. So it has become a habit for the police, and you also need to know, because I was interviewed by the counterterrorism police. When I spoke to a lawyer it's what do you call it? It's a lawyer who was not with the Home Office, but it's an immigration lawyer. Sure, yeah. So I spoke to an immigration lawyer, and she said to me that, Shoaib, you need to be very careful. You need to understand it's not only Swansea Council and the South Wales police are after you, because I get harassed by the police every single day. They come to my house, they tell me that somebody have made a complaint, I've said something racist, and whenever I ask them what is racist, they said, oh, you've spoken about the Pakistani rape gangs, you said something about Muslims. I said, I am both of them. Like, how can I be? It is, if anything, I'm just trying to criticize my own people. I'm trying to criticize myself to be a better human being. How can you not see that? And they're like, yeah, well, you can be a racist to your own community, and therefore, if you keep doing this, we'll come arresting you. So I've got 2 cases against me right now. I'm still looking for a good lawyer that can represent me, because I don't know what's going on. They've put 2 cases against me, but they won't tell me exactly what it is. I know it is to do with hate speech and whatever this, whatever that means, to be honest, hate speech and racism. But yeah, I've got that now. And other than that,
but you've still got the channel, right? You're still doing YouTube.
I've got my channel, yeah, but on X, they have demonetized me on X as well. That was another way of income. But last 3 months, I have had all these Muslims going around and making complaint against me. So that has happened. But like I said, look, Mike, it's for me. I know a lot of people will be looking at me and saying that, well, you're an immigrant. Like, well, what is your issue about these things? Why are you talking about it? I'll tell you why. Because I've got a wife who's white, and I've seen the way she has been treated for just being white. It's easy to call a white person racist. It's easy to call a white person who is who doesn't want to do with anything, by the way, who just want to live their life peacefully. They don't want to worry about what's happening in Gaza. They don't want to worry about what's happening in a third world hellholes in Pakistan or wherever. They just want to live their life. But unfortunately, you've got these pro-Pali brigade, these wild lunatics on the left. They come out and, if you're not talking about that, guess what? You're racist. You're a child murderer, this and that. And this is what they say. And when they were saying all these things about, they were saying these things about the white people, which means my wife and a lot of my very good friends are white. And also, during this whole time, I never had even a single Muslim who came out and asked me that, hey, are you okay? Do you need any help? It was always the white Christian people or the white Jewish people or even the white people who got no religion whatsoever. It was these people who came out to my help. And the more I'm seeing the Muslim community in the UK, like I said, I am a Muslim, but I am so much on the edge now that I am so confused that I'm just looking into a lot of other things. But yeah, this is where I am. And unfortunately, because I have been interviewed by the counterterrorism police, they've got my picture on MI6. I can't, I cannot travel. Another thing, Mike, sorry, I forgot to tell you this and your audience that me as a legal immigrant, I've been told by my lawyers that I should not leave the country because the moment I leave the country, they will not let me in. Not only that, they did not give me my British citizenship, even though I'm here for 13 years, because they deem that I might be somehow a danger to the society, and therefore they need to see me for another 1.5 to 2 years. That's what they've done.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? It really is. It's unbelievable. Well, listen, it's a hell of a story, and I'm glad you told it because I think a lot of people are quite shocked by what you're saying. But it's shocking, absolutely shocking that you should be treated. Have you spoken to the Free Speech Union? Are you involved with it? And are they helping you?
They tried, but because the police won't tell them exactly what it is that they are trying to charge me for, they said we have to wait. So yeah, they have been really good. In the beginning, I had my issues with them because they didn't help me the very first time when I got the counterterrorism police to my house. But since then, it has been really good. And also the Islamophobia charge. They put a charge against my name, which whenever I apply for a job, it says that I was arrested for Islamophobia and racism towards the Muslim community, even though I was never charged, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's still, So they are working on that.
That sounds ridiculous. Totally and utterly mad. Well, listen, we'll see you again soon. Keep in touch and good luck with it all because it seems to be an extraordinary story. Shoaib Sahel there, arrested for not really doing anything other than having an opinion on YouTube, on a channel, which is not a particularly unusual opinion either. Seems very weird. Very strange. Anyway, listen, we've got lots more to do. Coming up after 10 o'clock, you've got Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox in the chair. They're going to be doing the next 2 hours. And then Ellie Hodges is going to be here at 12 o'clock doing another hour from 12 till 1. I'll also be doing the next episode 7 of The Thought Police with Lewis Schaefer, who is sitting next to me right here. Lewis, very good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Just before we come and talk to you about some other matters, let's get some news, shall we, with Edward Hughes.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
Welcome back, 9:33. We've got a couple of clips that we haven't played, haven't we? Before we talk to Lewis and find out how he is. Let me see, where are we? There's a couple that we need to give a bit of an airing to. Where are we? Why is it taking me so long? There we go. Yeah, let's have a look at two things. The working Brits living in tents, because I think this is quite interesting. This came out a little bit earlier yesterday. Number 3. What do you reckon?
Everything we asked for help for, it was, are you on benefits? No, we both work. Well, we can't help you. So it's like, what's the point in working? It's demoralising.
Even with the children, they're still not helping us. Like, they expect the children to be in this situation. It's just a mess, really, isn't it? And it's like there's nothing we can do.
So this is Britain in 2026. There's people who are working, but they can't afford to live anywhere, so they're living in a tent. Huh? I don't know what's going on. Lewis Schaefer's here. Lewis, very good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
You're looking serious, man.
I'm wearing a grey shirt. I very rarely wear a shirt of this color, so it's changing my personality.
Is it? Yeah. Do you think that's a true thing, the definition of color?
That it changes your personality?
Yeah.
I think it totally does
Really?
with me, yeah.
Ah.
I think people look, well, I'm gray to begin with. I used to, maybe a little bit less gray now that it's summertime, or English summertime.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. I used to know, do you remember that there was a book that came out in the, I think it was in the sort of late 80s, early 90s, called Colour Me Beautiful, by this woman. And
I've
I
heard
had to
of
go
this.
and, and it was all about what colour you are and what
Yeah.
colour suits you. And I had to go and do a piece with her for my own kind of, I had to write a feature about it, basically.
Yeah.
And she said blue was a good colour for me. So, which is why I wear quite a lot of blue.
I think you've got similar color to me in a way.
Yeah.
Except for your eyes.
My eyes are a bit red at the moment because I had a bit of hay fever at the weekend, and my left eye got all red, and I had to put a lot of drops in it. But
does that work?
The drops work, yeah, because otherwise my eyes get a bit dehydrated.
The key is carbohydrates. I had that too. I used to sneeze all the time, and then I stopped eating carbs. And I look amazing.
Yeah, you do. You look amazing.
That's the answer for everything. If you break your leg, low carb.
Yeah. Low carb. Have you seen this?
Yeah. I've seen it. That's your new book. I
Yes,
bought
my
a
new book.
copy of it.
Yes. Have you bought it?
Yeah, I bought it.
Good.
I'm not going to read it.
No. You don't need to read it. You just need to buy it.
I bought
Buy
it.
10 copies.
It looks, first of all, it's a real something. I made a mistake. I bought it online.
Yeah.
And
That's okay.
Yeah. And I think this is what people need to be happy. More stuff.
And also, you know what's good about it is that a lot of people at first were shocked at how small it was.
Yeah.
But actually, they like it because you don't have to make a big commitment. You can read it literally in a couple of hours.
And you could put it in well, why not make it a page then?
Well, because
why
then
not make it an
that's
outline?
not a book.
Why not make it an outline?
Well, I can give you a
How
shorter
many have you
version.
sold? You must have sold thousands.
Thousands. It was number 1 last week at one point.
Why are you so famous?
I don't know.
Yeah.
My son. I've just had a message from my son who we've got some T-shirts now, which I'm very happy to give you one if you want to wear one for the Mike Graham Show. And apparently he went to the local gym wearing it.
Yeah.
And all these people came up to me and went, "That's great." And I guess I just got a message from his mother saying, you got a lot of comments. And I went, "Good or bad?" And we were like, "All good."
Yeah. Nice.
Loads of men coming up to him and going, "Oh, we love the Mike Graham Show."
Well, a guy stopped me in Peckham Rye.
Yeah.
Peckham shopping, and he stopped me, and it was enough.
Were you wearing a sign that said "Stop me" and ask me a question?
He said to me, "TV." That's what he said.
TV.
He just said TV.
There you go.
I've seen you on TV.
So there you go.
TV. He didn't say what normally most people say, which is, "Where's my money?"
Where's my money? Yeah. And who's
That's
that?
what they say.
Who's that with you? Now I've got a question for you here.
Yeah,
'cause I know you. I've been waiting for you to come in because this is the one story I wanted to get to, which I knew you would have a view on.
Right.
And it's
I've got a view on every story.
Yeah, but this is one that I know you'll have a really good view. This is in Times, right? It says, "Forget dating apps, personality quizzes, and shared values. If you're looking for love, finding someone with the same taste in music may be a much better bet."
Well, it's good to find somebody with the same taste in anything with women. They're unpredictable. They don't like, they might not like anything that you like. And if you like something, they might say, I want, it's like.
But do you find it better if the woman has got more in common with you, though?
No, because you can't. Yes, maybe. My girlfriend dumped me because she found out that I supported Donald Trump. I didn't even vote for the guy, but that I supported him.
Recently?
Yes, this is last year.
Oh, right.
I lost four friends who were women because of my political beliefs.
That's ridiculous. But that's kind of a new thing, isn't it?
You say things are ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. It's shocking. It's a sign. Yeah, we're in a state of war right now.
But it didn't used to be the case. You could have a girlfriend who had a different view politically.
Because the views were the same. That's why there wasn't much of a different view.
Well, you mean it's Trump's fault then?
Yes, Trump's fault for being a revolutionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not doing great at the moment, is he, Trump?
He's doing really well.
He was threatening to bomb Oman the other day.
Yeah, because those Omanis should stick to the side that they're on. And the fact is that they're siding with the Iranians.
Yeah. Well, they did a deal with them.
Yeah, they did a deal with them.
Right.
We're at war with them. They should be nuked into dust if they're not already in dust.
Well, they're already in dust.
The fact is that Donald Trump actually didn't think it was okay. And the problem with this country is this country's on the side of Hormuz. They want that bottleneck to be there because that's how this country makes money, from scamming in Lloyd's of London insurance and drug dealing and oil.
This country's in a terrible state.
It is a really bad state. Maybe I love it, and that's the problem. I love it.
You don't think you should go back to America?
I don't think I do. I don't think I should.
See, America's not in a great way either.
America isn't a great
It's
place.
better. Economically it's better. But
it's the question, which direction are we going? This country is going that way. America is going forward. We're not there yet. There's still
we're not likely to be going anywhere forward as long as Andy Burnham's in charge. I mean, look at him. He can't even tell whether somebody's scamming him or not. He's been scammed by a hoaxer.
That happens.
No, it doesn't. Have you ever been scammed by anyone?
Yes.
When?
My ex-wife. She scared me. She told me she was going to love me forever.
Well, they always say
that's why I'm so insecure.
Yeah.
Is that this? It is. What are we talking about?
Well, we were talking about the
musical
taste.
taste.
The musical taste.
I was thinking when we together we're all over the place, and it's not you, it's me.
No, but it's okay to be all over the place.
I don't think it is. No, I think the way you become successful is you have a little sound bite, and people know what your opinion is.
Well, this is what I said to Charlotte. I said, "Are you sure you want to bring Lewis on to the end of the show? Because we're going to do a Thought Police episode after this, and we'll have shot our bolt."
No, we won't. We won't.
Are you not sure?
No,
I mean,
I am in a total mood.
Are you?
I'm in a total mood.
Bad mood.
Is first of all, how do you find somebody who likes the same music as you do? Is a we like the same music dating app?
Well, I guess you'd have to just be having a conversation and discover, or maybe be in a car together, and you could go, I'll put some music on. I had my son in a car at the weekend, and we went actually to go and buy a couple of albums for him because he's quite into records, and it was his birthday
like
today.
Records, like plastic records with
actual vinyl. Yeah, he's into that. And
why?
Because I think he has discovered that actually the sound of a vinyl record is better than a CD.
Creaky, scratchy.
Yeah, no, but it's richer actually. If you have an ear for music, it's richer, and rather than streaming everything. It's all a bit electronic. It's all a bit kind of samey. Whereas you can go and you can get into the whole thing. We went to Bexhill and there's all these shops where they've got all this old equipment. Like equalizers and amplifiers and different speakers and woofers, tweeters. It's all that stuff. It's cool. Turntables. Direct drive or belt drive.
No, it's from a different time. It has what do you call them, valves in this country.
But also you can spend. It turned out there was a record sort of fair going on at the end of the road in this place called the Delaware Pavilion, which is this lovely,
in Bexhill.
beautiful kind of Art Deco building, and it's just a nice thing to leaf through. It's a bit like being in a library. You're leafing through, and I was recognising, I've got that one, I've got these ones. I've given him a lot of my albums already, but we were sitting in the car, and I said, well, let's listen to some music, and so. He's into his music, so am I.
How do you listen to the music in a car if you've got a record?
Well, we won't listen to records, but we can listen to music in a car by other means. Spotify, for example, where you can find our podcast.
On Spotify and on Apple too.
And on Apple Podcasts. I think it might be on a few others because
I think YouTube were up 20% over last week.
Oh, is that good?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. Excellent.
Is that good?
That is very good because I had a bit of a busy week last week and I wasn't promoting it as well as I should have been because I ended up in Clacton.
Yeah, sorry.
That was nice actually. I quite liked it.
I like it too. I went with my girlfriend, my old girlfriend, before she dumped me for supporting Donald Trump.
Oh right.
But
you could have told her you supported Nigel Farage. She might have dumped you for that.
I think she knows that.
Right.
She knows that. She knows that even Nigel Farage is not far enough for me.
Yeah.
But the point is, there's a point about where would you find? Maybe there's a music club or something. But men are just lucky. We're from a different generation. The girls love us.
Yeah.
They love us.
They do.
The younger kids, they don't go out on a date or anything.
They don't like going out.
No,
well, they haven't got any money.
They don't have
any.
Exactly. So
Whereas
they
I
can't
think
get drunk like we used
when we were younger, we had money, right?
Yeah. Well, we didn't have money, but my parents had money.
Well, we know your parents had money. You went to private school.
They did go to
you went to private university.
Everybody in America goes to private university.
No, not always. Well, no, not if you go to state school. My ex-wife went to the University of Connecticut, which was considered a state university, so it was cheap.
Right, but it wasn't considered a diminution of it. It was considered to be as good as most other universities.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when I met her, right, there was a whole house full of these American girls who were on junior year abroad, and most of them were at places like Tufts and all of those really good, like expensive private universities, William and Mary.
William and Mary
down in Washington.
Yes.
Yeah. And I went to these, and they were full of just very rich people. And very rich people's kids.
It's hard for me to discuss this because I was the poorest Jew living in Great Neck, Long Island. So, would you rather be the richest Scottish ancestry person living in Finsbury, wherever you were from, or the poorest
Please don't
Jew,
say I was from Finsbury Park.
Whatever, I don't know. Where was it from?
Hampstead I was from.
Hampstead,
Yeah.
okay, yes, exactly.
But in those days, in Hampstead wasn't an expensive place to live, particularly. Yeah. There were big houses in Bishop's Avenue and Highgate and all that, but my parents didn't have a lot of money.
Right.
And Hampstead was kind of this bohemian kind of place where there were artists and there were, journalists and, Peter Cook used to live there, but it was a normal place, whereas now it's full of lawyers and footballers. And you can't,
because
buy a house unless you've got about $50 million.
Rich people follow artists, as it should be. But what is the point that you're making? And we were poor. I felt we were poor growing up. I know it sounds like a joke. I should make it more of a joke.
Hey?
Comes the papers, please.
Oh, you want the papers? Yeah. He wants the papers.
What do you want the papers?
This is how much of a coagulation we have here. We can only buy one set of papers. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, they're expensive.
And then we're going to borrow Louis Schaefer later.
Are you?
Yeah.
And the Times is just so much money.
It says here if you wish John Evans a happy birthday.
What the rugby
Who's John
player?
Evans?
No, John Evans is one of our top fans.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Oh, is he?
Oh, okay. I've just got a message from Charlotte saying, have you wished John Evans a happy birthday? I didn't know it was his birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, John Evans.
Nice.
There you go.
Should we get one from Lewis as well? Lewis?
Do you want to wish John Evans a happy birthday?
Totally. I know John really, really well. He's a really good guy. And not just a good guy, he's really on the right side of history.
Is he?
Yes.
Speaking of the right side of history.
I just made that up. It was totally.
Speaking on the right side of history, what about old the business last night of the vigil? Were you at it? The vigil for Jason Arday?
Those total. I mean, really. Basically, it's saying it's okay to kill yourself.
Yeah.
How many people will die because they'll see, oh my God, this guy died and he became a hero because he died. He should be dragged by his neck around town just to make people think, I'm not going to commit suicide because that's going to happen.
Well, he's left a couple of children behind him.
That's the worst thing.
Why should he be lionized for that?
He shouldn't. The guy, first of all, he's a horrible human being. I ran 2 marathons.
Right.
In New York, 1991 and 92, I think.
Did you really? Because I saw you put a picture up of yourself, which was a fake picture.
It was a fake picture.
So I assumed the whole story was fake.
No, it was actually real. It was actually real.
So you actually did run 2 marathons?
I ran 2 marathons, and it's a complete and utter stupid waste of time.
I hate marathons.
Yes, you should hate it.
I used to hate it when it was in New York. I hate it when it's in London. You know what they're going to do in London?
Yeah, what are
they're going to make the marathon weekend is now going to be doubled, right? So not only is there going to be a marathon on Sunday, there's going to be one on Saturday. So they're going to have 2 marathons.
Why would there be 2 marathons? One
because
for the
they
women?
say there's so many people that want to run in it that they have to make it. I think they should just put them all in one race.
I think maybe they just double
and have
the
them
price.
like clamber over each other.
Yeah.
Whoever survives, they get to the end, you get a medal. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, make it a
But the reason I have a problem with it is because I live on the marathon route, right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm never here at the weekends.
And there are no buses, no trains, there's nothing.
You can't, not only that, but you can't cross the road while they're running. Because you have to walk for about 3 miles or something before they let you have an official place where you can cross. And now not only is Sunday going to be written off, Saturday is as well.
Well, you're not going to get me to praise the marathon. It's a great thing. It's a great way to meet chicks at that time. But I don't know, maybe it isn't.
Running in it.
Running in it, because you got to run and you got to practice.
Well, it's the only place you can run after a woman and not be arrested.
Yeah. Well,
Is that what you mean?
They're chasing after me. I was in such good shape. I did it in 3 hours. 3 hours.
That's good.
Or something.
That's very good.
Well, maybe it was 4 hours. I did it in 4 hours.
4 hours is also good.
It was good, but I was 33 years old.
Peak fitness. I've got a note here for you from Uncle Joe, who sent a super chat. Getting dumped over Trump. What is it with people? Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. That woman is small-minded, giving up a relationship over Trump.
No, she's not small-minded because it's a war, and you should never go out with somebody who's an enemy, your enemy, which is why men should be gay.
Men should be gay now?
Yeah, because women are the enemy of men.
Yeah.
And now, see, I'm in a bitter mood.
You always get around to it, don't you?
I do, because I'm just filled with such
hostility. See, if you haven't listened to the
let me just say that. She was a great girl. She was a great girl. I have 4 girlfriends. Everybody thinks Louis Schaefer's a misogynist. I have 4 actual friends.
Yeah.
Friends.
Or women who liked you.
Oh, I would hang out with and do things with and that kind of thing.
And what happened to them?
They all thought I was, because they thought, you support Donald Trump.
So they've all gone?
They've all gone.
Wow.
Yesterday's gone. They all said to me, they said, you support Trump. Trump is against abortion. If you're against abortion, you're against women working. My children will not be able to work. They're going to starve to death because of you, Louis Schaefer. This is the thinking.
It's a slightly extreme view, that, isn't it?
It isn't slightly extreme. It's what they believe. Because we're at war right now. You got to pick a side. They picked a side.
I don't think you have to pick a side, you see. I take a different view. I think you can actually be sensible and convince people who are on either side that they're actually right about some things and wrong about some other things. And then maybe see whether they can actually make some kind of a peace in between.
No, they can't handle it now.
I know there are a lot of people who can't do that, but I enjoy making them try.
There's no center part of the Venn diagram. There's only us and there's them. And if you're in the middle, you're closer to them, you're Nazi.
Yeah.
Or whatever you are. And they are the Nazis.
Well, should we have a look at Diane Abbott? Let's have a look at Diane Abbott.
You want a girl, you want a woman who lies to you, who tells you that she believes. That's the best you can expect from a woman.
Somebody to lie to you.
Who says to you, I agree with everything that you say, Louis. This is amazing.
Yeah.
We're a perfect couple. And then when you lose your money, they look. It's like you remember in Citizen Kane, when she's reading the newspaper. And then she stops reading his newspaper. He's the newspaper guy.
He's the newspaper guy. He's Hearst, isn't he?
Hearst, right.
Yeah.
And as she's disillusioned with him, you see her reading the other guy's newspaper.
Yeah. It's cruel. Very cruel.
Very cruel.
Well, if you think if that's cruel, have a look at this. This is Diane Abbott trying to remember what she wants to say next.
I am here today to honour Professor Jason Ardy. And I want in particular to talk about the role that I believe the vicious media campaign drove him to his death. I was with Professor Arde just a week ago. He was always a lovely, kind and brilliant man. But you felt a week ago that the vicious campaign against him was beginning to get to him.
You can't blame him for being depressed if you had to spend some time with Diane Abbott.
She once was quite good looking.
Well, she was once Jeremy Corbyn's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Do you remember that great story of how he decided to take her on a romantic trip? So they went to East Berlin on a motorbike. Which doesn't sound great, to be honest.
Was it one motorbike?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it like a two?
She was on the pillion.
Was it a 500 motorbike or a 25 motorbike?
Knowing Corbyn, it's probably 25.
25,
probably, yeah. Probably.
But she wasn't as big as she is
Went
now.
really slowly, I would imagine.
And she went to, because which Berlin did they go to? West,
It
West
went to
Berlin
East Berlin. No, it was
Yeah.
in the time of when Angela Merkel was running it.
Oh, so it was in the. Oh, so it was before.
It was before they brought the wall down. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah. It's been the 80s sometime.
I mean, that's what's horrible about this country. They're all communists.
Yeah.
And you call somebody a communist, and people look at you like, how could you call them a communist? You were not communist, but they are communists.
They are.
If
Because the signpost for a communist is somebody who doesn't actually allow you to have a different view, right?
Well, it's about control. Communism is
They
about
love control.
and command. It's like
Right.
it's like we need.
Got to ask you about that
Yeah.
actually. But what about the emergency alert? Did you get one on Friday night?
I got one of those.
Did you?
And I was afraid that my abusive boyfriend was going to find out about that I had an extra phone.
Well, this is the thing.
That's not true.
I know. I got that one. I'm getting better at getting your jokes.
That wasn't really, that was a joke, but it wasn't even a good joke.
No, but it was all right. I quite liked it. Because the thing is, I'd switched off all my alerts, right? Because I think during COVID, but my son got 2 on Friday night. And we were like, what's all this?
Yeah.
We don't know what it is. It was ridiculous.
Well, I'm always getting notifications. I can't even turn my notifications off on my TikTok account.
I've turned all my notifications off.
Yeah, so I think it's a sign. They're just trying to make. Why did they do this? Because they're thinking if they're going to make you afraid about this, they can make you afraid about something more. It was like the whole COVID thing. Let's make people afraid.
Yeah.
And it's about control. Communism is about is a command society. I've been watching videos about Russia, and you know what they did.
Yeah, Russia's not really communist anymore. We've gone the other way.
Yeah, not anymore. And we've gone the other way, and people in this country don't know about it. They don't know. They don't know that communism, whatever it is, they call it socialism, like Denmark.
Well, like it's a good thing.
And like even then,
socialism's awful as well.
It is. I'm against everything to do with it because I'm a bitter, angry old man now. I'm not even a middle-aged man anymore. Am I a middle-aged?
There's no point in being old unless you can be bitter and angry.
I am so bitter.
I mean, there's not much point in being old and kind of, hopeful, is there?
Well, how could you be hopeful? You see a pretty girl and you think, I'll never do that.
It's like you said to me last week, you're now entering the death zone.
Yeah. I didn't mean to
That's what you said.
Scare you. But
because
you
it's
are.
my birthday.
But have you changed your life a little bit since then?
No.
No.
Not really.
So maybe I should. Like I tell my son, he's got to lose some weight. Because I want him afraid. We need to be afraid.
Why isn't he on your diet?
Because he loves his mother more than he loves me.
Oh, well.
Because I didn't badmouth his mother enough.
You failed again.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we're going to go over to next door.
Yeah, we are.
So we're going to do, Have you seen this? This is great, right? This is a new development in the world of
the next door space?
Well, yeah, because we've got next door, we've got Mark Littlewood and Dr. Paul Cox, as I call him, coming in. I know you don't like him.
I don't like him, no.
He doesn't like Paul Cox because he's funny.
I never liked him. I had to pretend that I like him, but
No.
You're on his show later.
But I think he's here. You're going to be on his show.
I'm not saying you should give me a show, but you get and you know.
You're going to be on his show. He's
I don't like you either because you're so successful. You know what it is? It's like you are the successful version of Louis Schaefer.
Yeah.
Did Paul hear me say that I don't like him?
Yeah, he just heard you say
you saying it.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Paul.
No, Lewis, I know you're not kidding. I used to work with you most days of the week for 3 years.
I didn't listen to him when I worked with him before.
He's not going to listen either.
I'm not going to listen.
No,
he's got to lose some weight.
He's having a bad day because he's got a grey shirt on. You're supposed to recognise the grey shirt as a grey mood.
No, I knew Paul was going to be here, and I said, I'm not feeling great.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling great. And you know what? It really kills me because people love Paul.
They do.
They love him.
He's very likeable.
He's very and he's English, so they think he's one of us. He cares. He doesn't care for the English people.
Look, there's no point talking when Lewis is on.
I can't.
There isn't.
Let him talk.
No. I mean, you're charged, Dr. Paul Cox, with hating the English people. What say you? Guilty or not guilty?
I don't hate the
English people. He pretends that he does. He's a typical English person.
Yeah, he doesn't hate the English people, he says.
He says he has to say that because he's now a big star.
What's coming up on your show?
We have so much coming up today, Mike. Thanks very much for this brilliant handover. I mean, just as well I don't take Louis Schaefer to heart, isn't it? I find it absolutely fantastic. Look, by the way, Louis Schaefer is on the Littlewood and Cox show later, so please tune in for that. There will be more personal insults. He'll be pointing out how much belly fat I've gained since I last saw him. He'll be asking me very personal questions, probably health related. He's probably got access to my NHS records.
Probably.
But other than Louis Schaefer, we've got some great guests on, which I'll make everybody aware of at the start of the next show, Mike. But it is fun-packed. Obviously, Littlewood's with me. He's down the line. We'll find out why he's down the line again. But we have got a great show planned for absolutely everybody, Mike.
Tremendous. Great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Cox and Mark Littlewood coming up very, very shortly in about 2 minutes' time. Louis Schaefer's going to be on the show. He and I are going to be doing a Thought Police recording as well. Should we do a bit of Pooch's Pooch before we finish? This will cheer you up.
Okay.
Do you like dogs?
No.
Do you like dags, as they say in Snatch?
I do like dogs. Some
dags.
Dogs I like.
Yeah, well, what's not to like? Have a look.
Oh, did you miss your Nunu?
Thank you.
Did you miss your Nunu?
Thank you. Oh, pronto.
Oh.
Are you okay? Okay.
That's my daughter Emma's dog.
What
in
kind of
Dubai.
dog is that?
It's an Arabian hunting dog, believe it or not, which was it's a rescue dog in Dubai. It's a wolfhound kind of type, which is why it's got very long legs.
A hunting dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it operates in very high temperatures as well. So we'll have to clip that for her and send it over. But listen, thank you to everybody. Thank you for all the great guests that were on today. We'll be back, of course, tomorrow at 7 a.m. Sharp. Don't miss it. And we will see not only Littlewood and Cox coming up after this at 10 o'clock, but also Ellie Hodges is going to be on, and she's getting Dan Hodges on. And so we'll be able to solve the mystery once and for all as to who is the best Hodges. I think I know the answer to that. You can vote later. It's 10 o'clock. I'm Mike Graham. See you later.
The revolution will be televised.
Good morning, common sensors. It's 10 a.m, which means only one thing. It's the Littlewood and Cox show. Now, don't be alarmed. At 10 a.m. in the studios where we are here in a top secret location, they do have a fire alarm test. It hasn't gone off yet. As you can see over there, it is 10 o'clock. So maybe there is an actual fire and they're not going to set the alarm off. But if you hear that, please don't grasp your phones and head for the bunker. You don't have to do your shoelaces up or not do a barbecue today. It's just a test here. Welcome to Littlewood and Cox. Have we got a show for you today? As you just saw, we've got the mighty Lewis Schaefer in later in the show, who's just going to spend probably 10 or 15 minutes attacking me personally. So if you like that sort of thing, please stay tuned. Lewis is mental, but that's exactly why we love him. We've got Andrew Allison coming on the show very shortly. He'll be our first guest. We've got a first timer. We've got Matthew Hurt, who is a Republican US political commentator. Matthew is here all the way from the US of A. And then we have our favourite / least favourite lefty, which is Matthew Holbrook, coming to talk to us about the big question of the day. Why on earth would anyone vote for a left-wing party? We all know the answer. He's going to try and convince us otherwise. Then we're going to laugh at him and move on. So stay tuned for that. We've also got all the things that are going to cut in front of the papers. Look at this. Look at this. So who was the White House hoaxer who duped the PM? Anyone can dupe our PM. He's an absolute twonk, as we know. The show, by the way, behind the scenes, Pooch is still here. Of course, Pooch is still here. He lives here. He lives just over there. And we got Scarlett and we got a Duke. The Duke, which is Luke. We're just Luke the Duke. And they're our team today. But where is my man? Where is my partner in crime? Mr. Mark Littlewood, where are you, sir?
Coxie, how the devil are you? As you can see, I'm still in hiding in the bunker. Am I coming across loud and clear? I know from my end, we were dealing with the technical issues yesterday. Can you hear
all
me?
good here. I mean, absolutely. In the comments, no problems. Hando with Mike smooth. Everything's working like a slippery eel going down a water slide.
Scarlett, Luke, the whole team. That's absolutely brilliant. Paul, I've decided, I mean, the fact that the technicals have gone so smoothly so far today, I am claiming credit for. Now, that's why I'm not in London, Cox. That's why I'm not in London. Yet more emergency alerts. But once we did a debrief yesterday, Paul, you quite rightly pointed out that the shirts I were wearing were so loud, they were bound to interfere with the sound. They were bound to interfere with the audio. So I've gone back to my understated self, just straight navy blue. But I'm not really inclined, you've just mentioned it, Coxie, I'm not really inclined to leave the bunker because some prankster pretending to be President Trump's chief of staff can get straight through to our Prime Minister. I mean, the British government's hanging by a thread. What sort of orders might he receive? And, you know, I think he's easily persuadable, young Andy. So some prankster can phone up the Prime Minister. God only knows which buttons he's being told to press. So I reckon just for now, Coxie, if you don't mind, I feel a little bit safer, a little bit less nervous here in my bunker in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, look, I mean, once again, I've ignored all risk mitigation and just come into the studio anyway. There's alarms going off, as you heard. I'm glad I mentioned that at the top, so no one panicked after last Friday's. But you're absolutely right. What an utterly ridiculous story on the front of the Mail. So who was the White House hoaxer who duped the PM? I mean, it's already mental that we have a Prime Minister called Andy and a Defence Secretary called Wes. Wes and Andy were the local scallies on my council estate when I was growing up. They were never meant to be Prime Minister and Defence Secretary. But Mark, what do you make of this story? The fact that you can actually just contact the Prime Minister directly and pretend to be someone influential in the White House of all places.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty bamboozled about it. Just before we came on air, Paul, though, we were talking, weren't we, that presumably, vast numbers of people do actually have the Prime Minister's telephone number, right? There's lots of people who legitimately want to call him. And I guess once many hundreds of people have got your telephone number, it's easy for it to leak. But I don't know about you, Cox. I mean, you and I now being, world famous celebrities, thanks to Mike Graham and the UK Live Online team, I basically don't accept a call unless I know the number it's coming from. So, when you're phoning me at 3 o'clock in the morning in floods of tears because you just sort of can't cope with how terrible Portsmouth Football Club are, at least my phone flashes up, it's Paul Cox calling, right? It's Paul Cox. I know it's you. I mean, obviously, I'll never take the call, but at least I know he's trying to get me. So, presumably, Andy Burnham answered a call with his phone saying, "This is probably from a telemarketer or something." And he still thought, oh, well, I'll see what they've got to offer. I would have thought the Prime Minister should only answer a call if it's absolutely plain he knows who's calling and the name flashes up, right? So Andy made a bit of a slip here, a serious breach of security protocol, not just in somebody getting hold of his number. I guess that's not too difficult. But in Burnham accepting the call and then apparently believing it was actually Trump's chief of staff.
Look, I mean, it is absolutely bonkers. Perhaps we'll cover it a bit later. I just want to dive into the comments, actually, because we are nothing without our viewers and listeners. So thanks ever so much, all of you, across the two channels, Mike Graham and UK Live Online. Thank you ever so much. In the Mike Graham chat at the moment, somebody's been wished happy birthday. I still can't figure out who it is. Can somebody shout in the comments
John
who's
Evans,
being wished happy
John
birthday?
Evans.
John Evans is being wished happy birthday. Thank you very much, Luke the Duke back there. Happy birthday, John. Anything else is going to catch my interest in there? There seems to be, I mean, there's a lot of love for Lewis Schaefer. Obviously, you've never met him, so I can appreciate that your ignorance with regards to Lewis would lead you to love him. Some people favouring Lewis over me. One person saying they couldn't really stand me. I mean, are you joking? Everybody loves me.
Harsh.
Well, most people love me. I love me. I really love me. I say this in the mirror every morning. I stand there and go, oh my God, what a lovely guy.
Paul, Simon Kilford's asked in the chat, Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, when did we first meet? I'm trying to remember which prison it was. Do you recall?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
It was, I think it wasn't Broadmoor because we weren't there at the same time.
No, that's right. Yeah.
It might have been
Belmarsh. Belmarsh?
Yes, Belmarsh. Yes, yes, yes. I remember. I saw you gouging the eyes out of someone who didn't support Southampton, and I thought, you know what? This is the guy for me to keep away from. But we became friends nonetheless. We actually met doing right-wing media, which is obviously the best kind of. It's not right-wing media, is it? We just met doing media that isn't absolute niff-naff and trivia, telling you've got to be scared of the sun. Or that Jason Arday was telling the truth. We'll touch on Jason Arday a bit later, but Mark, the vigil last night, you're aware of it, yes?
Yeah. I assume you didn't go on it, Coxie, right?
Well, Charlotte, our executive producer here, slash booker, slash absolutely everything, the UK Live Online mum, as I like to call her, the one who looks after us all impeccably well, I should say. Saw my social media post and said, were you there? And I said, no, I wasn't there. That was a screenshot of somebody else's video. And she said, that's the sort of thing someone who went there and didn't want people to know they were there would say, and then sent me an AI image of me kneeling for Black Lives Matter.
Taking the knee.
That's all fake news. All very fake news, Mark.
Well, as you said, Coxie, I think we've only met on pure truth news. We spread a little bit of optimism. We drop a few truth bombs. Look, it's a tragedy what's happened. We covered it a lot on yesterday's show, Cox. Nobody would have wished this on the man. Absolutely horrific. This farcical, almost comical story turned very, very dark. It's horrible. It's ghastly. But what I hate is the people organising the vigil last night. We are, as you know, Paul, an English-only language channel, but we also try to use the English language correctly. And what I'm not getting here at all, and I mean, I'm making a slightly pedantic point, but what I'm not getting at all is the idea that poor Jason Arday was subject to a witch hunt. The Wayman Bennett, who was the organiser of yesterday's vigil, which was put together by Stand Up to Racism, he said that the Arday's death was down to a right-wing media witch hunt. And we're going to hear this witch hunt word one hell of a lot as we pick through the Arday tragedy. And Coxie, I won't have it. Because, look, even if you think, I mean, I think you'd have to be mad to think this, but even if you think that these journalists should not have asked questions about Arday's career and his supposed achievements, even if you think that's impertinent in some way for somebody from the Telegraph or the Times Higher Education Supplement to actually say, look, I've looked into this and it's evident that you didn't do it or you didn't achieve it, even if you think that shouldn't happen, it's not a witch hunt. The whole point of the concept of a witch hunt is you're chasing somebody for fabricated reasons. There aren't any witches. Well, tell us in the chat if you think they are, but I think us common sensors know there are no witches. So when you're chasing somebody on the grounds of being a witch, the reason this term is used is you're chasing them on confected, fabricated, made up grounds. They've done nothing wrong. They haven't lied. They haven't cheated. They haven't done anything fraudulent. You're just accusing them of being a witch when witchcraft doesn't exist. Well, that wasn't what happened in the Arday case, that he was being asked actual questions about actual facts. So whatever you happen to think, and I happen to think that this entire crisis is down to principally Cambridge University and then the wokerati who were willfully blind to Arday's shortcomings. But whatever you think about it, journalists asking legitimate questions about facts to establish the truth can never be a witch hunt. They can sometimes be impertinent, they can sometimes be pushy. But if you're asking about the truth, that's not only okay, it's the job of the goddamn media.
Absolutely, Mark. Well put. And we will cover more of this after our first guest, which is coming shortly. I know he's here. The one thing I will ask of people in the comments is do let me know, because Lewis is coming up later. I want you just to write either Paul or Lewis. Who do you prefer? Who's the most handsome? Who's the best? Who would you rather spend 10 minutes with? Paul or Lewis in the comments. And when I speak to Lewis later, we'll discuss that very poll. Paul or Lewis, who do you like? Bearing in mind that I am amazing. But we do have our first guest, Andrew Allison. Take it from there, Mark. Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, back to you soon. Andrew, good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see you too.
This is your debut appearance on this show, I think, my friend, isn't it? So
it is. Yes. I've interviewed you a few times, but now you're getting your own back on me, I think.
Yeah, and this is going to be brutal, Andrew, right? I've got a whole series of incredibly difficult questions for you. So, just so the audience know, Andrew and I do work together. Full disclosure here. This is not going to be like Ed Balls interviewing Yvette Cooper when they pretend they don't know each other on breakfast television. Andrew and I work hand in glove on my outfit Popcorn. Andrew is our brilliant head of campaigns, makes sure everything works, gets our message out to the grassroots, is on the airwaves extraordinarily frequently. And a few months ago, decided to go over from the Conservative Party to Reform. I should say Popcorn, even though it's called Popular Conservatism, we're ecumenical. As long as you basically agree with our ideas, we don't care what rosette you wear. But Andrew, I wanted to pick your brains because you are one of the acutest observers of this. Of where do we think the different right-wing parties or centre-right parties are now? And in particular, what did you make of Reform rolling out their welfare policy yesterday? Robert Jenrick thinks through a range of measures that he can save £50 billion from the welfare bill. Jenrick made a major error. He made that announcement while Cox and I were live on air, so very few people saw it at the time, but a day later we can reflect upon it. Talk us through what Reform's proposals are here and what are we to make of them? Brilliant, good, adequate, falling short?
To answer your first question there, Mark, where are centre-right parties at the moment? I wrote a piece for Conservative Home last week, and I said that we all really need to be a lot more civil towards each other and start cooperating with each other. Because I think what the parties are trying to do is pretend that there are massive differences in policies when there are not. But we've had almost a circular firing squad at the moment. We had this last week when Zia Youssef called Ben Wallace, former Conservative Defence Secretary, a traitor. He then went on to call him a moron. Ben Wallace defended himself, as you would expect, but then I had to throw in an ad hominem attack on Suella Braverman, who then came back at him. And then, of course, you've got Restore, who are calling anyone who disagrees with them traitors to the white race, or words to that effect. And when you look at the polls, and then when you also look at polling data, go back to 1979, you realise that more people vote for parties on the left than they do for parties on the right. And that even happened during Margaret Thatcher's time. So I think a little bit more cooperation is what we need there. Regarding Reform's announcement yesterday, I was rather cheered by it, I have to say, because at last we've got a political party, and the Conservatives are doing this as well, who are telling us how they're going to cut spending, Mark. I mean, normally it's how much money they're going to spend, and they're trying to outbid each other on that. But here we have a party saying, we're going to cut spending, and by God, do we need to cut public spending? Probably by about £150 billion a year to balance the books and start repaying off this £3 trillion worth of debt. I agree with the sort of welfare to work scheme. If people are claiming state benefits, say, for more than 6 months a year, then they should go out and do something in the community. And I think that's important. And there was also a case, I can't remember which US state it is, Mark, but you've highlighted it before, where a city did that, and hey presto,
Wisconsin. It was Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin.
Yeah, and of course, hey presto, everybody then went and got out and got a job because they didn't want to do that sort of work. So these things do work. What I am concerned about is denying benefits to people who are EU citizens with settled status. One, I'm concerned because there will be many people who've been here for 15, 20 years that have paid their tax, that have paid their national insurance. And if they happen to fall on harder times, then surely they should be allowed to claim benefits because they have paid into the system. But my main worry here is that this is going to open up a new negotiation with the European Union. And I don't really think Reform wants to open that particular can of worms. Because if Reform is fortunate enough to be elected into government, it's going to have enough on its hands trying to battle the blob, the establishment here in the UK, without taking on the EU at the same time. I think that's going to take up too much bandwidth.
Andrew, bear with us. Let's just listen to a short clip of what Robert Jenrick said. And I think you're right. I don't know whether he's learnt directly from an experiment, a successful experiment that I often referenced by Governor Scott Walker in Wisconsin back in the 90s. The idea was workfare rather than welfare. So if you're claiming welfare, are able-bodied of working age, you're expected to go and help in the community rather than sit on your backside. But let's play clip number 3. This was Robert Jenrick outrageously clashing with the Cox and Littlewood show. Very rookie media error by the Reform Treasury spokesman. But nevertheless, this is what he had to say. That's clip number 3, if we got it, team.
The taxpayer is acting as the welfare state for the world. That's unfair. We all know it. There are 6.6 million working-age people in the UK claiming out-of-work benefits. Among their number are many who can work, who should work, but have chosen not to. In towns and cities up and down the country, working people tell stories of those in their communities who are pulling a fast one, taking everyone for fools. The family who enjoy regular holidays, nights out, who have new Motability cars on the drive, but who, out of choice, haven't seen a day's work for years, sometimes decades. That is fundamentally unfair. What was a source of pride for British people, a marker that we all live in a civilized society, has become viewed by many people as a joke. and in the cold light of day, has to be seen, I believe, as both a moral and an economic catastrophe. A broken contract, which too often takes from those who choose to work and hands to those who choose not to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically with his sentiments, Andrew, and I'm intrigued by your sort of strategic view that even though we might want to remove benefits from certain EU citizens, if it's going to take 3 years to renegotiate a treaty, that's not ideal. But I guess the point I want to put to you as a reformer is, do you think this goes far enough? On yesterday's show, Mark's metric of madness was 122 billion. That's how big the welfare bill has exploded in real terms since 2000. Well, great. I'm delighted we're talking about tens of billions of pounds of savings here at last. I'm with you, Andrew. I applaud that. But that takes us less than halfway back to, what you might consider was a slightly more sensible bill. Is this just the sort of first volley fired by Jenrick, or is this the end of the matter? Because I would have wanted him to be even bolder, I think.
I would too, Mark, and I hope that it is the first volley. And of course, we need to reduce public spending overall. You came up with some interesting statistics a week or two ago, didn't you? That it took 316 years to accumulate £1 trillion worth of debt, rather, and then 10 years to accumulate the second, and 5 years to accumulate the third trillion. And the rate we're going at the moment, it'll take just under 8 years to get up to 4 trillion. That's if the country doesn't go bankrupt and we have to go to the IMF. So there are massive savings to be made. And there are massive savings to be made in this welfare budget. Yes, I hope this is the first volley, the first tranche of cuts that Robert Jenrick is proposing. But we do need to go further, and we need to go much further in other budgets as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I hope it is only a start. And I think that the reason you mentioned it, Andrew, as well, I think the reason that people like Andrew and myself mention the sort of £150 billion number, which is rough and ready, but that's about the budget deficit in roundabout terms. So if you're not making 150 billion of savings there or thereabouts, it depends exactly how much tax you get in, how good economic growth is, and a whole range of other things. But that ballpark number, you're not even going to balance the books, let alone start to pay down the national debt. We've put the link in the chat. Read Andrew's article on Conservative Home. Really interesting idea that, wherever you stand, whichever rosette you wear, should we try and at least show some civility to each other? We might need each other in future, who knows? Andrew, I want to move on to Kemi Badenoch and the risk of becoming a party election broadcast for the Tories. I do want to show her latest advert that she put up on social media, the Conservatives put up on social media. I think it's quite interesting. I think she makes a good abstract point, no specific policy, unlike Jenrick, actual policy. But feast your eyes on this, and then I'll come back to you, Andrew, and see what your thoughts are. That's clip number 4, Kemi Badenoch against the state.
Do you feel like everything is getting more expensive? That's because it is. Well, nearly everything. Many luxuries have got cheaper, but necessities have got more expensive. You used to pay at least £10 for an album. Now you pay £10 a month for almost every song and piece of music ever written. Or take TVs. Most Brits pay less than £500 for a TV now. For that, they can get a wafer-thin, Ultra HD 50-inch plus TV with full internet connectivity. 30 years ago, we would pay triple that for a box that is double the weight, but with the screen half the size. What do TVs and music have in common? The government doesn't interfere. Now, let's look at necessities. Food, energy, housing. For decades, governments have piled on the pressure in these industries. We block housing from being built, we ban drilling for oil and gas, we hike taxes on pubs and restaurants. It's where government isn't imposing burdens that things are getting cheaper. So I say enough. And that's why I'm saying to Labour, stop with the endless tax rises. It's making everything worse and everything more expensive. And there's still no extra money for public services. And Andy Burnham needs to stop saying he's cutting VAT on energy bills when actually he's cutting about 10p a day and just for 6 months. This is a cheap trick. Conservatives can and are doing better. Take a look at our cheap power plan. We've got a plan to bring down the cost of everything: housing, energy, food, even getting to work and doing your job. We are the only party with an actual plan to get Britain working again.
Well, she spoke to my kind of libertarian soul a bit there, Andrew, although I do see Anna saying in the chat, so she's selling TVs now, is she? Maybe Kevin's selling TVs. But basically, the right approach from Kemi. No, I mean, right, she references a cheap power plan thing, but again, the narrative, and I know loads of people won't trust the Conservatives because they said all this time after time, and taxes went up and regulation went up and spending went up and lockdowns happened and freedom was diminished. But were you to take her at her word, were you to give the Conservatives another hearing, then she's speaking the right language, isn't she? And I can't really find a cigarette paper between her saying that, and I reckon Nigel Farage would have said something almost identical on the same topic. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that is correct. And that was what I was trying to get across essentially in that Conservative home piece, Mark, that there is very little that really divides us on the fundamentals. We really should be looking at who our true opponents are, and that's Labour, the Lib Dems, the Greens. So yes, I agree with you on that. And of course, she is correct on energy. The net zero policies are pushing up our energy bills. The labyrinthine planning rules and regulations in this country make it difficult to build new properties, all the new properties that we desperately need, and of course that pushes up housing costs as well. The bit she referenced on food made it look as if all of us actually go out to pubs and restaurants to eat every day of the week. I think if we did that, none of us could afford to eat. But I do take a point. Of course, it is very expensive to eat out now. The costs of employing people are high through employers' national insurance, through minimum wage, and of course through massive increases in business rates. So she makes a very good point there, and it's one of those videos that she can keep putting out every week or so, and we learn a little bit more about her. Her principles are essentially free market conservative, and I think that's what she's trying to present. These are my principles. This is what I stand for. All the details can come later and closer to a general election, but at least I'm happy with her principles.
But it's interesting seeing in the chat, I see Stevie Jenkins, we might want to put that one up again. She just isn't believable. I'll never vote Tory again. Alistair, Alistair Mon 2156 says, tell that to the Tory backbenchers. They're more like the Liberal Democrats. So there's an awful lot of people who say, yeah, great, you can fire a 2-minute advert at me saying you're going to cut tax and, let the market breathe and build business. But I probably voted for you several times over those 14 years and you did the opposite. I know you're now a reformer, but how do you think the Tories should tackle that? I mean, is Kemi Bay not just sort of thinking, oh, well, with the passage of time, they'll forgive the Conservative Party? I don't think that will cut it. I mean, just look at what people are saying in the chat, right? That, they've just given up on the Conservatives. Fool me once, that's on me. Fool me twice or more. Fool me once, that's on you. Fool me twice or more, that's on me. I think a lot of the electorate feel that way. And I don't think the Conservatives have come up with any kind of explanation or way to win that tranche back. That's why so many people have gone to reform, I would guess.
It's a very difficult question to answer for the Conservatives, Mark. I mean, we know in 2024, it's just over 2 years ago, they received one hell of a shellacking. The Conservative Party effectively trashed its own brand for those of a certain age. That they had their Ratner moment or Gerald Ratner moments, completely trashing the Conservative brand. I think all Kemi can do is to say that she is different and she will approach this differently. Whether people believe her or not, of course, is another question altogether. But I do believe her. I do believe that she is a free market conservative. But one of the people in the comments said, well, what about all the other Conservative MPs around her, the Lib Dems he referred to? And that is my problem as well. There are too many people in the Parliamentary Conservative Party who I do not regard as free market conservatives. Their voting record proves it. What they say in the media proves it. And that is the problem. And we know from when Labour tried to reduce welfare spending last year, and these were just small changes, really. The Labour backbenchers would not let Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves do it, and I think there is a warning, a reminder that in a parliamentary democracy you have to have your MPs on side. And of course, if Kemi Badenoch were to become Prime Minister, I think it's unlikely, because I don't think the brand will be resuscitated enough before the next general election. But if that were to happen, and she were to have a small majority in the House of Commons, she can only get legislation through and policies through if her backbench MPs allow her to do so.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we've seen with the Labour Party, even with a massive majority, like Keir Starmer won in 2024, even though the changes to welfare were not particularly large, his backbenchers still wouldn't allow him to do it.
Yeah. No, that's quite right. Now, a bit of breaking news that's just hit my inbox, Andrew, so I'll ask your thoughts about this. We sometimes talk about whether there's any way that the Conservatives and Reform could work together, or whether it would backfire, because so many Reform voters, a good number of them, I think, in the chat here today, distrust and despise the Conservatives so much they would find that a turn-off. They want to vote for Reform because it's something new, not because it's an adjunct to the Conservative Party who failed in government so badly. But you've been, and basically our outfit, Popcorn, tries to at least encourage discussions across the centre-right. Let's see if we can get to a common agenda. But let me pick about Reform a bit, because the breaking news is Tim Montgomery has just been suspended from Reform UK. This is breaking on the Guido Fawkes website. He's very outspoken, Tim. I think he's been somewhat critical of Zia Youssef recently. Apparently, he was told that he was suspended just before doing an interview with The Spectator. Andrew, in your new party, Reform, is there as much of a problem of them all taking lumps out of each other rather than taking lumps out of the Conservative Party or the Labour Party? I kind of want the people on the sensible side of the spectrum to aim their fire at the government and Andy Burnham, not to engage in circular firing squads. Now, we don't know exactly the reasons behind Tim's suspension. This is breaking news, but what's your take on that? Is there still a lot of internal fighting and bickering in Reform UK, Andrew?
Well, Tim's comments last week were directed at Zia Youssef, and I've already referenced this when Zia Youssef called Ben Wallace a traitor and a moron, and he called for more temperate language. And Nigel Farage seemed to agree with Tim Montgomery on this, because he said, I can't remember his exact words that Nigel used, but that it wouldn't be language that he would use, and he doesn't think it's appropriate language, something along those lines. So I thought that particular episode was over, and I did watch Tim's interview with The Spectator. I watched it late on last night, and yes, he gave a few home truths to Reform, but it was out of loyalty to Reform. He was trying to say we need to make these changes so we're ready to enter government. So that has actually surprised me. And I mean, I had a conversation on the phone with Tim just last week, and he was telling me how very much he is loyal to Reform. He was still very much intends to remain in the party. So I'm hoping that the suspension is rather short-lived. I think Tim is a definite asset to Reform UK.
Yeah, it's a tricky one for Reform. I mean, on the one hand, you don't want chaos, so you need to encourage loyalty. On the other hand, you can use sometimes a bit too much of a firm stick to enforce that, right? Eventually, a party that's big enough to form a government needs to be comfortable enough that it can accommodate factions within it, I would say.
Well, it does, but Nigel Farage knew who Tim was when he accepted him as a member of the party. I mean, Tim said in his interview last night with Tim Shipman and James Heal of the Spectator that he said to Nigel when he was handing over his money, he said, "Are you sure about this?" He said, "Because I was an absolute pain in the arse to David Cameron, and I'll probably be a pain in the arse to you too." But
Right.
Nigel was welcoming of that, because we need people, or he needs people, Nigel needs people who are willing just to say what they think and stand up to him a little bit, rather than just having yes men around him. So hopefully it's a short-lived suspension. I hope this is a bit of a storm in the teacup.
Great, Andrew. Great to hear from you. I hope I grilled you about the right temperature. Somebody said, "Why is a popcorn person interviewing a popcorn person?" But I think those are a few overarms, especially lobbing the breaking news at you. But Andrew, great to hear from you.
Well, that made the steak a little bit sort of medium. I mean, normally I have mine rare, but it was
Yeah,
it was a little bit too well cooked for me.
yeah. Bit of sizzle in that one. Andrew, great to hear from you. We'll speak again very, very soon. And do check out Andrew's thoughts on the Conservative Home website on how the right need to start speaking to each other. Thanks so much, Andrew. Let's bring Coxie back in because we've got, speaking of Nigel Farage, we've got, Paul, the results of a poll. Now, I do need to confess, it's not exactly as big or as grand as the Clacton by-election. But Paul, have you seen the results, or do I need to act as the returning officer?
No, you can do that. Please do.
The question on whether you prefer Paul Cox or Lewis Schaefer, Paul, I've got good news for you. No, there was another one. Who's your favourite? Love them both equally. There was definitely one before that.
There was one before that. I was clearly winning. Lewis is actually still in
the previous
studio
one that I wanted to. There you go.
Look at that.
53-47. But that was only it wasn't close. That was after 53 votes. When the poll closed, Coxie, you were on 63% of the vote. 63, which is exactly the vote share that Nigel Farage got in Clacton. You are the Nigel Farage of the UK Live Online Mike Graham Show audience, Coxie. Congratulations. How does that make you feel?
It is Paul Farage, Nigel Cox, whatever you want to call me, I don't mind. Look, Mark, we've got some super chats. We've got a really big one as well. Let's put that up on the screen and let's make sure we congratulate them. Look at that.
Wow.
€100, which I believe is 74 pence. Morning, Mike, Pooch, Charlotte, Alina, Scarlett, Luke, he's a Duke, by the way, and Lewis, spelled incorrectly, which I love. Please like and subscribe to the best show on the planet, which is, it didn't say which planet, but I'm assuming Earth, which is fantastic. Thank you ever so much, Mick Rose, 845. I don't know how many Mick Roses there are out there, but you've had to say you're 845. Yeah, look, that was a very interesting interview with Andrew Allison there. It really sparked not so much a debate in the chat, but it poked at the wasp's nest, which is the huge cohort of people that used to be Conservative voters in the UK who now feel like there's no home for them within the Conservative Party and have moved over to Reform largely elsewhere as well. But as a result, they are just not ever going to consider going back at this point. No matter how many red lines Kemi Badenoch draws, they are simply not going to go back, Mark.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. And, if our chat was an indication, and I do actually think the UK Live Online and Mike Graham audience are a pretty good reflection of opinion out there in our glorious country, then, yeah, the Conservatives have an absolutely monumental problem. And I don't think they know how to fix it other than with warm words. Where I really do agree with Andrew, and it's well worth checking out his Conservative Home article, I think even if you're like, I'll never vote Conservative again, or I don't much trust Farage enough yet, or I'm a bit worried Reform aren't up to government, or I think Restore are a bit too right-wing. Whatever your views might be, I do think it's important that we try to retain civility amongst people who have broadly similar-ish views. That doesn't mean that we'll ever work together. It might be a fight to the death on the right of politics, but anything that makes it harder to work together if those parties need each other in some way in future, if there's a hung parliament for sake of argument, that strikes me as probably counterproductive. And it also takes away from, as I say, firing our shots at the Labour government, which is already under Andy Burnham, making a whole host of errors and missteps and mistakes. Yes. And you've got to be spending all of your time pointing those out and holding him into account.
Earlier on, when I asked which planet, Mark, Lou D63, thanks for coming back, Lou. You're always in the chat. Thank you so much. She said the common sense planet, Coxie. Of course, it's the common sense planet. There it is up on the screen now. Look, before we go to our next guest, let's just touch back on Jason Arday again, shall we? Could we pull up image number 8, please. This was my tweet from yesterday. Now, obviously, this is an incredibly sensitive subject. A man has taken his own life, and no one wants to see that. My comment here was essentially on what took place yesterday. And I wrote, the Jason Arde vigil. Imagine turning up in your thousands 3 days after the man actually needed your help just to say, look at me, I feel bad, or look how virtuous I am. If narcissism produced energy, we'd reach net zero by midnight. Now, obviously strong words for me, and it's not a reflection on Jason Arde's death. Someone actually retweeted that saying, I hate this fat racist, to which I responded immediately saying, never call me fat, okay? Everything else is absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's the bit you're sensitive on, Coxie. Look, I agree with you. There's quite a theory of this. You know, the term virtue signalling, which is actually, bandied around a lot. You're virtue signalling. It's a really interesting term, and obviously it means, people saying things that they think go down well with the cognoscenti. Oh, God, blimey, I've just broken the English language law, haven't I? Probably deserve a yellow card for saying cognoscenti. That is saying things that you think will go down well with your friends, your cohort. So especially if you're in a kind of lefty liberal woke kind of cohort, you go out of your way to say, isn't the Daily Mail terrible? I can't believe what they're saying, typical Daily Mail, or isn't it appalling that X or Y have happened? And you're saying it not really to add to the conversation, but just to signal to the people that you're speaking to that you have virtue. And there's an economic rationale behind this, especially, a lot of people, I think, scratch their heads and say, why is it that it seems to be the affluent, the wealthy, people who are probably paying higher rates of tax and living in big houses who are now all voting for the left? I mean, look at London, and especially the richer parts of London. Crazy how they're all voting to the left. And it's mirrored in America as well. You will find, New York City and San Francisco and Los Angeles unbelievably left-wing. And my theory is, Cox, that when you get to a certain level of income or wealth, everything's more or less sorted, you've got all your pensions sorted out, you live in a lovely house, you've got 2 cars, you can afford expensive foreign holidays, you stop worrying about money so much. And you start worrying about how you're perceived by your peers and in society. So you're not that bothered if your taxes go up over 1 or 2%. What you want to happen to you is for you to be thought of as a good person. And therefore you go along with whatever nonsense means you will be seen as a good person. That becomes more valuable to you than money itself. Whereas if you move down the income spectrum, if you're on a much tighter margin, your taxes being high, for example, that means you can't go on a holiday at all. So this is why I think the people who tend to vote to the right and tend to vote to the left have flipped. It's actually people who've got more than enough money are now tempted to vote woke left because they care about their social status more than cash. And those who are just getting by, perhaps struggling or comfortable but not absolutely wealthy, well, they tend to vote right because they want to sort their own lives and put them in order and to do a bit of straight talking rather than positioning themselves in the appropriate way around an Islington dinner table. What do you think, Cox? Do you like my theory?
Yeah, excellent points there, and an excellent segue into actually the rest of the show. Later on in Cox's box, I'll be talking about socialism versus capitalism. I'll be talking about left versus right and what that means for the electorate. I'll also be talking about American politics after the news with an actual American, like a free-thinking one as well, not a Lewis Schaefer. But we're going to go to the news now, and we're back shortly with that interview.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arde, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
Well, thank you very much for the news there. It still is pretty disastrous out there, isn't it? But don't worry, We've got plenty to come in this show. Next, we're going to be talking to Matthew Hertz, who's with me now. Good morning, Matthew. How you doing, mate?
Hey, how's it going, Paul? It's great to be in the studio.
I'm so excited because you and I have only ever conversed across the Atlantic via technology on GB News, late at night for me, but in the evening for you. Matthew, tell us who you are, because there'll be people in our little sphere that don't know you.
Sure. Well, I grew up in American politics during the Tea Party, so the conservative movement that born out of the Obama administration. Grew up outside Nashville, and then after I attended college, I said, how do I get more involved? Came to work at a place right outside Washington, D.C. called the Leadership Institute, which trains conservatives in the United States to win elections. Got involved with them, and 17 years on, I'm back at Leadership Institute. I took a detour through the campaign world. Right. Fundraising, and now I help conservatives get jobs. So in Washington, D.C., across the country in the United States, and even sometimes here in Great Britain and around the world. Got involved in politics. My parents were not political. I consider myself a small L libertarian, and obviously have been very involved in Republican politics in the States, and then occasionally provide commentary here in Great Britain and around the world.
That's absolutely fascinating. Now, when something perked my interest, then you said you help conservatives get jobs. Does that mean that it's difficult for conservatives to get jobs, or are you just getting people jobs that are conservative within conservative circles?
So it is sometimes difficult for conservatives to get jobs, but I help primarily with jobs in the presidential administration, like the Trump administration now, or in Congress, in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, or in the conservative nonprofit space, so places like the Heritage Foundation or America First Policy Institute in the United States. But for the most part, I teach them, how to beef up their resume, how to be not idiots, not goobers, as I like to call them, and then just be as successful as they can in the public policy space. Everybody who's working on these issues, be it activists out in the field or professionals, we are better off when we are well trained and we know how to win, and that's winning elections and it's winning at the workplace.
Yeah, fantastic. So I can take it from all of this chat that you are a Donald Trump fan?
I like President Trump. I think that he's got a lot of really great ideas. He's been doing a lot of really good things. There are a couple of policy issues I disagree with him on. And I usually get asked to come, talk about those in places like this.
Yeah, which is interesting because whenever we have a discussion, it's often about the things perhaps that Trump's not quite doing right from a Republican conservative perspective. And one of those things is the Iran war. You've never really been supportive, is that fair to say, of the Iran war?
That would be very fair to say. The night before we began striking Iran, I was on GB News, and the host said, "What do you think about this?" And I said, "I think it's a bad idea," and I've been fairly consistent in that over the last several months.
Do you think it's still a bad idea? Yeah,
I still think it's a bad idea, and I'll say this, and Paul, you and I agree that the people of Iran deserve freedom. They deserve opportunity. I think living under a theocratic authoritarian regime is awful. But I don't think that President Trump had the plan going into it to be successful like he was in Venezuela just a few months ago.
Yeah, just before Iran, of course, was Venezuela, which was one of the greatest feats of military execution that I think the world has ever seen. And that led people to believe that going into Iran would actually be fairly easy pickings for the USA, and it turned out not to be. You're absolutely right. We 100% agree on the fact that we do need to get rid of the Iranian regime. The IRGC are the biggest proponents and sponsors of terror, Islamist terror across the world. We are aware through illegal immigration in the UK that IRGC members are getting into the country. We're aware that some members of other Islamic terrorist groups are living in council housing in the UK, which means that they are getting funded, or they're at least getting subsidised housing to live within our community and to work against us. I was always hopeful that this would lead to something. And whilst I have been somebody who said, look, this is a good idea, and I think that Trump was right to do it, I just don't think that he's followed through, and I just don't think that he's done enough. And now it feels like he's looking for an off-ramp. Do you think there is an off-ramp for him?
Well, I mean, if there is an off-ramp, it has to come from an American perspective before the midterm elections. I think the Iran situation and the cost of living in the United States are going to to hinder Republicans from being successful in November. This is a big issue. Many Americans just can't see the connection. Why did we go? There didn't seem to be a plan. I certainly hope that President Trump and Secretary of War Hegseth and others, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, are working on something. But there is, and I hesitate to say this, particularly abroad, there is almost no way we don't look like a little bit of a black eye coming out of this.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it will be a Trump legacy, which will be a shame. So unless he does something dramatic, I think his legacy will be his failure in Iran, because success in Iran looks like not just demilitarizing and getting rid of any capability of nuclear weapons. It would be getting rid of the IRG. One Ayatollah's gone, but the other Ayatollah's in. We don't know in what state of health he's in. But what we do know is there's a long line of succession. We know that they are religiously hell-bent on making sure they stay in power. Now, I am a huge Trump fan. I have been from day one. I'm sure many of our watchers and viewers are too. But we're coming towards the end of Trump now. Trump will be gone in 2029, irrespective of what AOC or anyone else will try and tell you, that he's going to hang on in there and become the king of the United States of America. And there are definitely some people watching this that would love him to do so. But they're in fine shape, I think, the Republican Party. I mean, Rubio and Vance are obviously the front runners to become the next Republican leaders. Now, if they're not in power, then you don't have sort of an official opposition leader as we do in the UK. But nonetheless, they are immediately looking to when they can get into power. I don't want to put you on the spot here, but do you have a favourite? Because it's difficult, and you don't have to answer that directly, because the reason I would say this, if there's people watching this going, well, I can't believe you can't just say it's one or the other, it's because you just never know who you're going to be working with in the future, and that's very important for someone like you. But do you have a favourite?
Well, let's zoom out and take a look at President Trump's successes, and we'll parlay that into what's going to happen in 2028. I think on tax policy, on immigration, on national security domestically, on crime. We've seen crime rates drop in the U.S. A lot of really great policies, and that's because President Trump has been in the White House. I think the anti-woke, anti-DEI, we would have been in a radically different place with Kamala Harris as president. So President Trump has done a ton of really great things. What does that look like in 2028? I think there are two wings of America First, or MAGA, and they are represented by Vice President J.D. Vance, who arguably he served during the global war on terror. He has non-interventionist views. Some people call them isolationist. President Trump sort of shelved him for most of the Iran situation. And then you have Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who, when he was in the United States Senate, he's got very expansionist foreign policy views. I flippantly say there's not a war he wouldn't like to engage in. And I think those are the two directions, the two options. And I think both of those individuals, I mean, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has done an excellent job with all of the titles that he's been given over the last several months. I think he came to Europe back in, February, and gave an aspirational speech. That's the Marco Rubio that Americans remember from his time in the United States Senate, aspirational. And then J.D. Vance is, I think he's my age. First millennial.
Yes, he's younger. I'm 46. You're late 30s, aren't you?
Late 30s, and I'm sympathetic, or at least casually supportive of both. In the States, I do work in direct partisan politics in my personal capacity, and so as chairman of a local committee, I try not to weigh in.
Yeah, look, you talked very favourably about both candidates there. I agree with that. I think many people in the comments are saying that J.D. Vance. I think Rubio is good there from Lou D63. Thank you, Lou D. Someone else also said, Lou said this also, that Matthew goes to the Littlewood shop of shirts. What you can't see today is Mark Littlewood is normally wearing like a crazy shirt. He's wearing actually a very conservative dark blue shirt today, but normally he's got the crazy shirt on. But I love your shirt, Mark, and thank you for coming in on what is your vacation. But what I will say is they are in fine shape at the Republican Party, and the future, if you like Donald Trump and you like the way the Republican Party has headed in the last 10, 12 years, looks pretty good. The same can't be said for the Democrats. I think the Democrats, ever since Obama's gone, have looked in disarray. Of course, we got Biden in power, whatever that looked like. We really don't know. You know, he's a very old man and not very good health whatsoever. But the candidates that are being suggested at this moment in time for Democrats just seem utterly ridiculous from our front. AOC, Gavin Newsom, these people seem totally unserious.
Absolutely unserious. Although I will say, for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a lot of folks on the right will sort of pan her for being just a bartender. As somebody who is friends with two Irish bartenders back in the States, I've known them for 17 years. There are few people I trust as much as a regular bartender. But her views are absolutely wacky. Governor Gavin Newsom from California has tanked that state. You see tens of thousands of people fleeing California every year to go to Texas, to go to Tennessee, to go to other states where the tax burden and the cultural burden isn't insane. And then a lot of the woke DEI, that kind of culture war that we're seeing play out in the headlines, people are just tired of it. They're really tired of it, and they say, you know, I grew up a lower middle class white guy. What is the world given me? What is the privilege that I have? I work hard for what I get, and I think a lot of people really are shying away from that and outright rejecting it.
You're absolutely right. There's this myth of white privilege that to people of our generation have been constantly told about, but have never seen the benefit of. And talking of white men, we have the alpha white man himself, Mark Littlewood, my co-host. Mark, join the conversation, please do. I know that you are very interested in American politics. So, Mark, do you have any questions for Matthew? Mark's muted.
Yeah.
Have you muted yourself? There you go. I heard him back there. You're back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back, Mark.
I'm
Go
back
on, mate.
now.
Say that again, please.
Yeah, Matthew, thanks so much for coming into the show. Fascinating analysis. What I'm really interested about, so I'm delving into a little bit of history here rather than the contemporary side, is over the years, over the decades, the Republican Party has managed to reinvent itself over and over again. You know, so if you go back to the 1920s, its bedrock of support is in the Northeast, right? The New England sort of area. The South is all Democrat. Ronnie Reagan comes in, that flips. Suddenly the South becomes Republican kind of heartland territory. Then Trump sort of flips it again. What they call flyover states suddenly become staunchly Republican. And some other states like Florida, which is always on a knife edge, that now looks firmly in the red column. Ohio used to be, you know, an absolutely crucial state, usually the swing state that would determine who would win. That now seems firmly in the column. Those other blocks around that sort of area, you know, Pennsylvania being one for the Republicans again, absolutely extraordinary. How does the Republican Party or the GOP keep reinventing itself? Because I've got to say it's in slightly stark contrast to the modern British Conservative Party, who seems stuck in a rut, and therefore they've got a challenger party, like Reform have just said, you guys aren't good enough. I know it's nearly impossible for smaller new parties to break through in America, but that means that the parties themselves always go through these reinvention cycles. And it seems to me the GOP, the Republicans, are reinventing themselves in a really interesting way, whereas the Democrats are running off to the far left at the moment. Have I got that right?
Mark, you're absolutely right. And once every about 80 to 100 years in our two-party system in the States, we have what we call realignment, what you've just described. I think President Trump engaged in that in 2016 in bringing in working class and, in fact, some first-generation immigrants. We've seen a boost, immigrants and African Americans or Black Americans. We've seen a boost among Black voters, Hispanics, and then the working class. You mentioned Pennsylvania, Ohio, there's also Michigan and Wisconsin. All four states have a significant number of blue-collar, working-class, people who go out and work with their hands. And President Trump communicated to them. His message resonated with them. And for the last 10 years, we've seen that divide, those voters come over to the Republican Party, where just a couple of weeks ago in the Michigan primary, we have a Democrat, Abdul Al-Sayed, who won, and he won with overwhelming white women with college degrees. And so I don't have any opinions about those individuals today, but I'll tell you the divide between the working class and highly educated people who go off to college or university to learn how great woke DEI and far left policies are, they are voting for these wacky progressives, far left individuals, and the Republican Party is no longer seen as the party of Wall Street and big business, but the party of the working class. And I think that is a large credit to President Trump.
That is so interesting, because I think something similar is, whatever the difference is, and there are big differences as well as similarities in the party systems across the Western democratic world, but it seems to be happening everywhere, right? That the sort of country club Republicans, I guess you would have called them back in the day, you know, very affluent people who would have just automatically voted Republican on a kind of low tax, free market economy, keep government spending under control. And those people similarly back in the day would have voted Conservative in the UK. But that does now seem to have switched. It does now seem to have flipped. And I'm wondering whether what we're seeing is, and especially on, you know, with the MAGA movement in America and the huge rise of reform here and the rise of things like National Rally in France, AFD in Germany, One Nation down in Australia, are we seeing the primary mover of how you cast your vote has basically switched? That back in the 80s, 90s, maybe in the early parts of the 2000s, economics would basically decide how you cast your vote. If you wanted big state, big spending, higher taxes on the rich, the state to have a big role in the economy, you'd vote for the left, the Democrats in America, Labour here, the Socialist Party in France. If you wanted lower taxes, liberalisation of the economy, less spent on welfare, a smaller state, you'd vote Conservative or Republican, or for the Gaullists in France. Now it seems economics is perhaps the secondary issue. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I hope it does, because I'm an economist, right? So I'll be out of work pretty fast if economics don't matter. But it seems culture, nationhood, identity, those are now the driving forces. That if you're a kind of patriotic American, you'll now vote for the Republicans, irrespective really of your views on tax and spend. Whereas if you're a self-doubting American who wants to pay reparations for slavery or some such like, you'll vote on the left. Is culture, nationhood, identity now the principal driver of which party you find yourself in, whereas a generation or two ago, it was basically just economic policy?
The polls really show that out year after year. When Americans are polled, are you patriotic? Do you love your country? Overwhelmingly, people who consider themselves Republicans vote yes, and increasingly, those who consider themselves far left or progressives or Democrats say they are not proud. The other point that you made that I think is an interesting distinction between American politics and the parliamentary systems we see in Great Britain and Australia and Canada is that in the United States we are fundamentally a first past the post, winner take all, two-party system. So no third party could exist. The Republican Party is a vessel whose ideology is embodied by the people who show up. And it is very different than what's happening here, what we see with reform and restore to a certain extent. Individuals in a parliamentary system, they can branch out and vote for a third or fourth or fifth party. And we're seeing that play out here. We just don't have that opportunity in the United States. There are two major parties. There have been for about 170 years. And unless a third party comes onto the scene and one, the Republicans or the Democrats take a backseat, we're going to have these two major parties for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, oftentimes that was thought to be the case in Britain as well, that the two-party system would never break, but it looks like it's even shattering in the UK now. Although if you've got that first past the post system, if that sticks, then sooner or later you move to two big blocks in some way, right? Even if you're jostling for preeminence on one side of the ledger, when it comes to it, people we need to unite around a single flag. Now, we had the pollster Patrick Basham from the Democracy Institute on yesterday, Matthew, and he, you and Coxey have touched on the Iran war. He had some rather stark polling data about how unpopular the war in Iran was amongst American voters, and actually suggesting that whether it ends or continues, when by the time of your November midterm elections, could decisively impact the Republican vote. That if it's over, some sort of victory can be declared. It looks like the Republicans would do far better. Do you agree with that analysis? And what's your kind of prediction for those midterm elections? For these sort of wars, I always like how these movies start. but I never like how these movies end. You know, when you're sort of told on day one, great, we can get rid of the horrific Iranian regime, you're kind of willing it on, but oftentimes you just get stuck in the mire and quite often make things worse. Well, that seems to be the view of American voters, and it seems to be quite an important factor in how people will vote in your crucial November elections, right?
I think that polling assessment is spot on. And look, you're an economist. You understand this better than many people. Even if the United States were to wind down things in Iran this week or next week or by the end of the month, the economic implications would have a lasting impact. So the inflationary considerations, the fuel, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, all of those things would have a tail that would last several more weeks or even several more months. I think it's a significant deciding factor. There's not a situation, and I'm happy to say this in front of a camera, there's not a situation where I'm voting for a Democrat candidate. It's just not happening when you've got two parties on the ballot in the United States. But there are a lot of folks who will stay home or who don't think about politics the way we do, and they may switch votes. I'm very concerned about the midterm elections, both the Senate and the House of Representatives. If the Democrats take both the chambers, it's going to be impeachments and investigations for the last 2 years of President Trump's term, and that would be very unfortunate for his legacy.
Yeah, sure thing. I guess the thing with term limits there is, which we don't have here, you can theoretically, you can keep running for re-election here until you shuffle off this mortal coil, is that Trump's unencumbered now, right? I mean, he wants his legacy, but he can decide to do the brave and the right things. He doesn't need to stay popular from his own narrow perspective. I know it would help the Republican Party and probably help whoever is finally selected to be the next Republican nominee for president. But do you think that helps that American presidents, if they get to a second term, can kind of, don't need to look at the opinion polls day in, day out? They can actually just focus on being the chief executive. They can actually focus on being the country's leader and actually make decisions based on what they think is right, not what they think will go down well amongst a small cohort of voters in Iowa or New Hampshire where they desperately need votes in the early primary rounds.
Yeah, I think that's a really great assessment. The second half of a second term of an American president, he or she could do that. But there are many things they cannot do without the House of Representatives and without the Senate. There are plenty of executive actions President Trump could take in the final 2 years if he doesn't have the House and the Senate, but those could immediately be undone by, heaven forbid, a President Gavin Newsom or somebody like that. So there are many opportunities for the president to maybe take a backseat or put the Republican Party in the backseat, which is not a bad thing necessarily to finish out what he wants to accomplish. But there'd be plenty of roadblocks and hurdles, investigations and impeachments if he doesn't hold at least one of the two chambers.
Matthew, fascinating analysis. Thanks so much. Enjoy your time in London. I fear that my country's going in the wrong direction at the moment, by and large, and your country's going in the right direction. So it'd be great to get you back on soon, even if it's from the other side of the pond, because I think we've got quite a lot to learn from the United States of America. A stunning statistic, actually, is if you looked at GDP per capita, income per capita, the UK overall is now poorer than the poorest state in America. We are behind Mississippi. So every single one of the 50 states in the USA are, on average, richer than us. I think we've got a lot to learn. Matthew, great speaking to you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. And I'm here because you guys are doing such important work to educate the viewers, educate folks who go out and vote. And so it is absolutely awesome. And very encouraging to see the kind of content and the kind of stuff that you guys are putting together.
Yeah, we absolutely love it. I love you, mate. And it's been great working with you. Look, we're going to get you back on because this has just been absolutely fantastic. Now, we run 10 a.m. British time to midday British time. What time of the day is it where you live at, say, like 11:30 in the morning?
This interview started at about 5:30 a.m. East Coast time. My sister, who lives in Tennessee, will not catch it. It was 4:30 in the morning. But I love time zones. I was up at 3 this morning just waiting to come into the studio and hang out with you guys. So.
Well, we're definitely going to get you back on. But in between that, tell people where they can find you.
I am on Twitter or X. It's Matthew Hurt, MatthewHurtt, and occasionally I write really boring things on Substack at matthewhurt.substack.com.
So great. Matthew, we're going to catch up at some point in the next few days to make sure we celebrate meeting for the first time. Thanks so much for coming on to the show. We'll get you back on as soon as possible. Mr. Matthew Hurt, thank you very much. Look, we've had some wonderful comments, by the way. I'd like to read those out. But lots of them complimentary about Matthew as well. But Paul Hurston Aviation said, great show, Mark and Paul. Enjoying it. Valerie Lowe said, great guests for great presenters hosting a great show. Thank you very much. Valerie Pep 1966 said, great show as always. Look, and yes, please get this gentleman back on. We will definitely get Matthew Hurt back on as long as we can get him up at some very early hour for Matthew. But he was absolutely fantastic. I agree. I knew he would be. That's why I asked him on. Mark. Great interview. Really good stuff. Both you and I were very interested to talk to Matthew, and he didn't let us down, did he?
No, absolutely. I've always been fascinated by US politics. It doesn't map entirely onto British politics. Yeah, sorry, Richard Wild. Can you ask your American guest if he has a view on the crisis of British conservatism? We now have 3 right of centre parties led by unelectable leaders, no vision whatsoever between them. Richard, I'll make sure to ask that question next time, because as I said, I think politically, economically, we've got an enormous lot to learn from the United States of America. If you want to be wealthy, getting richer, have good economic growth, well, there's something in the water supply over there that we don't have in the water supply over here. Something is working over there, and we need to learn from that. And, it was Winston Churchill who said, we are 2 nations divided by the same language. That might well be true, but we are 2 very, very close allies, much similarity in our culture as well as differences. So always good to hear from our friends across the pond.
Yeah,
Coxie, I just wanted to give can I give a little teaser, little preview of what will be coming up later
I was going to tease with Channel 4 update. Were you going to talk about that?
Oh, yes. I'm going to be talking about that after the news. For those of you who were here yesterday, I think I've been stitched up by Channel 4, who made me look, I don't know, like Voldemort or Gollum, or somebody said Data from Star Trek The Next Generation. They did not make you look great, but I've got an update. I've heard back from them, but I'm going to need some help and advice from you, Coxie, and from our loyal viewers about what I should do next. But I also wanted to tease today's metric of madness, Coxie, if I may. My metric of madness today is a number, but it's got a plus sign in front of it. So the metric of madness today is plus 140,000. Plus 140,000. Now, if you're new viewers, if you haven't seen this section before, each day I find a metric, a number, a figure, a ratio, which tells us something about how mad the country we live in has become. Can you guess what it is? Because a little later in the show, I will be telling you why today's Mark's metric of madness is plus 140,000. You're going to be shocked by the results. You're going to be shocked by the explanation. Tell me in the chat if you can think why that means Britain is mad. Plus 140,000. Any ideas, Coxie?
I don't just yet. Plus 140,000 was approximately the calories I had yesterday. But I don't think that's what you're thinking of. Look, stay tuned, everybody. Common Senses, here's the news.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers. Hello.
Welcome back, Common Senses. That was the news again. There's never really any good news, is there? But the good news is that Mark and I are here for another 50 minutes before the Ellie Hodges show. Ellie Hodges has got Dan Hodges on the show, no relation. But we've been trying to get Dan Hodges on the channel for some time. He's been telling Mike, for instance, that he'll come on the show since January. He hasn't done. He's come on for Ellie, so Ellie will be asking him the big questions. But we've got another 50 minutes left. We've got a couple of guests coming up. We've got Matthew Hulbert, lefty extraordinaire. I'm going to be asking him some difficult questions, see if he can answer those. I bet he can't, and if he does, he'll be wrong. And we've also got Lewis Schaefer, who is just generally wrong / mentally ill, but that's why we love him so much. But back to Mark. First of all, Mark, I think we should have a Channel 4 update before we go to your metric of madness.
Yeah, so for those of you who were watching the show yesterday, on Friday I was the token common censor. Now, that's a little bit unfair, actually. My fellow panelists were perfectly reasonable people, but I was the only person on a Channel 4 forecast podcast discussing the consequences of the Clacton by-election and Nigel Farage, and I was basically on the pro-Farage end of it. I was the only person there. And when I watched back the interview, it was pre-recorded, but when I therefore watched it, I have been made, as people in the chat have testified, to look like some kind of ghoul. There was some sort of filter on me that picked out all of my bad features. Not that I have many of them, Coxie, obviously, but nevertheless, magnifying every wrinkle and crease. And the others looked like they had been sort of sunbathing and down the gym. So I contacted Channel 4 to say, what the hell's going on here? I gave them the weekend to reply. And in fact, in fairness to them, they did reply yesterday. And I was told, hi, Mark, I've spoken to the team and no filters were used by us. So it's not clear from our side why there's a difference. The quality color we used was what we received through the gallery before any editing, etc. took place. So I said, what did the gallery put through to you? I don't really care which department at Channel 4 or it is. The two shots above, I gave them 2 shots of 4 hours apart, same camera settings my end, not much change in natural light. In one, there you go. That's me at 12 noon. That's me in exactly the same seat on Channel 4 at 4 p.m. Okay, I didn't change my camera settings to make myself look catastrophically ugly. I was then further told by Channel 4, coincidentally, a producer actually took a picture in the gallery because the artwork behind Luke, he was one of my fellow panelists, was done by a friend of his. You can see the quality that came through to us on the right, and the quality that came through was terrible. So it looks like there's just finger pointing going on at Channel 4, right? That this guy's saying to me, not my fault, Gov, that's what I was sent. So I've got to work out who it was in the gallery that stitched me up. I don't know, Pooch and Scarlett and team, these are the people that would know the tech. Yeah. But someone, somewhere, did me a wrong, and even if it wasn't the guy that I'm in communicating with, he just seems to be saying to me, not me, Gov, something went wrong elsewhere. Well, I don't know, tell me. Should I move on? Should I let bygones be good bygones? Is that the end of the matter? Or do I escalate this? Do I turn up the heat and turn up the volume? What do you think, Coxie?
You're right to raise it as a concern because they're obviously lying, and because we're on YouTube and there's no right to reply, I'm going to say Channel 4 have also said they are lying, and that of course they are. I mean, it's very obvious that they have done something to your image, and it's very obvious why they've done something to your image. It's because they wanted their audience to view you through a certain type of prism, and that prism is dark and ghastly. They did the same thing to Joe Rogan on CNN. Yeah. They just made him look.
Some
about
people are saying that in the
older.
chat. I remember that now. Yeah, they made Joe Rogan look grey. They made him look like Voldemort or Gollum as well.
Yeah,
didn't they? That's right. Am I
remembering
remembering that
what we
right?
like about Joe Rogan, but he's in pretty good shape for he's a similar age to you. You know, he works out in the same way you do, Mark. You're on the same diet. You do like the cold plunges, etc. Yeah. So look. I mean, do with it as you will, but I think you're doing the right thing. We've got a platform and we should raise these as issues because we're not doing that. You know, when Matthew Holbert comes on in a minute and he's waiting in the wings, and I will bring him on, we've done nothing to his image. He just looks that bad.
Yeah. Well, we can't sort that out too much, can we? But I always, look, I don't know. As I said yesterday, I was a bit tinfoil hatted about it. Moto Art Design says it's Channel 4. What do you expect? But look, I'm always keen on this show. Mike does it as well, Paul, that, you know, we want to hear from people that we have some common ground with, but we also want to hear from people who disagree with us. And I think it's especially important that when you've got discordant voices, people who are, you know, unlikely to agree with the sort of general tone or tenor or outlook of the show or the channel. I think you've got to treat them with, technically with the utmost respect, right? Because they're coming into, a not necessarily hostile but opposed sort of platform of viewers. And I thought that was what I was doing with Channel 4. I'll speak to anybody and try and put my case forward. But I don't like it if they're trying to, tilt against me, not just in the chat. The Channel 4 chat obviously didn't like me. That's fair enough. They can disagree with me. But I don't like the dice being loaded, Coxie. Level playing field. That's our rule here on UK Live Online, right? Level playing field. Having said that, you're now going to rip Matthew Holbert a new one, aren't you?
I will be speaking to Matthew Holbert very shortly. I've also got Lewis Schaefer in the studio, which is making me incredibly nervous. His arms are much longer than you'd anticipate. He's touching me under the desk. It's all rather inappropriate. But I will go to Matthew. Someone, John Denley, in the comments said that it might have been a Portsmouth fan at Channel 4 that was deliberately doing that, Mark. I don't think there are any Portsmouth fans at Channel 4. I've met a lot of Portsmouth fans, and they haven't got jobs. Even though I am obviously a very big Portsmouth fan, but unlike Southampton, they don't work in Channel 4. Look, before I go to Lewis Schaefer, which I will do, I want to go to Matthew Holbert first. Please, can we play the clip?
Oh, I'm not actually hearing you now, Paul. I'm seeing your lips move, but not hearing you.
Okay, is that a problem?
Oh, I'm hearing you now. Here we are.
Are you hearing me now? Right. Okay, I didn't know if you were having me on then, Holbert. One of your lefty tricks. Matthew, thanks so very much for coming on the show. The reason we say it's Matthew Holbert versus the world is because you are essentially in enemy territory when you're on this show. So big thank you from me to you for joining us. And there are a number of things I want to talk to you about over the coming weeks, but something struck me yesterday, and that was, why would anybody vote for the Liberal Democrats, Matthew? And I'd like you to help our audience understand that.
Great to be with you, Paul, this morning. Thank you. And hi to Mark as well. Well, I'm going to read out something now which will be familiar to Mark from his time in the Lib Dems, which I always like to remind him about, and that is the preamble to the constitution of the Lib Dems, and it will just take me a couple of seconds. So it says, the Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a fair, free and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, equality and community, and in which no one shall be enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity. That's why I'm in the Liberal Democrats.
That all sounds like Nif Naf and trivia to me. What I would say is, sorry, Matthew, but look, we have some absolutely pressing issues today. By the way, Steve Jenkins in the comments saying, "Morning, Matthew. Good to see you on the show again." You're not really in enemy territory here, and I think even people on the right appreciate your open and honest views, Matthew, as do I. But we have some hugely pressing issues facing Great Britain today. We just had Matthew Hurt on the show, who you will probably know from the GB News US show. He's over here on holiday. And, what a better thing to do when you're on holiday than go to work. But we really appreciate that. But they have the same issues in the States as we're having here. They seem to be ahead of the curve via Donald Trump. Now, I know you wouldn't agree with that. Feel free to go into that if you want to. But of the pressing issues, which I believe are welfare payments, illegal immigration, some people would say legal, but I think we can park that for now. Illegal immigration, the boat crisis, and the impact it's having on our economy, and the economy being unable to grow under what I would call socialist policies. How are the Liberal Democrats going to deal with those big issues, Matthew? Because they're not going to go away.
No, that's right. And I think, look, most of the seats that we're targeting as a party still continue to be Conservative held at the moment, the ones that we seek to gain at the next election. And so, you may well think that a lot of these issues that you've just raised are going to be top of the agenda. And what are the Liberal Democrats saying about them? Now, as you know, Paul, I'm not some kind of robotic person that just spews out the lines of my party. I'm very critical often of the Lib Dems and of its leadership, and that gets me in some hot water with my friends in the party. But I think, look, if you're going to appear on TV and talk about this stuff, then you've got to be honest. I don't think we talk about this stuff often enough. And I think there's ways to talk about things such as illegal immigration, which is compassionate, which I think is important because, you know, whatever people's views on these matters, these are human beings who are seeking a better life, and there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. I'm very liberal on these matters, as you know, Paul, but I totally accept that it's a major concern for a lot of people and for a lot of our potential voters. So the party does need to be talking about this stuff. And I think what it needs to be saying is that there needs to be a system that is firm and fair, and that we can have a system that is both of those things, that says that, you know, if you're going to come into this country, you need to do so in a legal way. What I would point out, though, is that if we had more safe and legal routes, maybe more of these people would not be risking their lives on the high seas, but would be coming here in a way which is safer for them and for us. So, I mean, I think these are the types of things that we need to be saying as a party.
Yeah, look, Matthew, lots of people in the comments saying they do welcome your presence on the channel, which is fantastic. Lou D actually said that, you know, you're quite sweet, which I can agree with.
Never been called that before.
No, I know. But look, I have to address a couple of things there. You talked about the illegal immigrants being human, which of course they are. Despite the way some of them look, of course, but they are humans, and but also, guess who else is human? The British citizens that some would say that they're invading, and I think parties like Reform. I know invading is not a word you'd use, Matthew, but some parties, particularly like Reform, are saying, look, we want to put those British citizens first. What do you say to that, Matthew?
Well, I think Reform does a very good job of being an opposition party, but I happen to, it's my belief that should they ever end up in government, as no doubt many of your viewers want, that they won't have the first clue what they're doing, and they'll recognise that shouting from the sidelines is far easier than governing, and that all of these issues are difficult. And so, you know, I mean, should that sad day from my perspective obviously ever occur, I think such a government will become wildly unpopular within just a matter of weeks.
No more unpopular, I would guess, than what we've got now. I'm going to hand over to Mark briefly, because Mark Littlewood's got some questions for you, Matthews. Over to you, Mark.
Yeah. Thanks. In the course of your chat with Coxey there, Matthew, I've looked up the preamble to the Constitution of the old Liberal Party, not the Liberal Democrats, which is a merger of the Liberal Party and the, a bulk of the SDP, not all of it, some of them carried on. And that reads as follows. The Liberal Party exists to build a liberal society in which every citizen shall possess liberty, property and security, and none shall be enslaved by poverty, ignorance, or conformity. Its chief care is for the rights and opportunities of the individual, and in all spheres, it sets freedom first. Do you agree with that preamble, Matthew?
I don't have a massive problem with that preamble, but as you quite rightly pointed out, Mark, the 1988 merger, we're getting really geeky now, by the way, but the 1988 merger was of the Liberal Party and
fans of 1980s nostalgia, yeah.
Yeah. It was a merger of the Liberal Party and the bulk of the Social Democrats. I happen to call the remaining well, what do we call them? The remaining rabble of the SDP, the barely continuing SDP, who managed to carry on despite coming repeatedly behind the monster raving loony party in by-elections. I think William Clouston and those guys should just give it up. Should just say goodbye to what remains of the SDP. But anyway, that's a different matter. Look, I mean, I think the Lib Dems do need to be about two things. They need to be about the individual, because ultimately communities are made up of individuals, but they also need to recognise that there is such a thing as society, and that community is important. So I like to think we take the best parts of the two other main parties. We take the individualism of the Tories and at least to an extent some of the collectivism of Labour, and I guess that's why I'm a Lib Dem too.
Yeah, so on the in all spheres we should put freedom first, if you lean into that statement somewhat, presumably the Liberal Democrats are very worried about, for example, more and more restrictions coming in on advertising. You'd allow alcohol to be advertised on television, gambling, you'd allow junk food to be advertised on posters in the London Underground. This would be a party that in all spheres put freedom first, right? Or do you go along with the ludicrous sort of restrictions that we now have on advertising, to the extent that because you can't advertise unhealthy food on the London Underground, a theatrical production, a play in which the poster featured a wedding cake, they weren't even selling wedding cakes, it just featured a wedding cake, was banned for fear that people seeing this poster and perhaps considering going to the play would think, oh my God, I cannot control myself. I need to go off and eat a load of cake, and the obesity epidemic would run out of control. Presumably you're with me and the old Liberal Party that in that sphere we should put freedom first, right?
Look, I think anyone watching this will be able to tell that I enjoy the odd slice of cake. I mean, probably have too much of it than I should. Look, I think in general I agree with you, but equally I think that sometimes, you know, I'm not a laissez-faire person. I'm not I'm not a do what the heck you like person. Sometimes I think regulation is needed. I agree with that in terms of, you know, smoking in most public places. I guess the Liberal response to that would be to say, oh, do what you want. But actually, you know, we know that passive smoking harms other people. And so actually, I thought the Liberal and Social Democratic response was to agree a ban on smoking in public places. So, I mean, I think these things aren't always as simple as you're making out there.
Okay, what about the Liberal Party's old commitment to every citizen shall possess liberty, property and security? Let's touch on the property one. That seems to me a desire that people own their own homes. I know property means wider than that, but we ideally in a liberal society want to live in a society in which everybody owns the house they live in. Rather than one in which a very good number of people are housed by the state. Is that right? So are you a keen supporter of Margaret Thatcher's sell-off of council houses in order to make sure that those people living in them actually then had property? We want more private property ownership, don't we? And fewer people housed by the taxpayer in state-run properties. That's a socialist concept, not a liberal one.
I agree. I do think, though, that, you know, in those days of the 80s that, you know, that was a fair enough policy, but there wasn't enough social housing built after that. So you have people owning their own homes. Great, of course. You know, that's what many would consider the British dream. But there were still people in need of council houses, and I think again that was the problem there. I mean, I'm sitting in my flat here, which I rent. I've come to the conclusion that I probably never will own property. Is that sad for me? Yeah, it is, but it's a realization that I've come to, and I'm afraid I think it's because of intergenerational unfairness. We have things like the triple lock, which no party dare say that they get rid of because they know that the pensioner vote is a big block of the electorate and that they'd be in trouble, as we saw with Theresa May in 2017. But I think a brave party does need to say that younger people are being let down by such policies.
So presumably, I know this would take a bit of time to filter through, Matthew, but yeah, property prices in the UK are crazy. If you measure them as a ratio to average earnings, they're mad. I think it's a 7-to-1 ratio. That's to say, you need 7 times the average salary to buy the average house. In London, I think it's more like 11 or 12-to-1. Absolutely crazy that an average property would be 12 times the average wage. In the United States of America, for example, I think it's about 3-4-to-1. I mean, obviously not in Manhattan, but as an overall average. So in order to solve this intergenerational problem, this nightmare that youngsters, not that you're a youngster anymore, Matthew, but youngsters can't get on the property ladder and then get stuck in rental. We need to massively liberalise planning laws, don't we? We need to encourage building. I don't think the state needs to do it. The private sector are better at building houses and construction than the Ministry of House Building. But we obviously need to build many, many more homes. So I'm assuming you can assure me that most Liberal Democrat councils are looking for vast areas in their particular district in order to build houses on them, and aren't typically blocking housing applications, and aren't handing out Liberal Democrat campaign leaflets saying, vote for us to stop this development. They're doing exactly the opposite, I would hope. They're saying, build more and more and more and more houses here in Oxfordshire. That's just what we want. Have I got that right? Because my impression is most Liberal Democrat councils seem to be against development. That keeps property prices high. That means fewer people can own a property. That's in part to explain, Matthew, why you've reached the unfortunate conclusion that you'll be renting for the rest of your life.
Yes, and I think there's far too much NIMBYism in my party, and it's something that I often call out. But I have clean hands on this, because when I was a borough councillor, 10 plus years ago now, I put through 2,500 new houses in my ward, and on Greenbelt land too. It may have been why I lost my seat at the subsequent election, because a lot of people weren't very happy with that in my ward, and I understand that, but I felt it was needed for my village, those new houses. So you can call me many things, Mark, but a NIMBY is not one of them.
Fair. Last point, you said that William Clouston and the SDP should sort of fold their tent. Why don't the Lib Dems just fold their tent and join Labour? I don't think there's anything you've said that Andy Burnham would disagree with. I mean, there'll always be nuances of difference in policy. I know the Liberal Democrats have a long-standing commitment to the introduction of proportional representation, for example, but Andy Burnham even seems to be sympathetic to that. All that you've said so far seems to me, I can't think of any of it that the Prime Minister would disagree with. Why not fold your tent and try and get your ideas through the Labour Party, a party that can win general elections, unlike the Liberal Democrats? You're just a sort of slightly bigger version of William Clouston's SDP. Give up the fight, go and join the main party of the left, which is clearly where you stand, and see what you can do to put them on the straight and narrow from your perspective.
Oh, don't compare a party that has 71 MPs, thousands of councillors, runs 75 councils in charge of billions of pounds of public money, with a party which is seems to be ecstatic at the fact that it's got 5 councillors nationwide. That's just ridiculous.
No, I'm just saying that I think you would have more influence if you folded into the Labour Party. Those 71 MPs that you've got in Parliament, which is an impressive tally for a third party, very impressive tally, but they have no power or influence because they're on the opposition benches. If those 71 were on the Labour benches, you would have many junior ministers. Ed Davey would no doubt be a cabinet minister. You would wield actual power. So why not fold your tent in with them at the Westminster level? You could actually start to get things done rather than always be the third party and typically on the opposition benches, perhaps very occasionally the junior coalition partner.
Well, look at the polls at the moment. I've seen several which suggest that after the next election, Labour will be the largest party, but short of a majority. I think we may well find ourselves onto the government benches, but as Liberal Democrats, and in a coalition which I think our party would be much more happy with than the one that took place between 2010 and 2015. So I look forward to it, guys. I know you two will welcome this. Deputy Prime Minister Ed Davey, it will happen.
Wow. I was very happy with the 2010 to 2015 coalition. That was about the most right-wing. That was about the most right-wing period of government we've had since Thatcher. Matthew, look, great talking to you. Thanks so much for coming on the show. Always great to hear from you. That was Matthew against not just Cox and I, but the rest of the world. We'll have you back on soon, Matthew. Coxie, what do you make of that?
Yeah, fair play to Matthew. Thanks for coming on, Matthew. We will have Matthew back on. We do put him under a bit of pressure, but why not? You know, they're essentially he's the establishment. Liberal Democrats, Labour, Green Party, all very similar to me. So thank you for Matthew. We will get him back on. Look, I know what everyone's waiting for. They're waiting for me to talk to Lewis Schaefer, which we will do after the news.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
Oh, thank you, Edward Hughes. Nothing like Hugh Edwards, of course. Mark, before we go to Lewis, let's hear your metric of madness. Plus 140,000. Now, people have guessed, many people have guessed that's around immigration.
Yeah, I thought some people said it's the number of mosques built in the last year or something. Let's play clip number 1.
It's time for Mark's metric of madness.
So, Coxie, Common Sensors, my metric of madness today is 140,000 plus 140,000. What could that be? Get this. It is the increase in the total number of civil servants since 2016. I am measuring full-time equivalents. Back in 2016, we had 384,000 civil servants, 384,000 bureaucrats, quite a number, way too high for my liking. That has now grown to 524,000 civil servants. Now, I should say here, I am measuring full-time equivalents because you get lots of stories about these people working part-time, working from the beach. These are the official numbers on the total number of full-time equivalent positions. So there'll actually be more people than that because some of them will be part-time 4 days a week or whatever. There was some crazy idea that they should all move to 4 days a week. But since 2016, the number of full-time equivalent civil servants in Britain has gone up from 384,000 to 524,000. That is an increase in the number of full-time bureaucrats by 140,000. Why is this a good metric of madness? Well, does any of you think that the efficiency of our state sector has increased in line with that? Are you finding it easier to interact with the state? Are you happier with the provision of public services? I think not. But there's another reason, Coxie and dear viewers, why this is a metric of madness. It's since 2016, I deliberately picked that date, because that was the year in which we voted to leave the European Union. I know it took a long time to actually bring that to fruition, but we voted in 2016 to leave the European Union. And I don't know about you, but my read of that was that most people wanted less bureaucracy, not more of it. The people who voted for leave were sick of the bureaucrats telling us what to do, the Brussels bureaucracy pushing us around. We wanted less bureaucracy in our lives, and less bureaucracy means many fewer bureaucrats. Well, guess what? If Brussels was a problem, if the European Commission was a problem, if the European Parliament was a problem, if that bureaucracy from Brussels was a problem, we've got a growing problem homegrown here, Common Sensors. 140,000 additional bureaucrats have been added to the Whitehall machine in a decade. It's mad, it's crazy. It needs to be not just reversed, but we need to get way below that 384,000 figure. 10 years ago, we voted to leave the EU. We voted to lower bureaucracy, not enhance it. We need to get back to where we were and then drill down a lot lower. That's my metric of madness today, Coxie and viewers.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. I say brilliant, absolutely terrifying. I'm not a fan of big government, and no one watching this is a fan of big government, and that is the very epitome of absolutely massive government. What a sorry state of affairs. And the thing is, without getting rid of them all, which is what Stevie Jenkins and Mr. Fish and Chip said in the comments, we're never going to move a step forward. Look, Mark, I'm going to interview / talk to / yield all of my time for the rest of my life to Lewis Schaefer next. I'm even going to yield Cox's box today because, look, let's face it, no one wants to do anything else than hear from Lewis Schaefer. But before we do, we asked a question to all of our viewers earlier on in the show. Let's put that poll up on the screen if we can. There you go. Who is your favourite? Paul Cox, Lewis Schaefer, love them both equally, hate them both equally. But there's 11% for hate them both equally. I just pip it slightly in the favourite, but love them both equally is the winner, which I'd love to see. Lewis Schaefer, how are you doing, mate?
Thank you very much. It's great to be back with Paul Cox.
It's not the most fake sincerity that I've heard in ages.
I am really happy. I don't care. I care that you've been like doing everything, and I've been sitting at home doing my live stream, and people have I'm surprised at that poll because it was quite high. It was like
For you?
Yeah, for me.
Yeah, well, you're liked. You're like Marmite.
Yeah. That they
kind of
don't
brown
even
and
know
sticky.
who I am. Do you think it could have been polled with anybody else?
It could have been. But look, people genuinely like you. People
Chartel, look at Chartel says that.
Yeah, look at that. Chartel saying Lewis Schaefer is my fave. Look, that's her doing something suspicious with a dog in her profile shot. So I don't know if we can trust Chartel, but thank you for watching, Chartel. Please do check on that dog, everybody.
Chantel.
Sorry, Chantal. Absolutely, get that right. He knows because it's actually his account.
Well, she's my only fan.
What you've been up, Lewis? Tell us what you've been up to. Then we can start talking about what you think of me.
I've been like totally depressed because I predicted this thing. I predicted this whole country. Remember, I would say the country's at war. Do you remember I said that?
I don't forget anything you said to me, Lewis. I'm still paying a high-end therapist to work through it.
You have to fasten your seatbelt. And I said the world's at war. So every single problem that we have is at war. But I'm getting used to it. I think we're going to survive.
Who are we at war with, Lewis?
We're, like you said, nobody on this program supports high government intervention. And that's who we're at war with. We're at war with people who think that they're better than us, who want to tell us what to do, who want to tell us what. That's what we're at war with.
So we were talking to Matthew Holbert earlier, and because you and Matthew haven't ever spoken, I just didn't feel it appropriate to introduce you to him. He wasn't ready for that. I can imagine the things you might have. There would have been some health advice you would have given him. Maybe.
I would have given him health advice. Maybe he should shave before he's doing the show. You don't have a shave.
But maybe mine's a bit neater than Matthew's.
There's a beard. You've got a beard.
I've got a beard. That's right. Look, I must say, so Johnny Denley says, I think both Paul and Lewis are both great. I mean, thank you, John. I think we're both great too. But one thing you were saying about Matthew, because he's a Liberal Democrat, is that
I think I'm great.
Yes. Lewis is great. Lewis is absolutely great.
You're here.
And you're great. I'm here and you're great.
What will happen when you become what you're becoming is like a huge mega star? It'll be like Morecambe and Wise.
Well, I think when I don't know if I'm becoming a huge mega star.
It'll be like
I do say I've got that tattoo of myself on my chest,
yes.
Which would suggest that I do think of myself. You were saying
go on,
because you were making a really good point about green spaces and the Liberal Democrats. I don't know if our viewers know this. I don't know if you told Mike this about your campaign in Peckham a few years back and what you actually changed yourself to a tree.
I changed myself to the digger that was cutting down a tree. And the best thing, I'm going to have to say this. People always say, what is the best thing about this country beside the men? What is the best?
Besides the men, which is what people do say. I mean,
yes,
I think
they say it about this country and the loose women. The tight, strong men and the loose women. But the best thing was the green belt. The idea we can't have consistent whatever building going on. And this guy, the guy who was on your
Democrat
program,
Matthew Holbert,
the fat guy, he and there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is why I called him fat, because
there is nothing wrong. It's a life choice, isn't it?
It is, and it's healthy. You can be totally healthy at any size, Paul. And I used to be fat.
You did.
I did.
We haven't got any pictures of that, but you've remarkably kept that weight off.
Yes, 60 pounds. It wasn't quite remarkable. It is remarkable. It's
no, what is remarkable is the way you've lost the weight by just appearing to eat sort of freshly dead animals and eggs.
Yes, freshly dead animals.
It doesn't feel that way to me. You know, if there's roadkill, you're probably likely to find Lewis chomping on it at some point.
Yeah.
But you've done incredibly well because that weight came off.
Yes.
Probably 5 years ago.
No, 8 years ago.
8 years ago, and you kept it off. There's a super chat, by the way. I'm just going to go quickly to that. A super chat, which I'm trying to get in the comments there. It's from Seaside Babe, and she said, "Next poll, who is the better looking?"
Yes,
there is a reason I didn't ask for that, because even I know I lose that poll significantly. Lewis is remarkably good looking.
You're young and you're beautiful. I'm like, I've gotten old. Look at my face here. It's like falling down. The point is, you raised a few good points.
Did I?
You did. And then I totally overlooked them, and I should focus on them. The fact is, this guy, this Liberal Democratic guy, he's supported building on green space. Totally unnecessary. Before you go on a diet.
Are you talking directly to me now?
I'm talking to that guy.
Oh,
not
okay,
to
to
you.
Matthew.
I love you the way you are.
No, you don't.
I'm like a girl. Actually, you look better now than you did before. There's something healthy.
Yeah, I have lost some weight, and then I put some weight back on. But you actually, I was at my peak weight, as in heavy,
heaviest.
when we worked together.
Yeah.
And it was you saying to me every single day how ugly, unloved, and overweight I was. It actually made me do something about it.
Well, we know.
It was either that or kill myself.
Yeah, now you're loved, and so that's what's making me unhappy. You need to lose weight, and the way you do that is you've got to eliminate the foods that make you fat and make you want to be fat, which are carbohydrates and sugars, and you've got to just add raw beef.
Raw beef,
eggs, raw lamb, eggs.
Relentless sex.
No, because I've kept the weight off.
Without the relentless sex. There are many. Look, put it in the chat if you'd like to have sex with Lewis.
Any sex. That's I think what you need to do. And what do they want to do? They want to build on places where there are cows living their lives.
Just living their life, doing their shopping.
Waiting to be killed.
It says poll on my screen. Is there another? There's another poll up here. Who is better looking? This is not good.
God.
This is not good. Lewis. Oh my God! Look, Lewis on 22%. Me on 10%. Yeah. Neither of them on 33%, and equally as handsome on 35%. Equally as handsome. I don't know if that's true.
And 60 votes. That's quite amazing.
That's 60 votes is amazing.
That there are 60 people watching this.
I'll tell you what, that's a good point. Let's mention that. Across the two channels at the moment, there's still well over 4,000 people watching.
That is
amazing. That is fantastic. That is genuinely fantastic. Thank you so much. Please do spread the word. Lewis.
Yes.
Lewis, my good friend. I've actually missed working with you. I've never, ever... Do you know what? If I bump into someone who recognises me anywhere...
Yeah, anywhere.
More and more, they still say it. What's Lewis Schaefer like?
What am I?
And I've told you I say this before, and I do say this, but I don't mean it. I often say,
please.
do not talk to me about that man.
Yes.
And then they go off very puzzled. But I don't mean that at all. I absolutely loved working with you. You said that people get dehydrated from drinking water when I was working with you.
Have you heard that that's now true?
Is it now true? The frogs are going. Yeah. You also said cancer doesn't exist.
Cancer does exist. It's the multiplication of cells because it's irritated. Irritation causes inflammation, and inflammation is cancer, basically. So if you want to stop cancer from growing, you've got to eliminate carbs and sugars from your diet.
You do. I think you're probably right about that. I do think
and
it exists.
I'm a doctor.
You are a doctor, yes.
Yes.
Mike calls me a doctor now as well, believe it or not. That's because I was trying to explain the eclipse incredibly badly last week. But look, there's an image on here. I think it's image number 9, which is a still shot of your... no, that is it. I forgot that was image number 9, but brilliant. So, by the way, this is me kneeling for Jason Arday this morning. Black Lives Do Matter.
Is that really you? No, you're too thin.
That's an AI image of me, which is both got me kneeling and looking favourably thin. But there is an image somewhere, I think, of one of your live streams, and please do watch Lewis's live streams. And weirdly, in the comments on there,
oh my God,
it says, I mean, that's actually not too flattering of you, but it says in the comments up there, Paul Cox is apparently good with technology. He's now officially works for Mike Graham. There was a beautiful young lady on his channel, I think, at TBS. So I'm not sure what any of that was about, really. I'm not particularly good at technology.
Well, my stream is me doing as little as possible. And like you're here, you've got to read the newspapers, you've got to talk about things, you've got to find the guy to speak to from the Liberal Democratic Party. I mean, it's barely a party. I don't even know what those guys... Nobody knows what those guys do. There's something evil about them.
The Liberal Democrats are evil. But
sorry to interrupt, we've got another image that's been requested.
Another image that's been requested. Oh, there he is.
Oh, my God.
There he is. Even I look thinner than Fat Lewis.
Requested by Mark Littlewood, that one.
It's a fat Lewis Schaefer.
That's what happens if you don't eat recently dead animals and eggs.
Basically, it was true. Basically, I would have bowls of cereal, and I think I was being healthy because everything we've been told in life is a lie. And
everything.
Everything. It's a lie. And the Liberal Democrats would like, they would like to be the party of the lies.
Who is the party of the future to save Great Britain, Lewis Schaefer?
I don't know.
I have never, ever seen you speak.
Because I remember we were not allowed to mention this man's name.
But we are now on Mike Graham's channel.
I don't know.
And you can say whatever you like. Mike Graham's dedicated a whole hour to you once a week. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
So, but go on, you say what you like.
I think someone along the lines of Tommy Robinson.
I had a feeling you might say that. You've always had a
not always had a liking for the guy.
Okay.
I didn't like the guy at all, and I didn't like. There needs to be a rebel leader in this country who's going to stand up for the country. The people like you, worthless English people who've got nobody speaking for them.
The worthless English
people
just,
like you.
Just like me.
And you're proud of being worthless.
I am quite proud of being worthless. I represent the great cohorts of worthless people.
That's why you are going to be a huge star, and I wish I was nicer to you when we work
I'm still
together.
going to look after you, Lewis. I need you
I
around
don't
me.
believe that. They always say that. Then they never call you. They never write. They never put you on the show. Just because you called somebody fat. It's supposed to be not even a problem to call somebody fat, but you call somebody fat, then they don't want to see you anymore.
Oh, I don't mind. You called me fat every day and got paid to do so.
Yes, and you are fat, but you are fat. But luckily you're on TV, so you'll get some girls interested in you.
The girls are interested.
Yes.
Mainly
Interested?
they're over 60.
That's a great age to be.
Yeah. You think so? Have you got any girls on the go at the moment, Lewis?
Well, my girls they're not on the go. They're hobbling. That's the girls that I like. The girls that aren't going to be demanding.
We should ask in the comments, does anybody have a question for Lewis Schaefer? Because I could ask almost anything of Lewis. So Lewis speaks the truth from the hip, no filter. That is from Chaz638.
Look, good to see you, Chaz.
Yeah. Who else? Let me just. There was another.
But that's not a good thing to have no filter. I need a filter. I wish I had a filter. Like when I said water was dehydrating. People looked at me like I'm insane, and I don't want.
People look at you like you're insane, Lewis.
Yes.
So I can't imagine why that would ever be.
Because I see the truth. This is what happened to me. Lies. I hate lies. I hate lies and liars. And this country is a secretive country. All the decisions are made secretly, and they never tell you exactly why.
If you had to choose one of the genders, who's the biggest proponent of lies, men or women?
Well, obviously, women have to lie.
Why do women have to lie, Lewis?
Because they're smaller than men, and they're afraid that something bad's going to happen, so they have to lie.
Well, that's probably true. Very depressing, but very true.
And they told me they loved me.
And do they?
Not anymore.
Coxie, I've got a question.
Is there any
question?
question?
I've got a question.
Oh, brilliant. Is that Mark? Right,
Yeah.
thank God for that. Mark, come in.
Mark is not
can you?
fat.
No, Mark is not fat.
Can you? No, but I am, according to Channel 4, dead, which is worse than being fat, right? Can
you
we
look
put
much
back up
older
that?
than you are, but you're not dead.
Yeah, well, that's the smoking and the drinking. Can we pull back up that image from Lewis's show that we had on a minute
With the
ago with the
American
chat
flag?
and the right-hand side? Have we got that image, Scarlett and team? You know the one up there. Now, have a look at this. So I think this tells you something about Lewis's. Paul has already read out. Paul Cox is apparently good with technology. He now officially works for Mike Graham. There was a beautiful young lady on his channel, I think at 2 p.m. Well, at the moment, UK Live Online doesn't broadcast at 2 p.m. We will be in the future. We're building out the channel big. But put that image up again, because I'm interested in whether that 2 p.m. thing, was that on your OnlyFans channel then, Paul? Because it certainly wasn't on UK Live Online. But a bigger standout, and I think this speaks to Schaefer's audience. Look at the second comment. Fuck schools. Is that the kind of audience you're targeting your show at? Is it, Lewis? Yeah.
Look, I'm against the public school system. I'm against the government paying for schools to brainwash people. They should not be in control of our educational system. And I think in general, too many people go to school.
Oh, so that wasn't schools teaching people to.
Or they should be schools about fucking. Sorry.
You can say, you don't have to apologise. You're here on YouTube, and it's absolutely fine, Lewis. You can just be you.
It sounds bad. People don't think of me as a guy who curses. They think of me as a lovely guy. What is the question you're asking? What is the question you're asking, Mark?
Are the people of that sentiment, F schools, your key target audience for your show, Lewis?
That they think that schools are bad. They think that there should be a school called to teach people how to F you.
Ah, got it. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's probably quite a big audience then, in fairness. Yeah.
The people who listen to me are people who want to hear something new. They want to know that water is dehydrating. You shouldn't be sitting here drinking tons and tons of water if you want to be healthy.
So they want to hear something new and mad. New and mad.
Yes, it could be mad. They want to know when someone says we need to build more homes, that is against the British people. There are enough homes. We've got to stop divorce to prevent people from needing more homes.
There you go.
Why is that funny? My own tin is here laughing.
It's just great policy, Lewis. I don't know why nobody's picked it up.
Because no one discusses it. Say, why?
No one does discuss it.
We've got to stop letting people into this country. Dirty, dirty foreigners. You've got to stop them from being let into this country. From marrying British women who then suck the semen out of the man and create children and then stop them from seeing their own children.
Look, after our show is Ellie Hodges. I want to get her in now before we get down to either the channel being cancelled or there being no one left to watch. Let's get Ellie in now. Let's do a. Lewis, thank you so much, my friend. We'll definitely get you back on.
I have missed you, Paul.
I've missed you too, Lewis. I think it's your sensible thinking that I've missed the most. So Ellie Hodges is with me now. She's just taking. Sorry, I need to look into this camera. It's just much like you, viewers and listeners. It's difficult, you know, when you've got Lewis Schaefer in your orbit. It's like the moon. It's kind of pulling at you, making all your organs want to come out. But we do have someone sensible with us now. The Ellie Hodges show is coming up. Good morning/afternoon, Ellie. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. I don't know how I'm going to follow Lewis there.
No, you never tried to follow Lewis.
I was literally in the room for about 30 seconds and I heard some outrageous things. Yeah. But we're going to move on.
That was actually the most sensible things that Lewis said in the 20 minutes that we were talking. So I think that's why you were kept out the room, Ellie. It was like, please, Ellie is for the future. Please do not intoxicate Ellie. You wouldn't believe how much love there is for Lewis in the comments. You'd think that people would be clamouring to say, who is this guy? Why is there not a nurse involved? But Ellie, tell us who's on your show, what you're up to today.
I've got a fabulous show lined up today. I'm really, really excited. And as I said, I wanted my show to actually have people with different opinions on and have actual debate, not confrontation by any means, but just a discussion. So I've got Dan Hodges on, who is not a relative of mine. About the 20 millionth time I've said this, but he is not a relative of mine. Dan Hodges will be joining me for the first half of the show, and then I've got Gawain Towler on afterwards to maybe respond to some of the things that Dan Hodges might say. That should be quite interesting. And then to end the show, I've got Jack Hadfield, who was at Jason Arday's memorial service at Trafalgar Square. So he's going to report back and tell us all about that. So we're really excited show lined up, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Fantastic. I like the fact that you said you like to have serious and sensible guests on, like that was an attack on the Littlewood and Cox show, because I don't think there was anything unserious about Lewis Schaefer.
Oh, no,
really.
of course.
Well, I'm going to hand over to Ellie very shortly because it's now midday. Thank you ever so much. Thank you ever so much to Mark Littlewood. Thank you ever so much to Luke the Duke and Scarlett and Pooch. Thank you ever so much to all of our guests. We had Andrew Allison, we had Matthew Hurt all the way from the US of A. We had Matthew Holbert and we had Lewis Schaefer. Anything to say before we go, Mark?
Yeah, what a blasting show. Absolutely fantastic. Common sense coming out of my ears, Paul. We've had so much common sense today that I think I'm just about building up the courage to leave this bunker. We'll see. I might need another day or two to steel myself. So we're very clear that Ellie isn't Dan Hodges' daughter. Not married to Dan Hodges either, Ellie? Is that right?
I don't know if Ellie... Well, Mark was asking then that you're not related and definitely not married to Dan Hodges.
No, we're not related.
I look forward to the first half of your show being all about But why don't we get Lewis in to ask the question?
I definitely want Ellie to renew my challenge to Dan. Dan and I had massive Twitter exchange at the weekend. It's fantastic. My Twitter viewership went through the roof thanks to engaging with Dan Hodges about the use of private investigators by political parties and journalists. So, Ellie, please reiterate to him, I stand ready to debate him on this issue anytime, any place, anywhere. Can't wait.
Okay. Dan Hodges, if you want to get your exposure up on Twitter, start a conversation with Dan Hodges. That was what Mark's point was, and that's absolutely correct. Unfortunately, Dan's really clever as well, so that's putting us to shame. But you will see Dan Hodges on with Ellie Hodges at 12 o'clock. But Common Sense is, I'm not back until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you for all your support. Support Ellie. Over and out.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to UK Live. This is the Ellie Hodges Show, midday until 1 o'clock. It might go a little bit over today though because we've got such a fantastic lineup prepared for you all. So we've got Dan Hodges, who is not a relative of mine, again in with me first. We're going to be talking all about reform, the challenges they're facing at the moment, also if there is any positives that Dan's willing to share, talking all about reform. We'll also talk about Jason Arday a little bit as well. And then after that we've got Gawain Towler coming on, who I'm sure all of you know. We'll be discussing everything that Dan has mentioned in his interview with me coming up very, very shortly, and all things reform, because we've got a hell of a lot going on at the moment. And then lastly, we've got Jack Hadfield joining me, who's going to be talking all about Jason Arday's memorial service at Trafalgar Square, what that was like and what we can learn from everything that happened and the tragic loss of life there. So firstly, Dan, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, of course. I really appreciate you coming on the show. And as I just said, I really want this show to be about having genuine discussions and it not being confrontational, but actually learning why you think the way you do. And I'm sure that we definitely disagree on lots of different things,
Sure we do.
but I'm sure we can find some common ground
We'll try,
as well.
We'll try.
So Dan, you've written that it's time for reform to move on from Nigel Farage. That's kind of been your biggest thing recently, I would say, and it's quite an interesting take because lots of people would argue that reform is Nigel Farage, and without him, what is reform? So why do you think that it's time for Nigel to step away?
Well, for a number of reasons. I mean, but I'd start off by countering what you just said in the question, because and I know that is the common perception. Reform is nothing without Nigel Farage. And I don't agree with that for a number of reasons. I think, firstly, whether people like it or not, reform are basically a fixture in British politics now moving forward. They've occupied a space in British politics which obviously was being neglected and had been neglected for years by the mainstream parties. And I don't think that group of support that they've cultivated is simply going to disappear or simply just drift back en masse to any of the other parties. I think the second thing is, I think it's unfair to the other people in reform, this sort of narrative that, you know, Nigel Farage is the only person that makes reform, keeps reform ticking. I mean, I and I said in my piece, you know, I've sat down with, I remember sitting down with Richard Tice and spending a good couple of hours listening to him articulate what I thought was a very realistic and pragmatic and potentially effective policy programme for reform. He'll hate me for saying this, but I like and get on with Lee Anderson, who I think is a very genuine and authentic voice for his constituents and reform supporters. And even, you know, someone who gets a lot of criticism, Robert Jenrick, who I think, you know, again, I said in the piece I wrote, I remember sitting down with Robert Jenrick and him articulating a sort of vision for the right moving forward that is one of the most compelling visions I've heard. So again, this idea, it's Nigel or bust, is just not something I hold much truck with. But the fundamental problem is this. For years, Nigel was, I think the description would be, he was a Marmite character. Some people loved him, some people didn't like it. But that is the problem. Nigel has moved from being someone who was relatively split evenly in terms of the people who liked him and the people who disliked him, to someone who in the latest, I think it was Ipsos poll, showed that 25% of those people asked said they like him. 65% of those asked said they didn't like him. And that was markedly different to the leaders of the other parties. Even within the groups of, so take somebody like Andy Burnham, who at the moment is relatively popular. There were a group who quite liked him, slightly less a group who disliked him. But there was still a significant group with Andy Burnham of people who just hadn't formed an opinion, or he simply didn't sort of motivate a significant or strong opinion within them. That's not the case with Nigel. And what you're seeing now, we saw it to an extent in Clacton, but we've certainly seen it in the other major by-elections, is that whilst he can motivate his base, he also now motivates the anti-base, if you like, and he is now a driver for those people who really object to and don't like reform. And on those the political realities, on the sort of numbers that we're seeing, it's just not politically sustainable. His personal brand has become too toxic.
I do understand your point, and I do think on Richard Tice, he doesn't get enough credit for kind of keeping the party going when it wasn't at the top of the polls.
Yeah, absolutely.
But do you not think it's fair to say that Reform's actual supporter base, when they think of their party, they think of Nigel Farage? And when you look kind of at the polls, when Nigel Farage did come back into the party, that's when the polls started going up. There's a direct correlation between Nigel Farage and polls going up in terms of Reform.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But obviously when Nigel Farage came in, first of all, Reform's poll rating did go up in the election, but they secured 4 MPs. Obviously, subsequent to that, as Keir Starmer collapsed, obviously the Tories had their worst election result in living memory. Obviously, there was a reaction amongst the public to a fact that they'd invested their hopes in Keir Starmer, and he'd basically let them down, and that was a big part of it. But if you look at what's happened, and again, I've been writing about this for the best part of the year now, Reform peaked at around about 30%. Last October. After that, they plateaued, and since that, they've been in relatively steady decline. I think they're now down, sort of averaging 23, 24 points. And that's in the opinion polls. That's when people are being asked, how would you vote if there's an election tomorrow? So even built in within that is a significant vote of Reform support that whilst they're expressing anger with the main parties, when it comes to choosing the next government, they will look elsewhere. You then factor in, as I said, the very active tactical voting, very active and in some cases organised tactical voting that is taking place by people who just don't want reform. I mean, I saw this in Makerfield. I was, spent a lot of time in Makerfield. I was out in the constituency on polling day. I was speaking to these women who literally were saying, I voted Tory all my life. I'm voting for Andy Burnham. And they weren't just saying, I'm voting for Andy Burnham because I want to get rid of Keir Starmer. They were saying, I'm voting for Andy Burnham because I'm not going to vote for Nigel Farage and Reform.
You also see that the other way, though, as well, when Tories are saying, actually, no, I'm never going to vote Tory again, I'm going to Reform. That goes both ways. And I think Andy Burnham is a very specific example there because of Makerfield. And do you buy the argument that Reform puts forward that the reason that Andy Burnham got such a large amount of the vote in Makerfield is because it was a vote to get Starmer out?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was a huge, I mean, that was the defining issue of the election. But I also said at the start of that election that's what I thought was going to happen, and Reform didn't. And you'll remember, because you obviously covered it yourself. At the start of that election, a lot of people around Reform genuinely thought Reform could win that seat and would win that seat. That's why it was perceived, it was such a huge electoral gamble for Andy Burnham to actually stand there in the first place. And as as I said, whilst there's the key issue was obviously to get rid of, well, the three issues. There was obviously an element of let's get rid of Starmer. The reality is Andy Burnham was personally very popular in that seat. He was seen as from the area, people liked him. But as I said, there is now a very, very clear, significant. We've seen it in a run of by-elections going back to, where was it, in Wales, where Reform were expected to win, and Plaid actually picked them at the end. There is a very, very active anti-Reform vote, and that is because Reform, and it's almost part of the strategy now, Reform are running what is effectively a core vote strategy. They are desperately trying to, because of the decline in the polls, because of the perceived threat from Restore, they're desperately trying to cling on to their core base. I mean, we've seen it, obviously I'm sure we'll come on in a moment. I mean, we're sitting here speaking, Tim Montgomery has literally just been suspended.
Yeah, let's talk about that now,
Reform.
actually. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because I mean, I'm quite split, because I think that on one hand, you need people in a party that are going to criticise policies and call them out when necessary. But also, if it is true that he has been briefing the media and leaking certain information, you also can't have that in a party, can you?
Well, I don't know if he's been leaking information. I mean, he's made a couple of what I would say are not particularly aggressively hostile observations. One was he thought it was a mistake for Nigel Farage not to go to the count, which I think most people accept, and certainly other people in Reform openly, privately conceded to me. I mean, I think the key thing about this, and this is the big problem in terms of Reform's broader strategy, it seems to me the main reason he's been suspended is he's committed the cardinal sin of basically confirming what people like me and my colleagues have been writing for a good couple of weeks now, which is, I mean, and you cover Reform, so you're as aware of it as I am, that obviously there are splits in Reform. There are very significant splits in Reform, and there are particularly splits in relation to Zia and Zia Youssef.
Yeah.
Now, senior Reform figures, I saw, I think, who was it, Richard Tice, at a recent press conference. I saw a clip, Richard Tice and Robert Jenrick saying, oh, this is all just rubbish, it's all being made up. It's not being made up. You know exactly what the reality is. Tim has articulated that, but because Reform and Nigel are so defensive at the moment, I mean, Labour's running around going, Nigel Farage is being a snowflake. You're right, Nigel Farage is being a snowflake at the moment. He's just reacting in an incredibly thin-skinned way to any sort of perceived opposition, internal or external.
But do you think these issues are suddenly going to be solved if Nigel Farage is no longer part of the picture?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think certainly the Zia Youssef issue would be solved, because at that point Zia Youssef, I mean, the reason why Zia Youssef is still in Reform is because basically Nigel is effectively keeping him there. As soon as Nigel goes, Zia goes. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things. I think there are broader organisational problems in terms of how Reform is managed with Nigel. I mean, you saw it with the Clacton stunt. So, for example, the decision to stand in Clacton was taken by a very, very tiny number of people around Nigel, his inner circle. Other senior figures in the party weren't even told until a couple of hours before his speech what was going on. So I think some of those problems would be resolved. I think, as I say, the excessive sort of defensiveness around Nigel would be resolved. I think another big issue, which we haven't talked about, is obviously the other, it's not an elephant sitting in the room, the other issue that is completely destabilising Reform are the ongoing issues in relation to Nigel's financing, the donation, etc.
But do you not think that Clacton showed that Nigel's supporters don't actually really care about that?
What Clacton showed is, as I said, that there is remember that's the safest Reform seat in the country.
Sure.
So hardcore Reform supporters, plus people in the constituency who quite like Nigel Farage as their MP, they support him, but that is not reflected in the wider country. And I used the example and the analogy, obviously, we had the situation with Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn was thrown out of the Labour Party ultimately because he was just refused to accept the anti-Semitism that had been infecting the party. He stood as an independent in Islington.
Yeah.
Everyone predicted he would lose, and he won. but that didn't resolve the fundamental issues relating to Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn, or dramatically shift the political weather. And this idea that some of Nigel and his allies are spinning, oh, that's it, the issue is, the case is closed against Nigel because of the result in Clacton. Obviously, that's not the case.
And you also say that you think reform have kind of gone past its peak and there's no kind of coming back. What would have to happen to prove that you're wrong in that?
They'd have to go up again in the polls and get back up to 31, 32%. That's
But I mean,
what
it's quite a strong claim to say that you think that they've just completely gone past their peak and there's no returning.
Well, I mean, I don't say there's no returning. I don't see, as I said, I don't see how they return with Nigel as leader. As I say, I don't. If you want to look forward, as I say, I don't think Reform are going to go away as a political force in this country. And I think also, if you want to look longer, obviously Andy Burnham is enjoying a bounce, a honeymoon, whatever you call it. I think it's probably a little bit more substantial than a bounce. But the fundamental issues facing Andy Burnham and facing the country aren't going to go away. But I think there are opportunities for reform, and there'll continue to be political opportunities for reform. But the fundamental thing reform have to do, and they had an opportunity last year. They had the opportunity where they were at 30%. And actually, I remember speaking to people inside Reform who at the time were saying this was going to be the strategy. They were going to start to move away from the core vote strategy, and they were then going to start to try and appeal beyond Reform's core supporters to that sort of floating block of voters that they require if they want to get the sort of support that they can form a majority. And for reasons I don't quite understand, I think it was partly to do with fears over the Restore split, but for reasons I can't understand, they moved away from that strategy. So they had a whole strategy if they were going to appeal more to women, they were going to appeal more to people in the centre, and that whole strategy got ditched.
And you are talking, as I said at the start, a lot about Nigel Farage not being a leader. Who do you see as the next leader?
I mean, I wouldn't want to sort of condemn anyone by giving them my endorsement, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, as I said, if Nigel goes, Zia goes, but then you have, realistically, it seems to me it would probably be a straight fight between Robert Jenrick and Richard Tice. Is realistically how you would see it, and that they both of those have their faults, but they also have their qualities as well. I think, Richard has got certain questions he's got to, he's going to have to answer in relation to the sort of swirl of finances around him. But as you said, he is somebody who I agree with you. I don't think he gets enough credit for the work he did in basically keeping Reform going when Nigel walked away for that period. And Robert, I mean, if he could learn to just slightly curb his his completely naked ambition, is, I think, a serious political operator. I mean, I think the thing with Robert that would be interesting is so much of the problem with Robert is, as I say, he's so nakedly ambitious. He's always working in angle positioning, ditching positions he used to hold to try and appease, align with whichever way the political current is currently running. If he could get beyond that and actually you had Robert Jenrick in a position where he was leader of a political party, then I think the more sophisticated, mature, thoughtful Robert would come through, and it would be very interesting to see what he would be like in those circumstances.
I do want to talk to you about Restore, but before we go on to that, I just want to acknowledge that lots of people do say that you have been quite one-sided in just your attack against Reform, and you don't hold the other parties to account in the same way. Would you agree with that you're kind of personally going after the Reform Party?
No, I wouldn't. And the reason I wouldn't is literally people were saying exactly the same thing to me about in relation to Keir Starmer. Just before he was removed, they were saying the same things when I was writing about, Angela Rayner. They said I had exactly the same criticism when I was scrutinising Jeremy Corbyn, Boris Johnson, When I first started writing, I was writing a lot about Ed Miliband, and I was criticised about being obsessed with Ed. So that just comes with the territory. That's what happens when you know, and I understand it. You know, a lot of people invest, you know, their hopes, their dreams in various individuals. Obviously, we're seeing that very much with Nigel at the moment. So when people start to criticise them, people get upset about it. But that's the nature of the job.
And if you had to say some of the things that Reform are actually doing right, what would you say?
Oh, well, look, I mean, I think fundamentally, I think the thing I would praise Reform for the most is, and it's quite a big thing, so, you know, I'm not damning with faint praise here. I mean, I think Reform and Nigel Farage have completely transformed politics, and, you know, I'll get absolutely kicked from the other side for this, but I think in a positive way, in the sense that, and you can see this with Andy Burnham, actually. I mean, I think, I don't know who wrote it, but I think somebody said, you know, if it hadn't been for Nigel Farage, we wouldn't have Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. And I think that's absolutely. I mean, some people may not thank Nigel for that. But no, I think that's right, because I think what happened is, for years, there was a huge block of the electorate who were basically, at best, ignored, at worst, patronised, and at the very worst, you know, held in open contempt by both of the mainstream parties, and that is a big block of what I would, it's a bit simplistic, but would call sort of working class Britain. And I saw that because I used to work for the Labour Party, and I saw how under Blair we literally, you know, moved away because there was an entire strategy of we can't win unless we appeal to Middle Britain and all that sort of stuff, and that just became an onward drift in which working people were completely sidelined and ignored, and you know, Nigel Farage and Reform, obviously Brexit was a big part of that process, have now given a voice to working people in a way that has completely transformed politics. So that would be, if you wanted me to highlight a positive, it would be that.
Do you think that Reform, this is something that I actually call Reform out on, is that I don't think they show enough optimism, and I think that the British public are very fed up with the state of this country at the moment, and I think they need some optimism of, okay, we can make things better, and I don't know if the framing of Britain is broken, which is a phrase they use a lot, is the right one. Yeah,
I think that's absolutely right, and I think, I think Reform generally. So again, we've been talking about, you know, I mean, Zia Yusuf running around, you know, calling everybody, you know, calling the world and his wife, or the world and her husband, you know, a traitor on everything, you know, the stuff with Ben Wallace. I mean, it's just, you know, it's completely aggressive and unnecessary and counterproductive. But I think in particular, I think that is one of the big problems that Nigel's got at the moment. I mean, because you know him and I know him. And one of the things about Nigel, again, being very simplistic, he was always upbeat. He was always cheerful. He was always optimistic. You know, he would have a laugh and a joke, and that's what you used to see. I mean, and it used to work for him. It used to work at a political level. You know, people used to, you know, big issues, he could, even that were problematic, he would deflect with, like I say, a laugh or a joke or a bit of a shrug, and he would move beyond it. And as, you know, everybody's literally saying it today, and I think the Tim Montgomery issue is an example of that, that side of him's gone. You know, I haven't seen that side of him for ages, and he's more insular, he's more tetchy, he's more aggressive, and frankly, the problem Reform have got, if you want to strip it all away, if you remember years ago, Theresa May accurately said, you know, the Conservative Party's got a brand problem. And the brand problem is, we are the nasty party. Now, the problem for Reform is, Reform are now the nasty party. There's a nasty, just unpleasant edge to Reform at the moment, which is not actually, if you know people in Reform, if you know Reform supporters, if you know their leadership, it's not actually indicative or characteristic of who these guys are.
No.
And you know that, and I know that. But the point is, at the moment, because they're trying to, as I said, we'll come on to Restore, I'm sure, but they're trying to cling desperately to this sort of shrinking vote. There's a desperation and there's an anger and, frankly, a nastiness in their rhetoric and their brand, and it's becoming a vicious circle because people are seeing it. And it's turning people off. So people who are saying, "Oh yeah, I am sick of the small boats, and I am really concerned about crime, and I am, you know, concerned about, you know, this obsession with the environment to all else, they're seeing Reform politicians and they're going, well, yeah, I get what they're saying about the problem, and I think they're right in identifying the problem, but are these really the guys I want to solve it? That, I think, is their...
I think it's just a simple thing of, yes, there's a problem, okay, how are we going to fix it? And I think that's what the British public want to see, is they want to see a clear answer to how we're going to fix things. And I think that an optimistic tone is what the British public need at the moment. But let's move on to Restore. So do you think they're actually having a big effect on Reform or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think they are, and I didn't realise it until the Makerfield by-election. And to be perfectly honest, I'd completely dismissed Restore, and actually was having the same criticism of how I engage with Restore that I'm now having over how I engage with Reform, in the sense that, you know, I was very I thought they were just a marginal party, and I said at the time when Rupert Lowe walked out, I said, I don't know why he's done it, because he's just going to marginal himself and he's not going to be able to overcome Nigel. But for some reason, within Reform, I don't know whether it was Nigel personally, the people around him, Rupert Lowe got into Nigel Farage's head, and he got into the head of the Reform senior leadership. And although Restore were polling, you know, very low numbers, 2%, 3%, 4%, as I said, the strategy that I was told was being constructed, which was to sort of modernise, moderate, and broaden the Reform brand, suddenly got ditched, and suddenly people were running around saying, "Oh my God, you know, look at all these clicks Rupert Lowe's getting on social media, and look at the support he's getting on social media, and oh my God, Elon Musk's backing him now. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?" And I think that was the beginning of Reform's decline and descent, if you like. And it still seems to be going on. So we had that situation where Rupert Lowe jumped up and said, "Oh, well, let's have a pact." And then we had basically chaos for like a couple of weeks. Should we have a pact? Shouldn't we have a pact? Should we get together? Should they talk? Shouldn't they talk? And where's it all ended up?
Do you think that some of the people surrounding Restore are extremists?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no, there are definitely some very, very extreme and toxic elements around Restore. But there's two things to say about that. Firstly, these people were, until recently, in Reform, right? You know, Nigel Farage and everybody, and I see all these people in Reform saying, "Oh, they're beyond the pale, they're, what is it, ethno-nationalists and all that sort of stuff." Well, hang on a second. He was one of your MPs until a few months ago, so, you know, and are you really saying he's the only person like that in your party and everything? You know, so there's that problem. So I think, you know, Reform have got a problem there. But equally, the question is, how representative is it? I mean, and again, I can only speak for myself. I was in Makerfield. I went to a Restore event. The people I saw, I'm talking about, you know, people who are out campaigning or whatever.
Yeah.
They weren't markedly different, if I'm completely honest with you. Certainly the people I spoke to, with the people who I'd met a few months ago when I was at Reform Conference, or I've seen at Reform Conference, they had the same issues. They seemed primarily to me to be ordinary people, primarily working from a working class background.
So why do you think they are ditching Reform for Restore?
Look, you're in a better position to know this about than I am. I think, again, I think, as you're right, I think there are extreme elements in Restore, and I think they've been successful in convincing them that the only way to solve Britain's problems is to have even more extreme policy prospectus. So I think there's a bit of that. I think, frankly, I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. I can't quite get to the bottom of the big Restore Reform split. It seems to be there are so many moving parts to it. I'm not entirely sure where the primary anger there resides. What I do know, like I said, is the big political impact is it's messing with Nigel Farage's head and it's messing with the heads of people inside Reform. That's the big sort of strategic impact of it.
So before we finish up, I'd like to talk to you about Andy Burnham. So as you said at the start, I mean, he has kind of had and is having his honeymoon period where we've had this Andy Burnham bounce supposedly. How long do you think this will last? Because many people are saying that Andy Burnham on the vibes is great. And I agree with that. I was in Makerfield. I saw the vibe that was being given off there. Lots of young people with Andy Burnham signs, you know, dancing around with music. It looked great. But that only lasts for so long. Do you think once he actually starts having to deal with some of the big issues, things might start going a bit downhill for him?
Yeah, they definitely will. But I think, but the question is, how long? You know, what sort of time period are we talking about? Because I think there's I think Andy Burnham is good at the vibes. You know, I wrote a piece. Well, I think you retweeted it, which was about how that's another thing. You know, how Labour have now supplanted reform in terms of social media, media management and output. And so Andy Burnham's very good at that. But I think people mistake the fact that because Andy Burnham's good at the vibes, there's nothing behind it. Now, the thing is, I mean, as I said, you know, I know Andy, I like Andy, I've been criticised for saying that, but I'm just going to be honest about it. And as part of that, I know that when he, you know, in terms of his focus, which is very much, you know, it's pretty similar to what I was saying. Look, working class people have been ignored, people up north have been ignored. We need to rebalance that. He's very sincere about that, and he means it. And I think, which is why I agree, I think it's more than just a bounce. But as I said before, however sort of sincere Andy Burnham is, and however good he is at political communication, the reality is the big political problems, the small boats, concerns about immigration more broadly, defence spending, the economy. We've got this huge impact that's still not been felt yet of what's happening in Iran and all that sort of stuff. That's going to have a huge economic impact. Welfare, you know, the spiralling welfare bill, the environment, etc. Those problems are not just going to. Those problems aren't going to be solved by vibes. So eventually, reality is going to bite. Now the question is, though, I mean, I wrote about this at the weekend. I think he has potentially got about 6 to 8 months of maybe, because the other thing is, I think he looks different enough to Keir Starmer and the people who've preceded. People will give him the benefit, the doubt for a while, but it won't last long. So if I was going to bet, and this is entirely unscientific, I'd say 7, 8 months, tops maybe a year of sort of peak Burnham. Now,
Even that long?
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, look, if we've got a situation which, let's reverse it. If reform keep getting in, you know, if reform just keep being the shambles that they're being at the moment, people still are obviously still very unhappy with their memories of the Tory party. Zach Polanski and the Green, I wrote this as well, Zach Polanski and the Greens are completely blowing it. They've just become like pseudo-Corbynites, which was a big problem for Labour as well. Those things, if he's lucky, he'd need a lot of luck, then I would say, you know, if I was going to judge 7 or 8 months, but maybe a year. Now, the thing is, politically, I mean, the other thing is, I think within that window, I think we'll have had an election as well by that stage. So, but that's it. But then something could happen, and you know, Andy Burnham could be plumbing Keir Starmer levels of unpopularity in a few weeks' time. The one thing I would say though is, I keep seeing it. I keep seeing reform supporters going every time there's a single poll which has a single minor dip for Labour or a single percentage point increase in reform. Suddenly, not just reform supporters but senior reform politicians like Richard Tice and Zia and Nigel are suddenly rushing out on social media going, oh, look, we told you. The Burnham bounce, it's over, we're back. And it's like, you know, and that, for me, again, is another sign of their desperation and that Andy Burnham is also in their heads a little bit at the moment.
Dan Hodges, thank you very much for joining me. I really appreciate
me.
you giving me your time, and we can clarify that we're not related now.
We are not. We are not. And I'm so sorry
much.
for that misinterpretation.
No, it's funny. Thank you very much for your
Thanks
time.
For having me.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Right, shall we go to the news now? Let's go to the news.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. Here's a quick roundup of today's main UK headlines. Prime Minister Andy Burnham briefly exchanged messages with someone impersonating White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles before realising it was a fake and reporting it. Thousands gathered in Trafalgar Square for a vigil for former Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who died last week after resigning amid plagiarism claims he denied. His family said the public cruelty had been too much to bear. After weeks of extreme heat and drought, heavy rain and thunderstorms are sweeping in, bringing cooler temperatures and a risk of flash flooding on the hard, dry ground. UK house prices also saw their biggest August fall since 2018. That's the latest. Later, Tigers.
Hi everyone and welcome back. That was the news. I hope you enjoyed that segment with Dan Hodges. I know some of you might not be the biggest fan of him, but I thought it's good to have an honest conversation and have a discussion with people that we disagree with and ask him questions that I wanted to ask him, and I thought that was pretty good. Let's read out some comments. So I think Ellie is a very good interviewer. She is letting him speak and is exposing his views rather than just getting in a slanging match. That's true as well. I want to let him speak, and I try and do that with my guests as much as possible, is actually let them speak so we know what they think instead of constantly interrupting and criticising every single thing they say. I really don't get why people don't want to hear an opposing view. You need to put your own views up for scrutiny by hearing the other side. Otherwise, you're just listening to people agreeing with you. 100%. I really, really agree with this point. I always say that I think debate is one of the most important things that we have in society. We need to make sure that we keep that. And you either come out of a debate thinking, okay, I'm stronger in my view, or you come out of it learning something. And that's really important. You don't want to get in an echo chamber at all. Ellie, you're amazing. This man is not an easy interviewee. You're doing so well. You're definitely asking the right questions. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. I really appreciate the kind comments. So our next guest, I think some of you might like this guest a little bit more than the last one. We have got Gawain Towler, who I'm sure you all know. Thank you so much for joining me, Gawain. Oh, I can't hear.
He's muted.
Oh, you're muted, Gawain. I need to hear you.
Unmute yourself, Gawain.
No.
You need to unmute yourself, Gawain.
Tell him to go off and come back on again.
Maybe.
We're going to kick him off and have him rejoin.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. And we've got a sneak peek into Gawain there, so, oh well, excellent interview. Thank you very much, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not sure what you guys would have thought about it, just because you know, he is someone that is naturally more left-wing, but I think in many ways he was very critical of Keir Starmer, but he is an anti-Burnham fan, but that might change quite soon. Thanks for this interview, whether we agree with him or not. Yeah, exactly, and as I said, I think it's so important that we speak to people that we politically disagree with. We can't just get in an echo chamber. Ellie is a brilliant young lady, a breath of fresh air for middle-aged men, and her intellect gives me hope for the younger generation. Thank you very much. I'm flattering me way too much, guys. But thank you for the kind comments. And yeah, I want to try and get as many kind of interesting guests as possible and people that you might not usually see. So I thought that was good. And I didn't want to be too confrontational either and, you know, jump down every single thing he said. I wanted to actually hear what he had to say. Refreshing to hear an actual discussion rather than presenters thinking they have to constantly interrupt and talk over the guests. Good job, Ellie. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to just constantly interrupt. If I think there's something, okay, he needs to be pulled up on that, then I will say something, no matter who I'm interviewing, if that's someone I disagree with or agree with. So, oh, we have got Pooch now in the studio. I mean, Gawain is clearly, I don't know what's going on with Gawain.
We're waiting on him. At the moment, he has muted himself, so he's...
That is... I think every time I've done a Zoom call with Gawain, that's happened.
How do you think that? I'm so impressed, Ellie. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm so impressed. It's if I could say, poor Ellie came in very nervous.
Yeah.
But as you should be before you're doing anything that means something.
Yeah, exactly.
Usain Bolt would be nervous at the beginning of 100 metres, and if he wasn't, he wouldn't run 9.58 seconds.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. I thought it was very interesting. I've disagreed with Dan on many, many issues. But as you said, I think it is so important to be able to hear another point of view. I think at the moment, politics is just too divisive. There's too many people shouting at one side, shouting at the other side, and we're not getting anywhere, are we?
No, exactly.
Any takeaways? What did you take away from the interview?
Well, I think there is some things that I do agree with him on. For example, I think Reform should be more positive about their messaging, and I think, you know, that's something that I would say I'm sympathetic towards Reform. but I'm willing to criticise them and call them out when necessary, as I do for every other political party.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that it was interesting that Dan kind of defended himself against some of the accusations he's been getting of just being very anti-reform. I think there is some truth to that he has been focusing on reform much more than any other political parties. And I didn't get the chance to ask him, but I was going to point out that I think when there is scandals in reform, say one MP has done something wrong, automatically the majority of journalists and commentators think that reflects the whole entire party, yet they don't do the same with Labour or the Conservatives. So I think that I'd like to see some more consistency from Dan, but I'm very happy that he actually came in and had a discussion, because you'd be surprised, lots of people on the left don't even want to have a discussion with someone that's on the right.
No.
So I think it's great that he came in.
Ellie, I think
Sorry to interrupt.
it's a it's a testament to you, Ellie, so well done.
Thank you
And
very much.
Let's hear what Gawain thinks.
Gawain is here, finally. Gawain, can I hear you? I still can't hear you, Gawain. Oh my. Oh. Has he got his mic muted?
Yeah. He's got to unmute himself on his
Gawain,
phone.
do you know how to unmute yourself? No. There's a button at the bottom. Oh my God.
Right. Paige, sit back down.
Paige is sitting back down. I really want to talk to Gawain about this interview. Come on, Gawain. Yeah, anyway, so I was just saying that I think that Dan actually having the courtesy to come in and have that discussion was really good, and I think that my respect for him has definitely gone up because he done that.
Yeah, it's also interesting from the point of view of kind of running a channel like this, that people come on the comments and say, oh, get this person on, get that person on.
Yeah.
They don't always want to come on.
Yeah,
we can't, we've got a great team, and yourself, you got Dan's booking, Charlotte gets the bookings, Scarlett will get some bookings. We're all trying hard to get people on, but sometimes the tail wags the dog a bit, I find. So if we get a guest on that people don't like, this is a numbers game after all. We want to have good numbers watching. People turn off, and it's like hearing a song you don't like on the radio. You just turn off and walk away, and you might go to a different station.
Yeah.
So yes, I want us to not to be an echo chamber, but equally I don't want to shy away from having guests on that people don't like, purely because I think people are going to get upset about it. I think we've got to hear these different opinions.
Yeah, 100%. And it's great having people on that we agree with, and I love talking to people like Gawain, for example, and I think it's fantastic.
Well,
but
we can try Gawain.
let's try again. Earth to Gawain.
Can you hear me?
I can go.
I've never been so happy to hear your voice, Gawain.
Well, that's a foolish thing in the first place, but okay.
So, I don't know if you managed to catch any of that interview.
I caught some of Dan's stuff. And the point you were making about there are two great things in life when you talk to people, and that is being proven right, so you feel good about yourself because you have a position and you're proven right, and then being proven wrong, because that way you learn. Both of these things are good. One, you feel good because, hey, you were right, and two, you feel good because you've learned something. And you don't learn something from people who tell you you're right.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's why I wanted to have Dan in. And I disagree with him on a lot of things, but kind of having the chance to sit down and have a discussion with him and see what he thinks. And I do disagree with him on some things, but I've come away from that interview learning some things, but also some things I'm even stronger in my beliefs, and I think that's really important.
I think that Dan has, since the spring. And I think since the second round of local elections, where Reform dominated, I think since then, Dan, because you had the rise of Burnham, and because you've got a likely Burnham Prime Ministership for the next few years, Dan, he is sometimes a bit of a court writer. He writes to please the people in power. So he was very close to Brown. He was then very close to Cameron. He saw the wind was blowing and he moved away. And he has this, in order to get access and to have conversations with those people in positions of authority, he sometimes plays the game. But he's no fool. He isn't a fool. I just think he's a little bit fixated at present.
Do you think he's right about any of the things that he's criticised reform of?
We are a party in growth. There are going to be missteps.
Mm.
We are not perfect. Nobody's ever claimed to be perfect. Nigel's never claimed to be perfect. None of us are. And as we grow, there will be missteps left, right, and centre because that's just the nature of humanity. However, I think if you look at, say, the policy that came out yesterday from Generic, what we saw there was a policy that came out that had looked at second order problems, had seen, okay, this is what we want to do, and what are the problems that might arise if we do that? And there was you can see from that, a policy paper, the depth of thinking and seriousness that I don't think you see much elsewhere. And I can see this is a party in growth and a party finding its confidence and feet when it comes to policy development. And I'm really pleased.
Okay, yeah, interesting. And I think that reform is still in a place where they are growing. But I am going to have to ask you, because it came out this morning, obviously, Tim Montgomery having his membership being taken off him. I mean, that's a very big decision.
Suspended, I believe.
Suspended.
I believe. But I'm not privy to the conversations that took place. I'm just aware, like you are, of what I've read on Twitter or X.
Okay.
And so, yes, people. Sometimes somebody who is perceived to be a spokesman for the party deliberately, and he's perceived to be such, deliberately attacking people within the party. I think you've got to ask questions. I'm a friend of Tim, but you've got to say, hold on, whether you are an employee of the party, which he is not, or an MP, which he is not, or somebody on the board like I am, which he is not. He is just an ordinary member. But he is perceived, because he has a media pulpit that he has built himself over the years, his words carry more weight than Fred and the dog and duck, who's a party member.
Yeah,
and there is a level of responsibility there.
Okay, yeah, I think that is true, and I don't know if you have had a chance to watch a Spectator interview that he did.
I was on the train this morning, so I had to turn it off. People were glaring at me in a funny way.
But he was being, very critical of the party and certain decisions being made, especially in regard to Zia Yusuf. Where do you draw the line in terms of being critical and giving feedback to the party to actually kind of bringing the party into conflict, really, and causing issues for the party?
I think that we are not drones. People are not drones. They do things in different ways. Zia is very popular amongst the membership because he doesn't come across like an ordinary politician. He's very popular amongst the membership because he will say it as he sees it, and rather than sit in a seminar and talk through a committee. But that's exactly why he's popular. But it does ruffle feathers. We have a political system that used to everybody being terribly clubbable with each other, and Zia will not forgive people for what he perceives as the failures of the last 14 years. I'm very different from Zia. I'm a much more emollient, chummy sort of chap. I will make my criticisms, but I don't go with my sort of machine gun at my hip. But you've got to remember, one of the reasons why reform exists is because we are all fed up to the back teeth of the political establishment that has failed us so badly over the years. And Zia exemplifies that anger, but he does it in an ordinary way rather than a way that traditionally politics has been done in this country. And so I don't think anybody thinks that what Zia is doing is not honest to himself. He's not making stuff up to look good. He's saying what he believes. And that is extremely unusual in British politics. And it cuts through and basically, if you go to a pub, and funnily enough, I do go to quite a lot of pubs, all over the country, no less. And and you talk to people, what he speaks is the language of the pub, not of the seminar room.
Yeah,
and this is deeply unusual in British politics.
Yeah, it is true. And Let's talk about the Clacton by-election actually, because obviously great result from Reform, but also
We were
quite
happy.
expected. What happens now? Because I mean, we're kind of in this middle ground now, where another by-election could have to be called in a couple of months. What happens here?
Well, I think my contention on this is very simple. The reason you have a recall by-election is that the committee, which is a bunch of your political opponents and a bunch of people wearing lanyards, will decide on whether Mr. Farage has to be punished by the Parliament. That punishment could be a suspension of up to however long they wish, but a suspension of 10 days triggers automatically a recall petition, in which you need. I think he's got 79,000, so 7,900. 10% of the constituency needs to sign a petition recalling a by-election. My feeling is, if they were to do so, if they were to give him 10 days or more, that a recall petition would be seen as the establishment ganging up on Farage. According to the Survation poll done just before, about a week before the election, 90% of the people of Clacton are aware that Mr. Farage received a gift of £5 million and that he did not report it to the parliamentary authorities. Now, he believes that and I believe him, that he didn't need to. However, I do not see the particular committee in question not taking the opportunity to smack him, because they don't like him very much. But given that he's already had a by-election, on the facts, he received £5 million, he did not report it. That question has already been asked the people of Clacton. And if they were to ask it again, I think you'd see a smaller turnout, but a bigger percentage vote for Nigel. Because people just see it as what it is, which is the establishment don't like him very much. Of course, the real banter possibility is if they do that, and that BBC comedian stands again as Mr. Binface, he'd probably come second. You can see the Lib Dem bar graphs now, can't you? The only Binface can beat Farage here. And the Tories and Labour and Restore and the Lib Dems and the Greens have all said that they would stand in a follow-up by-election. He'd beat them. And so you'd have Farage way in the lead with a bigger percentage than he's ever had before, followed by Binface, and followed under 5% by Labour, Tories, Greens, Lib Dem, Restore. It would be really rather entertaining. I don't want there to be another by-election. I don't think the people of Tendring need to pay for another one. The question has been asked. The people of Clacton are well aware of what Nigel has done.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's moot. But if they do, it could be the most catastrophically embarrassing by-election for the legacy and establishment parties that there's ever been.
And how would you respond to Dan's claim that Nigel obviously used to be very positive, and now he's saying that he's become quite angry, quite tetchy, and Reform have become the nasty party?
I think it's all very well to complain about somebody having a sense of humour failure. But once you've received the amount of ordure that has been poured on Nigel from the press and the media, and the same question repeated time and again in a press conference, he answers the question, and the next journalist asks the same question. It's got, for goodness sake, I've just answered that. Oh, but we want it for our camera. Ugh, yeah, whatever. Yes, Nigel is very good at self-deprecating humour. He is good. And actually, I think what I've seen in the last couple of weeks is Nigel back on form. I think that he was a little bit tetchy in the past, but he loves campaigning. And one of the reasons he loves campaigning is he has the opportunity to talk to people and listen to people. And that's what he's really good at. Being locked in a tower block in the north, in Pimlico, isn't his best place. What he's good at is people. And doing the by-election, being out, knocking on the doors, talking to people, left, right, and centre, is his happy place. And you can see the last two press conferences he did last week, when he was responding to the Rupert Lowe sort of strange billet doux. His response to that was Nigel on really good form. He was smiling. He was enjoying it. You can see he's enjoying his politics again. And maybe he hasn't enjoyed it so much over the last few months because of this constant stream of grief. And so it ill behoves somebody to complain about somebody else being a bit annoyed. You're allowed to be a bit annoyed in life. And fair enough. But it did feel, as I say, the last couple of weeks, as he really got into the Clacton by-election, you could see him really enjoying himself. And that's great.
Yeah,
Politics is really serious, but if you don't enjoy it, it's very hard to do.
I definitely think that's true. I mean, being in Clacton, you could see that. And I think everyone knows that Nigel is happiest when he's campaigning. And you saw, I actually didn't end up going to Farage Fest, but I saw some videos from it, and it looked like you didn't go. Gawain, what's happened?
I was there in the morning, but I had to go out to work to do in Blackpool the next morning, so I had to go. So I missed it. But I did see the film from the Ferris wheel, and I looked down at this field and all the bell tents, and I thought it looks like the encampment before the Battle of Agincourt.
I mean, it's something only Reform could put on, I think, but it sounds like everyone had a pretty good time.
From all accounts of those people I know who went, they had a thoroughly good time. No, it's great and good for them. And again, you saw people saying that we're humorless. Gosh, some of the commentators, how dare they enjoy themselves?
Yeah, I agree with that.
What's all that about? The whole point, and what I make very clear when I go around the country, is if you don't, yes, we think we are trying to save the nation. Yes, we think we're at the last chance saloon for our country, our culture, our history, our law, and everything about us. But if you don't enjoy it, if you don't actually like the people you're working with, if you don't have fun, you're not going to be able to do it. Only if you're enjoying it and enjoying what you're doing will you be prepared to walk in a November evening knocking on doors in the rain. To do the work requires you to actually not just think it's serious and important, but actually it's enjoyable. Have fun.
Yeah. Gawain, thank you very much for joining me despite all of the technical issues.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. In the end, it's off my phone, not my laptop.
It's okay. You got there in the end. Thank you very much, Gawain.
A great pleasure.
That was Gawain Towler there. In response to Dan Hodges, I would say it was quite an equal show so far in terms of political views. I'm sure all of you might have preferred Gawain a little bit more there. Do we have Jack? Is he ready? Or
we do.
Oh, we've got Jack. Amazing. Jack, hi. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing all right. How's yourself?
Yeah, great. Thank you. So I'm glad that you could come on the show to talk about Jason Arde, and you went to his, was it a memorial service kind of thing in Trafalgar Square?
Yes, it was a memorial protest, really. I mean, it was clearly organised by Stand Up to Racism. Wayman Bennett, who is one of the chief guys of SUTR, was sort of emceeing the protest there. They had all the previous, Stand Up to Racism placards, which said, rest in power, Professor Arde. So it was just like any other protest that they would organize in Trafalgar Square at the same spot, kind of at the same time, but just this one was a little more somber than usual. But other than that, all the same characters, all the same creatures you usually see at a big leftist protest. Yeah.
I mean, what were the speeches like there? Were they kind of honouring Jason Arde and talking about how great he is? What was the mood there? I mean, it's a really awkward situation to talk about because it is really, really tragic, and I'm very sorry for all of his family and friends that are now having to deal with this. And it's tragic what's happened, but have the press kind of done something wrong here? What are your thoughts on that?
No, I don't think they have, and I'll just answer the first question there first. The mood was primarily, there was a little bit of mourning him, but primarily it was an angry sort of striking out, certainly from the speeches, of blaming the mainstream media. I think there was another placard that said, the racism of the mainstream media is what killed Jason Arde. Diane Abbott was there, and a few other people were there. They went off against Nathan Kofnas, who was the former Cambridge professor who originally launched the Substack, calling him an ethno-supremacist. Again, there was the Black Power fists were being raised at certain points during memorial bits. There was also somebody did a cover of Coldplay's "Fix You," which I've never actually seen at a leftist protest before. But just to answer the second part of the question, no, like the media have absolutely nothing to answer for. All they did is report rightfully on a man who clearly made just so many things up and shouldn't have been in the position where he was. I see the argument that, oh, you know, if he was a plagiarist, you know, there's been other instances of plagiarism that nobody ever hears about. Well, sometimes, you know, you do get this in the news, and the previous reports, I have seen that there were news reports on former professors, you know, plagiarizing their stuff. But people have to remember this is not a story just about plagiarism. It's about a story of a man who invented literally fantastical claims after being found out to be a plagiarist, and that's why it became the story that it did. It was a completely reasonable story that everybody had a legitimate right to be talking about.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that it's actually Jason Arday's fault? I mean, obviously it is for many reasons. All of the things he done, I mean, the lies are just absolutely ridiculous. But isn't it more the institution's fault that he could get away with this so easily?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put the fault specifically on the institutions. I would say it's Jason Arday himself that has the blame, you know, on this blowing up, because it was him that told all of these lies. It was him that concocted the fact that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days with a broken leg, that he was on a TV show before he was even born, that he couldn't speak until he was 11, but classroom friends said that he could. So it's not Cambridge that concocted all of this just ridiculous fantasy around him, but they do share some of the blame in that without the DEI sort of agenda that is being pushed through our institutions, that is not only platforming people who shouldn't be there, but people who are total fantasists, and then being pushed to the forefront of things, we wouldn't be in the situation to begin with. So these people have always existed, these people who just want to be the center of attention and will make everything up. But we haven't always had institutions that will throw them to the forefront and say, wow, look at how wonderful these people are, this person is.
And was there a large crowd there as well? And who were the kind of people that were in the crowd? And I mean, you said that they were saying how this is kind of racism that's led to this. Is this kind of another, obviously less of a large version of Black Lives Matter kind of thing?
Yeah, it is the same thing. I will say there were probably around 1,000 to 1,500 people there. So from what I've seen at previous SUTR Trafalgar Square protests, this was probably a little bit bigger than I've seen them before, but pretty much average for what they could get out for that location in central London. So not something huge. I did find it quite funny that Nathan Kofnas said on his Substack that 15,000 people were there and described it as an anti-Kofnas hate rally, which is, so that's not exactly accurate. But yeah, 1,000 to 1,500 people, I would say. And it definitely is really, it is a smaller BLM in a way. Obviously, it's not comparable to George Floyd or Mike Brown or people who died in incidents with the police. But it comes back to the same thing again, which is, a black person has done something wrong, which is, lying, concocting stuff, and they've then tragically died. And then the blame goes on the so-called racism of the institutions, be that the police or the education system, or in this case, the press, and putting the blame on everyone but the individual themselves for creating that situation, and finding racism where racism did not exist. If I'm sorry, but if Jason Arday was a white guy who'd made up the same things and Cambridge had promoted him as this, incredible, amazing, early 20-something professor that's one of the greatest we've ever had, and threw him all around, and he was white, like, the press would have had the exact same reaction to him. They didn't go for him because he was black. They went for him because he just made up insane stuff.
And let's have a look at some of the videos that you took yesterday. Have you got them ready?
I'm here now at the memorial protests for Professor Jason Arday, which is happening right now in Trafalgar Square. seemingly organised by Stand Up to Racism. All of their usual lot are here. They have signs which say "Rest in Power" to Professor Jason Arday. There are other signs which I've seen which says that racism within mainstream media kills. Funny enough, the only other media I've seen here is actually the BBC. Daniel Sanford, the home correspondent, is just round to my side at the moment, so I'm not sure whether media is going to have a friendly time here. I suspect not. There have been people speaking. Diane Abbott just spoke. Lots of people again here blaming the media specifically for supposedly hounding Arday to his death. Quite a somber atmosphere here. There was attacks on Nathan Koffnass earlier, calling him an ethno-supremacist. Obviously, the original former Cambridge professor who brought up the original Substack about Arday just a few weeks ago. Obviously, all of this has happened within quite a small amount of time. Again, quite a somber mood here. Lots of people with flowers, roses, white roses, and other flowers here. People in the memorial, but yeah, it's pretty quiet. Again, does seem to be a hostile crowd. Again, lots of people here to pay their respects to Arday, despite obviously all of the things that he spun. Obviously, blaming the entire thing not on anything that he said, only the media criticising what he'd done.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting clip there, Jack, and I think you can even tell from there, it's quite a somber mood, really. It just seemed very eerie there.
Yeah, I mean, there were people crying there as well. I did see, which again you don't usually see at these Stand Up to Racism organised events. And I think there was one guy that came across that I think he just tried to get through the crowd and couldn't, and he was like trying to rush somewhere, and he was like, "Why are you doing this now? You get out of the way," sort of thing. And a bunch of people just started shouting at him like, "Be respectful. This is, we're here to pay our respects. Piss off," sort of language. Probably, and also a little bit stronger than that. Probably can't say on air. So yeah, no, it was definitely odd. But yeah, it was just like the usual process I've been to. But
yeah,
there was not that many people in the press there. As I said, I only saw Daniel Sanderson of the BBC and someone from Al Jazeera as well.
Okay.
Not that many coverage,
Yeah, that is very interesting. There wasn't really that much coverage there. I guess it wasn't. I didn't even know this was happening, so I guess it wasn't well pushed on social media. But Jack, thank you very much for joining me and great reporting.
Thank you.
Amazing, and that's a wrap. That is the whole show done now. Only 8 minutes overrun. I thought we were going to go a bit further than that, but I've been quite good at my timekeeping, which is quite rare. Well done, Ellie. Another great show. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Brilliant show again, Ellie. You are a natural for this. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate that. And if any of I do not agree with what Dan says at all, but I'm glad he's on, otherwise this just becomes an echo chamber. Yeah, exactly, this is my point, 100%. And if any of you want to follow me on any other social media platforms, my ex, Ellie Hodges, Instagram, Ellie Hodges, every platform, just search up Ellie Hodges and I should be there. So thank you all very much for watching today. I will be back on Thursday. I'm not here tomorrow, unfortunately, but see you all on Thursday, and thank you all very, very much for joining me. See you later, bye.